Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was God of Werewolf? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. June 28th. 1997 AD 7 p.m. Dumbledore would have been happier than anybody to think that there was a little more love in the world, Professor Minerva. McGonagall said curtly. I suppose he would, Remus Lupin thought, if that were the entire issue. But it's much more than that. He opened his mouth to reply, but the hospital doors banged open. I've done it, Professor Rubeus Hagrid choked. And moved him. Professor Sprouts got the kids back in bed. Professor Flitwick's lying down, but he says he'll be all right in a jiffy. And Professor Slughorn says the Ministry's been informed. Thank you, Hagrid, McGonagall said. She turned to the group gathered around Bill Weasley's bed. I shall have to see the Ministry when they get here. Hagrid, please, tell the heads of houses Slughorn can represent Slytherin that I want to see them in my office forthwith. I would like you to join us, too. Hagrid nodded and shuffled out of the room. McGonagall turned to Harry Potter. Before I meet them, I would like a quick word with you, Harry. If you'll come with me. Harry left with her. A moment passed. Remus, Tonks began. Lupin turned on his heel and walked out of the room. I can't even continue this conversation. If I do, I might give in. He already had come perilously close to doing so, Tonks' poor timing notwithstanding. How convincing could any denial be when he was staring at the floor? He made his way down the corridor and was about to turn when he heard someone behind him. Remus, Tonks said. Remus. I'm sorry. Bringing that up now was foolish. But, bloody hell, she's chasing me. Lupin quickly turned. So quickly Tonks jumped back. Eyes wide. Damn and blast. You frightened her. Tonks, he began. You say you love me, you want to date me. Do you have any idea what you'd be getting yourself into? Not giving her a chance to respond, he went on. I'm already a pariah. Other than the members of the order, most wizards can barely stand to look at me. Those who see my clothes. He gestured at his patched robes and this scar. He gestured to the claw marks on his cheek. Fenrir Greyback had left long ago. Make the connection immediately. They cross the streets to avoid me. His voice lowered. If they see you with me, they'll do the same. It's already close to impossible for me to find work. If we date and if we marry, we're not students anymore. This is something to consider. You'll bear the burden of supporting us largely alone. And I'm dangerous, Tonks. Snape was right to expose me after I got careless with my wolfsbane and put him, Ron, Harry, and Hermione in danger. If I make another mistake, I might harm you or worse, infect you. He swallowed. And the transformations that make me so dangerous to others are also dangerous to me, he said. I think the longest a werewolf ever lived is 80, and that's young for a wizard. One day, Tonks, my body won't be able to handle another change, and I'll die. You'll outlive me, not by just a few years like many witches do, but possibly by many decades. He finished and looked at Tonks. I wonder how she'll handle this? Tonks' reaction surprised him. Remus, do you think I haven't looked into this? She set down her bag and fished out a book with the logo of Werewolf Support Services on it. Your werewolf spouse? This is the first time I've brought up anything hinting of marriage. She opened the book and flipped through it. I've read the whole thing after we had our first talk. I know the risks, Remus, and I don't care. She stopped on a page, eyes hardening as she thrust the book at him. I'd say this book did a better job of showing me the prejudices I'd face than of outlining the risks. Lupin took the book in his hands. Tonks had opened it to one of the early pages. The only way to keep yourself and your children safe from the debilitating disease of lycanthropy is to neither marry nor procreate with an infected individual in the first place. If, however, you choose to ignore all good medical and social advice and tie yourself and your future offspring with a werewolf, here is what you should do. Debilitating, Lupin said. That's an understatement. And apparently the only way to keep myself and any future children safe from it is not to marry nor procreate with you at all, Tonks said. She snorted. I still don't care. Hell, Remus, if I wanted to be safe, I wouldn't have become an True. Aurors will be priority targets these days now that Dumbledore is gone. We had our first talk on this matter last August. You were thinking about marriage then? She shook her head. It's the advice that's the big interest right now. Of course, when we could both die tomorrow. Lupin repressed the urge to roll his eyes. First we have to date before we can marry, and I'm sure you've noticed I'm not interested. Tonks put a hand on her hip. Only because you think poorly of yourself. If you didn't like me too, why is it always about how you're too old for me, too poor for me, and too dangerous to me? I'm an Remus. I can take care of myself. Lupin scowled. She's got you there. That may be, Lupin said. But you're still young and for some reason his voice trailed off. She's young, yes, and clearly infatuated. That being said, she's going in with open eyes. She knows all the problems she'll face and she doesn't care. Lupin repressed the urge to sigh in exasperation. He decided on one last gamble. Have you ever considered Charlie Weasley? He's around your age after all. Tonks rolled her eyes. Do you think I hadn't laid some heavy hints when we were both students? He's a fine young man. Bless him. But he prefers dragons to women. Yes. In all the years I've spent with the Weasleys, I've noticed that. The boy hasn't had a girlfriend in 5 years. All right, Lupin said. Fine. Tonks reached out and took his hand. Come on, she said. The Weasleys might need our help with Bill. June 30th, 1997 AD, 2 p.m. The aftermath of Dumbledore's death kept them busy, but he and Tonks were able to sit together at Dumbledore's funeral 2 days later. Tonks' hair was bright pink again. As the seats filled in around them, Lupin looked down. Dumbledore is gone. Not even in the darkest days of the First War did it get this bad. Beside him, Tonks shifted. A moment later, she slipped her hand around his and squeezed. He looked down at their entwined hands, his rougher and scarred, hers smaller and smooth. Lupin allowed himself to smile. Thanks. Surfing. July 10th, 1997 AD.
11 Uhr morgens.
Tonks, what is that? Remus Lupin asked somewhat incredulously. It looks like a long plank, tapered off at the ends. I wonder if there is some kind of magical purpose for it? Nymphadora. Tonks grinned. It's a surfboard. We're still going to the seaside, right? Well, yes. Well, I'm sure I've mentioned surfing to you once or twice. Lupin nodded. Yes, something you do at the beach. You didn't mention a board though. Boards. I have 2. Lupin made the connection immediately. Let me guess. You intend for me to go surfing with you? Tonks nodded. Yep. This might be dicey. I haven't been swimming in the sea since I went with James, Lily, and Sirius, just before the Potters went into hiding. He'd been the seaside since then. It was fun and it was free, most of the time, but not actually in the water. Tonks grabbed him by the hand and pulled him through her front door. Come on, she said. I'll need to see if the wetsuit I borrowed will fit you. Wetsuit? Is that a suit made out of water? Lupin followed Tonks through her living room towards her bedroom. He waited politely by the door while she went into her rather messy closet and started rummaging. I hope she's not suggesting I wear her clothes to the beach. That would be altogether too much. Tonks emerged from her closet with a rubbery garment that had sleeves and short leggings extending from the sides and bottom respectively. It also had appropriate masculine colors, unlike the pink and black equivalent that Tonks held in her other hand. I borrowed it from Charlie. Put it on and let's see if it fits. Are we the Weasley family project? Between Arthur and Molly encouraging us to get together and Charlie collaborating with her on this little adventure of hers, I'm starting to wonder. Lupin took the wetsuit from Tonks and retreated into her bathroom. Okay. I assume I don't wear my shirt under this. Do I wear my trunks too? He decided to err on the side of modesty and kept his trunks on. He put the wetsuit on and quickly encountered a problem. The wetsuit was clearly meant for someone with a different body type. Lupin could not get the suit up over his shoulders, and he could tell even if he could, it would be rather baggy. You ready? Tonks called from the other side of the bathroom door. Lupin emerged. Tonks, now wearing a short cotton dress over a bathing costume, smiled at him. Sex-wise, she said. She winked at him. Lupin felt his cheeks redden. It's tailored to someone shorter and heavier, he said. I can fix that, Tonks said. She waved her wand and Lupin could feel the rubbery fabric shifting around him. He pulled the wetsuit up and found it fit him perfectly. Looks better now, she said. She looked at him. Have you eaten? Lupin shook his head. Just some kippers and tea, he said. He'd invested the money James had loaned him before he died, and he'd been using the interest to supplement the ministry's meager dole for werewolves in the past years. Unfortunately, the death of Dumbledore had caused the wizarding markets to tank, leaving his finances even more precarious than usual. Tonks' dark eyes widened. That won't do. I haven't packed our basket yet. What are you in the mood for? Lupin thought for a moment. Well, I do like roast beef, he said. With some nice tomatoes. Tonks grinned. You're lucky. I just went to the grocery. July 10th, 1997 AD.
11:20 Uhr morgens.
Once Tonks packed their lunch, the two of them disapparated from her apartment. They materialized in an isolated spot behind the International Surf Center at Fistral Beach. Once they'd gotten their bearings, Lupin quickly looked around. Good. No muggles to obliviate. Been here before? Lupin asked. Tonks nodded. Dad took Mum and me here a lot, she said. They made their way out to the beach and found a spot close to the water. Got your wand? Lupin asked. Tonks pointed to her calf. Disillusioned and stuck to my leg. Yours? Same. If the Death Eaters knew what we were up to, they'd be here en masse. They'd think us vulnerable. Good. Tonks smiled and pulled her dress over her head. Lupin repressed the urge to whistle at the sight of her in her bikini. Very nice. Come on, she said. Let's go for a swim. Lupin pulled off his t-shirt, hoping nobody would stare at the claw scars marking his right pectoral, and followed. She winked at him, then broke into a run. Catch me if you can, she called out. Marauder that he was, Lupin could recognize a challenge. He smiled. It's on. He ran. His condition might have prematurely aged him, but he wasn't yet so broken down he could not catch up with a taunting young witch. Tonks had gotten out to where the water was waist-deep, with Lupin close behind. She stopped and turned to laugh. Her eyes widened just before Lupin tackled her. They tumbled. The salt water stung Lupin's eyes, but he managed to maintain his grip on the wriggling, laughing Tonks until they hit the sand. He let her go and both of them swam to the surface. Tonks grinned when she saw him. Why, Professor Lupin, she said. I didn't know you had it in you. Lupin smiled mischievously. Don't worry about me, he said. I'm more energetic than I look. He mock-lunged for Tonks again and she dodged to the side. Her grin widened. Now, Professor, what would your students think? Lupin thought about Harry, who was so much like both his parents, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. He smiled. They'd be cheering me on. Tonks laughed and swam in a circle around him. As they played in the water, Lupin noticed someone staring. Well, I guess it's not every day people see a man who's nearly 40 cavorting with a 20-something. He suddenly got very self-conscious. You hungry? He asked. Yeah. I figure you are too if you only had kippers for breakfast. The two of them made their way to their blanket, sat down, and dug into their lunch. Owing to the fact it was a muggle beach, they hadn't packed any exotic wizarding foods like chocolate frogs, instead sticking to conservative fare like sandwiches, apples, and a treacle tart for each of them. When they were done, Lupin leaned back on his hands, feeling his food digest. I ordinarily don't eat that well outside of order meetings. Tonks lay down beside him. She adjusted the blanket beneath them and then abruptly scooted closer, laying her head on his shoulder and throwing an arm across his chest. Lupin's eyes widened. Not wasting any time, is she? For a moment, he wondered how this might look to the muggles, a young woman with purple hair practically on top of an older man. He shrugged. I'm not objecting. It had been a long time since he'd gotten this close to anyone, and he wasn't going to pass the opportunity up because someone might stare. Time passed. Lupin felt himself beginning to drift off. No, falling asleep outdoors, even in a muggle area, would make us vulnerable to the Death Eaters. Tonks stirred next to him. Okay, she said, sitting up. Now it's time to surf. I was wondering when she'd get to that. Lupin rose up onto his elbows. Tonks, are you sure this is a good idea? She had gotten up and was already putting on her wetsuit. Lupin repressed the urge to sigh. All right. He climbed to his feet and pulled on his wetsuit. Meanwhile, Tonks had picked up the larger of the two surfboards. You're a beginner, you'll need this, she said. Lupin hesitantly took the board from her. She picked up her own smaller board and headed for the water. Lupin followed. As they walked, Lupin felt the wetsuit chafe his thighs. Perhaps I should have walked around more before we left. It's not like I can have Tonks resize it in the middle of a muggle beach. Lupin quickened his pace, catching up with Tonks. Are you sure I really need to wear this? He asked. It's for the best. The water's cold and there might be rocks. The wetsuit will protect you from getting scratched up by rocks or the board. I'm going to die, aren't I? Tonks shook her head. Probably not. When you fall off, you'll just hit water, she continued. Sink down for a bit and then swim to the surface. It'd be best to keep your body limp when you fall off, though. Why? Sharks. I think we're too far north for great whites. But one never knows, she said. Best keep your body limp when you fall off to avoid looking like a seal. The way she said great white worried Lupin. What's a great white? One of the biggest sharks. They hunt seals, typically, and sometimes mistake surfers for seals. There's a Muggle movie called Jaws about them. For a moment, Lupin wondered if facing off against a basilisk would be safer than surfing. Tonks cocked her head. Don't worry, love. You're more likely to be struck by lightning than attacked by a shark, and as I said, we're too far north for great whites. Lupin swallowed. All right, he said before looking sternly at Tonks. Next time we decide to have an adventure, it's my turn to decide where we go. Tonks shrugged. Will do. They waded out into the water. Okay, Tonks said. Climb on the board like so. She climbed onto the board and lay on her stomach. Getting up on the board once you hit a wave is like doing a push-up. Push up, pull a foot under you, and then push up into a standing position. She looked behind her. Here comes a wave. Watch. The wave caught Tonks' surfboard and lifted her up. She smoothly rose to her feet and rode the wave to the shore, leaving Lupin out in the water by himself. That doesn't look too hard. Lupin climbed onto the surfboard. Okay. Do what Tonks did. Behind him, he could see another wave building. When the wave comes, get up. The wave came. Lupin pushed himself up on the board, keeping his hands locked on the sides, and worked his right leg under him. As the wave lifted him up, he rose to his feet. He had just a moment to realize his feet were off-center before he toppled over. Down he went, the salt water stinging his eyes. The wave carried the board to the beach. By the time Lupin returned to shore, Tonks had already retrieved it. You almost had it there, she said. Come on, let's try again. Part of him thought this was foolish, but part of him was extremely disinclined to be bested by a board. The two of them returned to the deeper water, climbed aboard their surfboards, and waited for a wave that could lift them both. That wave was not long in coming. Ready? Tonks asked. Ready, Lupin replied. The wave caught them. Tonks smoothly rose to her feet. Lupin pushed himself up and worked his right foot under him. Okay. This is where it went wrong the first time. He looked down and made sure his right foot was on the exact midline of the board. Then, slowly, he began pushing himself up. As he rose, he wobbled somewhat. He nearly fell again, but managed to catch himself. All right, Tonks called out as the wave crested. It looks like you've got it now. The two of them rode the wave to shore, Lupin slightly behind Tonks. Wow, this is a lot more fun than I expected. He and Tonks surfed for the next couple of hours before deciding to call it a day. As they made their way back to the beach, a group of muggles applauded. Not bad for a beginner, one of them called out. Lupin reddened a bit, but Tonks clapped him on the back. You did better your first time surfing than I did mine. Wow. July 19th, 1997 AD. 8:30 p.m. The Death Eaters did not permit Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks to enjoy their newfound relationship for long. The Death Eaters, it was not initially clear as to whether it was the Dark Lord or his servants Harm or Thomas Proudfoot soon after Lupin and Tonks' day at the beach. Other murders followed as the Death Eaters tried to capitalize on Dumbledore's death. The Death Eaters have gotten bolder, Kingsley Shacklebolt said as he addressed an Order of the Phoenix War Party. 36 witches and wizards and 60 muggles died last week, and that's not the half of it. The Death Eaters have focused on intimidating newspapers and businesses across Britain, forcing them to toe the line. Makes sense, Lupin mused. The Daily Prophet's silence on Voldemort's return kept the public in the dark, giving him a year to rebuild his army. And money is the sinews of war. They're demanding taxes from the businessmen and editorial control of the newspapers, Alastair Moody growled. They're getting it. People are losing confidence in the ministry's ability to maintain law and order, and you know whose people are stepping in to provide it. Luckily, Shacklebolt said, we've got spies within the Death Eaters, spies Snape didn't know about. We have word that the Death Eaters are planning to attack the offices of the Leeds Magical Tribune, a paper that hasn't submitted to Death Eater control. We're going to stop it. Any idea on enemy strength? Tonks asked. At least 40 Death Eaters, Lupin said. Around 3-to-1 odds. As one of the few surviving veterans of the First War, and because he really did not have too much else to do, Lupin found himself among the leaders of the Order of the Phoenix. And being a leader, he had access to information the other members of the Order did not. With Dumbledore gone, many have given up hope, and some have even taken the dark mark, hoping to be on the winning side. Combine that with the liberal use of the Imperius Curse and you have a recipe for disaster. Between the multiplying numbers of marked Death Eaters and moody suspicions of Death Eater infiltration of the Ministry, Wizarding Britain was entering a dark time indeed. Moody's already making plans for the event of a coup. Even when the Death Eaters outnumbered us 20-to-1 in the First War, there was no danger of an outright takeover. Tonks' face fell at Lupin's words. Not good, she said. We've got 4 Aurors, Lupin said. Chances are a lot of them will be ordinary witches or wizards under Imperius or untrained rookies. One can only hope. If it turns out all of Voldemort's elite are turning out tonight, we're gone. It shouldn't be that hard, George Weasley said. Perhaps they'll get in each other's way, Fred Weasley added. Lupin shook his head. They weren't at Hogwarts when the Death Eaters came. They haven't, as the Muggles put it, seen the elephant yet. The Tribune is printed in what appears to be a closed factory on the edge of Leeds. Shacklebolt continued. We believe the Death Eaters will approach it from the south. The party under Tonks' command is to wait atop the structure, under invisibility cloaks, while the parties under the command of Moody and Harm will be on the east and west respectively. The party under my command will attack the Death Eaters from the rear. Attack from every point of the compass. Good plan. Does everyone have their invisibility cloak? An affirmative chorus greeted him. Lupin pulled his cloak over his head, disappearing from sight. Not as good as James' cloak, but it works. All right. On the count of 3, apparate to Leeds. 1, 2, 3. The order apparat away. Ready for war. July 19, 1997 AD 9 p.m. Lupin took his position with Harm's contingent to the east of the boxy offices of the Tribune. In the distance, he could hear several pops. Wands out, Harm hissed. They're coming. Lupin drew his wand and swallowed. The Order of the Phoenix was facing large-scale battle for the first time since Dumbledore's death, and the thought did not please him. Black against black except for their white masks, the Death Eaters began emerging from the night. Apparently unaware of the Order waiting in ambush for them, they flowed like a dark river towards the Tribune's offices. Although he could not see them, Lupin felt the Order members around him tense. Wait for it, he told himself. Wait for all of them to get into the Harm Square. The march of the Death Eaters continued, and Lupin's heart sank at how numerous they were. Why so many to destroy one newspaper and harm at most 2 people? Do they know we plan to interfere? If they knew, it was Severus Snape who was probably to blame. The last Death Eater emerged from the night. The first of them were already very close enough to fire on the building. The jaws of the Order's trap closed around them. Incendio! Confringo! Incendio! Lupin unleashed a stream of curses, lighting 2 Death Eaters aflame and breaking one's neck. The area lit up in a roaring kaleidoscope of magic as the Order's ambush halved the Death Eaters' numbers at a stroke. Lupin grinned. We might win this one yet. Then whatever training the Death Eaters had kicked in. The Death Eaters began raising shield charms and forming into a square. Damn it. The Death Eaters in the front can protect the ones inside. Harm curses would penetrate the shields, but only Moody, Shacklebolt, Tonks, and Harm were allowed to use them. Thank God the Ministry revived the old authorization. Otherwise it would be a complete massacre. Forward! Shacklebolt roared. 3 of the 4 Order contingents closed in on the Death Eater formation, hammering at them with curses. Here and there the Death Eater shields cracked and masked enemies fell, but the Death Eater square largely held. Then the Death Eaters retaliated. A wave of harm curses tore into the advancing order personnel. Most curses passed through empty space, but Lupin could see some jets of green light slam into invisible barriers and new order members were dying. "Tonks!" Shacklebolt shouted. "Bring your people down." The fire from atop the Tribune building ceased. A moment later, Lupin could see attacks flying at the Death Eaters from closer in. 2 harm curses were mixed in with the attack, drilling a hole in the Death Eater formation. The Death Eaters returned fire. Lupin could see more and more Order members as their invisibility cloaks tore or fell free. 2 Order members he did not recognize fell to the harm curse, while many Order members began dancing uncontrollably, colliding with other Order members and throwing their formations into disarray. "Back!" Shacklebolt shouted, throwing himself between one disordered formation at the Death Eaters. The black-clad enemies quickly shifted their attention from attacking the Order to attacking the Auror who stood in their way. Then the Death Eaters broke formation en masse, chasing after the retreating Order personnel like dogs after a wounded fox. "Good," Lupin thought grimly. "If we can form up and cut off groups of them from the main mass, we can destroy them." He remembered the Muggle battle of Hastings Moody had him read about, where the Norman knights lured Saxon troops away from the safety of the shield wall and slaughtered them. "Rally!" Tonks shouted from somewhere. "Weasley, Diggle, Jones, cut them off!" A colossal explosion erupted to Lupin's right and he saw black-clad bodies flying. Tonks was in her element, jumping, shouting, and casting. One Death Eater hurled the harm curse at her. She dodged and fired the same curse right back. "Harm him." Lupin smiled. "Good girl." "Lupin!" Harm roared. "They're heading back this way." Lupin spotted a group of Death Eaters rushing back towards the remaining members of the Order formation. His smile took on a grim cast. "Oh no, you don't." He weaved a pattern with his wand and the ground opened up beneath them like an enormous set of jaws. The Death Eaters fell in and Lupin waved his wand again, closing the earth over them. "Rest in peace," Lupin thought, his grim smile growing wider. Tonks cried out triumphantly, bringing her foot down on a fallen Death Eater's sternum. The Death Eater cried out, voice liquid and bloody, and fell silent. "The bitch Harm Jackson," a masked Death Eater shouted. "Get her." 5 Death Eaters set upon her, 2 hurling harm curses. Tonks dodged the 2 harm curses, deflecting the other curses with her shield. She replied in kind to the 2 would-be killers, harm one and forcing the other to the ground. Then she tripped, lowering her shield for just a moment. The Death Eaters unleashed a stream of curses. Tonks turned her stumble into a roll, dodging most of the curses and deflecting the rest. Her retort caught one Death Eater in the groin and sent him flying into a nearby wall. Tonks came to her feet and hurled multiple blasting curses, driving the 3 remaining Death Eaters back. The remaining 3 gave up trying to break through her shield or hit her with the harm curse. Instead, they fired curses at the ground beneath Tonks' feet. The resulting explosion lifted her up in the air and sent her flying. She landed on her back, hard, and did not move. "Oh no!" Lupin rushed forward, smashing down a Death Eater who got in his way, and hurled a curse at the Death Eaters who were approaching the prone Tonks. They spun, shields up, and one of them laughed at Lupin. "Quite a loyal dog," he growled. "Runs to its mistress. You talk too much." Confringo. Lupin's curse slammed into the Death Eater's gut and doubled him over. Lupin petrified him. The other 2 leaped forward. Bursts of silver and red light. These Death Eaters aren't skilled enough to use the harm curse erupted from their wands. Lupin shielded himself, but the sheer power of their attacks sent him stumbling backwards. The exertion of the night was beginning to get to him. Pain was shooting through his shoulder. Damn and blast. Got to finish this quickly. He erected a powerful shield and weaved another pattern with his wand. The ground opened up beneath the 2 Death Eaters, but he only succeeded in snaring one. The other jumped away, hurling a blasting curse at him. Lupin ducked, the curse passing through where he'd been, and hurled a stream of fire at the Death Eater. The terrorist managed to shield himself, but Lupin kept it up, using his shield to protect himself from the man's reprisal. The Death Eater's robes ignited behind the shield and the man turned and fled. Lupin smiled as he took the man's legs out from under him with a blasting curse before petrifying him. The immediate problem dealt with, Lupin rushed over to Tonks. "Tonks," he said. "You all right?" Tonks was silent. Not again, he thought, recalling the battle in the Department of Mysteries. Someone laughed and Lupin looked up. 3 more Death Eaters approached. "I don't have time for this." Lupin hurling a blasting curse at the one who laughed, and when the Death Eater shielded himself, hurled another blasting curse at his unprotected legs. The Death Eater went down with a scream, legs bloodied from compound fractures, and Lupin cast Tarantaligra on the other, forcing him to rapidly dance away. 1 more left. The Death Eater charged, hurling a spray of curses at both Lupin and Tonks. Lupin cast a shield over Tonks and himself and fought back. He and the Death Eater dueled for several moments before the Death Eater hurled the harm curse. The jet of green light passed through Lupin's shield and he threw himself out of the way, leaving himself open for another attack. The Death Eater laughed and waved his wand. The bones in Lupin's legs vanished. He fell on suddenly boneless limbs, feeling muscles and nerves twist unnaturally. Pain erupted through the suddenly pliable legs and Lupin gritted his teeth. The Death Eater laughed and began making the movements for the harm curse. "Not through yet. Stupefy." The Death Eater deflected Lupin's spell and tried to disarm him. Lupin deflected that attack and an attack from the other remaining Death Eater, then unleashed a stream of fire from his wand that ignited the first Death Eater's robes. The first Death Eater fled screaming, but the second one kept his cool. He stabbed with his wand. Lupin tried to deflect the curse, but he wasn't quick enough and the bolt of silver light slammed into his jaw. The attack sent teeth and harm flying and knocked Lupin onto his back. The Death Eater stabbed with his wand, but a shimmering shield suddenly appeared in midair, deflecting the curse. The Death Eater cried out in dismay and turned to run, only to freeze suddenly and topple over onto the ground. Through a red haze, Lupin could see Moody standing over him. "We're winning," the scarred aura growled. "Don't worry, I'll try not to. Of course, it'll be bloody hard." Then Moody was gone. Despite his dizziness and the constant pain in his head, Lupin looked for Tonks. "She's around here somewhere, I think." He saw bubblegum pink hair to his left and began dragging himself towards it. He hadn't gotten far before someone cheered. "Oi! They're running now." One of the Weasley twins Lupin could not immediately discern which cried out. More curses erupted. "Don't be overconfident," Moody shouted. "They're forming a rear guard. Damn it. This batch at least has some clue what it's doing." Lupin looked up to see a line of Order wizards dueling against a similar line of Death Eaters. Several Death Eaters disapparated, although Lupin saw Harm wave his wand, stopping the flight in its tracks. Then a massive explosion erupted in the center of the Order line. Bodies flew everywhere and a gap opened up. "Oh no! Fill the hole!" Moody roared, throwing himself into the breach. The Death Eaters unleashed a storm of curses on him, but he managed to deflect or dodge all of them and unleash a firestorm of his own. Lupin allowed himself to sigh in relief. "We'll win this one yet." Then something slammed into the ground between himself and Tonks. Lupin pointed with his wand, ready to cast a curse, but it wasn't a Death Eater. His relief was quickly short-circuited when he found out who it was. It was Harm and he was gone. July 19, 1997 AD, 11:30 p.m. Lupin groaned as the skill grow began to take effect. Millions of metaphorical splinters dug into his rubbery legs as the bone began growing anew, and he wondered if he'd be able to talk with the pain in his mouth from his regenerating teeth. He thought back to when that fraud Gilderoy Lockhart has accidentally vanished Harry's arm. Harry was awake all night in the hospital wing. "It looks like the same here." He looked over to the cot next to his where Tonks lay. She smiled at him. "At least I'll have some company while my bones regrow." Then he remembered that the next night would be the full moon. "Bloody great. My brand new bones will be broken and forced into unnatural shapes again. At least I'll have someone to be with me when I recover from that, like the times Prongs, Padfoot, and Wormtail were." Lupin stopped himself suddenly. "Do you really want to expose her to that? Seeing your body tearing itself apart and putting itself back together again will horrify her. Maybe she'll leave you." That thought stopped him short. During the months where he stubbornly resisted her, he had wondered just what he could do to convince her he was not suitable. He wondered for a moment why he'd come up with what could be a surefire idea just now that they were spending a great deal of enjoyable time together. He shook his head. I've been alone most of my life anyway. Why should she spend her youth on a man who'll she'll outlive by 60 years? Ouch, Tonks said suddenly. Lupin looked over. What the devil? Tonks was trying to get out of bed. What are you doing? Got to go see Mad Eye, see how the battle went. We won. You don't need to risk hurting yourself further just to find out how. She shook her head. This skill grow hurts enough, not knowing everything that's gone on out there will make things worse. Your moving around right now is making things worse. You've got a bunch of broken bones that aren't fully healed yet and, Remus? I'm an oar. I've been hurt worse. Yes, she has. He thought back to the battle of the Department of Mysteries, how Tonks had gone toe-to-toe with the most dangerous Death Eater short of Voldemort himself, her own aunt, who looked an awful lot like her mother and had been cursed and thrown down the stairs for her pains. This on top of all the other battles she's fought in. Despite the pink hair and the punk bands, she's an adult, a soldier. Like you. Tonks hissed in pain, grabbing Lupin's attention. She'd managed to pull herself into a sitting position, but her face was twisted and it looked like she was preventing herself from weeping by sheer force of will. Lie back down, Lupin said, a bit more forcefully than usual. You're clearly hurting. Remus, I'm fine. This was the worst of it. Once I can get to my feet, Lupin inwardly sighed. Tonks, I'm afraid if you put weight on whatever bones that are broken, things you'll get a lot worse. Ever seen a compound fracture? Tonks nodded. Imagine a bunch of them simultaneously. I'd feel a lot better if you just stayed in bed. Tonks winced. Good point. Tonks managed to carefully move herself back down onto her cot. She immediately exhaled. Thanks, Remus. That feels a lot better. Good. I wouldn't want you to hurt yourself further. I was at my wit's end when I saw you crash landing after that explosion and not get up. She smiled. That's really sweet of you. Mad Eye told me you were right by me, holding off the Death Eaters even after they vanished your legs. He made it sound positively horrid. They kept coming and coming and coming. Lupin swallowed. Yes, it was. Both of us could have died that night, and harm ultimately did. With the Death Eaters forcing more and more people into line, we might not have much time left. The Order won the last time, but the darkness was falling when Voldemort blew himself to bits in Godric's Hollow. Dumbledore's death had robbed them of the man who could definitely defeat Voldemort in combat and terrified most of the wizarding public. He shook his head. Remus, Tonks said, and there was genuine worry in her voice. We won this time, but what about next time? More and more people are taking his mark and others are just staying home entirely. This time next year, both of us might well be gone. Yes, perhaps. We should get married, both of them said at exactly the same time. Lupin barely prevented his jaw from dropping. What the hell? Did we just say that? At the same time, he must have gotten hit on the head harder than he thought during the battle. Tonks smiled. Great minds think alike. Of course, times being what they are, it should be quiet and we shouldn't have many guests. We don't want word getting out and attracting undue attention, especially from Auntie Bella. Oh boy, marriage. July 25th, 1997 AD. 5:30 p.m. Remus Lupin paced the room reserved for the groom in the small church he and Tonks were to be married in. Is this a good idea? He asked himself yet again. I love her and I want to be with her. But the bloody timing of it all, he shook his head. What if the ministry should fall when we're on our honeymoon, without us to help defend it? Voldemort's extending his tentacles deeper and deeper and, if you keep analyzing everything, you'll go mad, Kingsley Shacklebolt said. Don't worry. If something should happen, a Patronus won't take long to find you. You can get back here faster than the Death Eaters can get into the ministry, I can tell you that. Is there something you're not telling me, Kingsley? Lupin asked. Are you a Legilimens? Shacklebolt shook his head. Nope. I've just fought beside you in 2 wars and I know what it's like for a man to be nervous before his wedding. Although I'm not experienced with my furry little problem, Lupin finished. Shacklebolt laughed and Lupin repressed a frown. Easy for him to laugh. His body doesn't tear itself apart once a month. Don't worry, Remus. The Toad Umbridge can't touch the Orr office. Nothing'll happen to Tonks because of you. Lupin sighed in relief. Good. If we're to be married, We need an income more reliable than odd jobs and the interest off my investments. Look, Shacklebolt said. If I thought this was a bad idea, I would never have agreed to be your best man. That's reassuring. Thank you, Kingsley, Lupin said. Shacklebolt smiled. You're welcome. He paused. Be right back. Shacklebolt disappeared out the door, closing it behind him and leaving Lupin alone. He sighed. Look on the bright side. You'd given up all hope for romance ever, and then Tonks comes crashing metaphorically and literally into your life. She doesn't care you're a werewolf. Be happy. Lupin allowed himself to smile. Then the door opened. Lupin looked up. It wasn't Shacklebolt who came in. It was Ted Tonks. The hairs on the back of Lupin's neck rose. The elder Tonks did not bear his usual friendly expression. Evening, Ted said. Good evening, Lupin replied. Remus, he said. We need to talk. Oh blimey. Here comes the you break her heart, I'll break your neck speech. Given the way they ended up agreeing to marry, Lupin had not taken the customary step of asking Ted Tonks for permission first. Although Lupin had seen the elder Tonks looking at him queerly a couple of times between their visit to the Tonks home to tell her parents the news and when everyone gathered for the wedding, they'd never had an opportunity for one-on-one conversation. Ted looked behind him, then drew his wand and cast a charm on the door. What the devil? Is he trying to pick a fight? On the day of his daughter's own wedding? Lupin's hand dropped to his own wand. That's to make sure we don't get overheard, Ted said. He locked eyes with Lupin. It's not that I don't like you, Remus. You're brave, loyal, kind, and clever. All the things a man could want in a son-in-law. And the fact you're a werewolf doesn't bother me much either. You're only dangerous one day a month, and my daughter deals with worse things every day. He paused for a moment, and when he spoke again, there was real anger in his voice. I remember how Dora told me she had met a wonderful man at an Order of the Phoenix meeting, and how she enjoyed spending time with you and Andromeda's cousin. Then I watched her spend a whole year put out over you. Now you two want to get married, and you've only been actually dating less than a month? He shook his head. If it weren't for the fact there's a war on, I'd think you both mad. Sir, Lupin began. I don't particularly think getting married just now is such a great idea myself. But we could both.
Die Tomorrow?
I know there's a war on. I remember the first one, although Andromeda and I sat that one out. He paused. You really love her, don't you? Lupin searched for the right words to express his feelings. I don't know how to tell you. He began an attempt to explain, but was cut off. Good. The hint of a smile crept onto the elder Tonks' face, but it disappeared just as soon as it had appeared. He fixed Remus with a serious stare. Here's what I came to say. Dora's still my little girl, and if you hurt her, I'll hurt you. Understood? Lupin quickly nodded. Must be diplomatic. Shacklebolt took that moment to return from the restroom. Evening, he said to Ted. Ted smiled. Good evening, he said. You ready? Ted nodded. Ready as I'll ever be. He turned and left the room. Shacklebolt turned to Lupin. Something bothering him? I wonder how much I should tell him? This is a family matter now, or at least it will be in an hour. However, a familial squabble could affect his or Tonks' efficiency in battle, and Shacklebolt was the commander of the order now. And Shacklebolt was married himself, so he might know what to do. I don't think he trusts me with Tonks, he said. He's her father and he's worried, Shacklebolt said. He'll come around, don't worry. I hope so. Shacklebolt looked at his watch. I think it's time to head to the sanctuary. July 25th, 1997 AD, 5:45 p.m. Lupin stood at the altar, with Shacklebolt beside him and Andromeda Black Tonks near where her daughter would be when the ceremony began. Nervous? The priest, the man who had married Tonks' parents in secret 25 years before and was used to clandestine, dangerous marriages, asked. Just a little, Lupin said. It'll pass, the priest said. Lupin smiled. Thank you. The door opened and Tonks appeared, her father beside her. Lupin's eyes widened and his heart nearly burst. Wow, she is beautiful. She walked up the aisle, wearing the green dress her mother wore when she eloped with her father many years before. Surprisingly, she didn't miss a single step. She grinned as she took her place in front of Lupin. Watch her, Remus, she said, her grin growing wider. Watch her yourself, Lupin replied, smiling himself. Then the priest came forward and began to speak. Dearly beloved, the priest began. We have come together in the presence of God to witness and bless the joining together of this man and this woman in holy matrimony. The bond and covenant of marriage was established by God in creation. As the priest spoke, Lupin thought back to James and Lily's wedding so long ago. It had been during the First War, but things were going better and they felt comfortable having a big wedding with both of their families packing the church and a party afterward. Even Lily's sour sister Petunia had cracked a smile a couple of times. "I will," Tonks said, bringing him back to the present. The priest turned to Lupin. "Remus John Lupin, will you have this woman to be your wife? To live together in the covenant of marriage? Will you love her, comfort her, honor and keep her, in sickness and in health, and, forsaking all others, be faithful to her as long as you both shall live?" "I will," Lupin said. The priest turned to the smattering of guests Molly and Arthur Weasley, Mad-Eye Moody, Minerva McGonagall, Bill Weasley, Fleur Delacour, Pomona Sprout, Poppy Pomfrey and Charlie Weasley in the pews. "Will all of you witnessing these promises do all in your power to uphold these two persons in their marriage?" "We will," they replied. The next few minutes passed quickly as the priest led them in prayer and read passages from the Bible. He then returned his attention to Lupin and Tonks. Lupin remembered his part and took her right hand in his. "In the name of God, I, Remus John Lupin, take you, Nymphadora Marie Tonks, to be my wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish until we are parted by death. This is my solemn vow." He released her hand and she took his right hand. "In the name of God, I, Nymphadora Marie Tonks, take you, Remus John Lupin, to be my husband, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better for worse, for richer for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish until we are parted by death. This is my solemn vow." The priest, they didn't have anyone who could serve as ring-bearer on such a short notice, removed the pair of rings from his pocket and placed them on his and Tonks' left hands. He then joined their right hands. "Now that Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks have given themselves to each other by solemn vows, with the joining of hands and the giving and receiving of a ring, I pronounce that they are husband and wife in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Those whom God has joined together let no one put asunder." He then led the guests in the Lord's Prayer. Once the prayer was done, Lupin and Tonks waved their wands and their packed bags emerged from the pews. If the Death Eaters decided to wedding crash, they would find the church empty, the newlyweds gone on their honeymoon, and the few guests dispersed. "We should have a nice party when we get back, preferably at the Tonks house or the Burrow." His own home was in a neighborhood that was quite nice when he bought the house using money James had loaned him nearly 20 years ago, but the area had deteriorated as the economy changed and the more prosperous neighbors moved on. It would be best to have a wedding party at a more suitable place. Once their bags rested at their feet, their guests swarmed around them. "Congratulations," Arthur said, shaking Lupin's hand. "Thank you," Lupin replied. Beside him, Fleur and Molly were taking turn burying Tonks under an avalanche of hugs. "Best be on your way," Moody interrupted. "We wouldn't want any uninvited guests showing up because we tarry too long." Good old Moody, as paranoid as ever. Lupin and Tonks joined hands. "Do you remember where we're going?" Lupin asked. Tonks said. "Newquay, near where we went surfing." Lupin smiled. "Ready?" The two of them disapparated. Honeymoon, July 27, 1997 AD.
10:30 Uhr morgens.
Oi, Nymphadora Tonks said. She pointed to Shoreline Gifts, a shop across the street from them. "Care to take a look?" Remus Lupin shrugged. "Sure," he said. The two of them crossed over to the shop and went inside. Lupin occupied himself with the rack of postcards, while Tonks made a beeline for a shelf containing several small model houses. The woman sure loves her knickknacks. While Tonks examined the model houses, Lupin picked out some postcards. He figured each wedding guest's thank you note would come on a postcard. He wished he could afford some formal stationery, but he didn't want to jeopardize his nest egg in a thank you postcard was more creative anyway, and he made to get one for Harry too. "This looks nice," Tonks said, pointing to a metallic statue of two sharks on a nearby shelf. "Where do you think we should put it?" Lupin tilted his head. "It has its charms, but she hasn't even moved in with me yet. We still haven't decided what stuff we're going to keep." "I don't know," he said. "We might not have the room." She looked at the statue. Fair point. We can always come back and get it later. She ended up settling on one of the model houses. Once they paid for their purchases, they made their way down Crantock Street. As they approached the intersection with St. John's Road, Lupin spotted an ice cream vendor setting up his cart. "Care to have your dessert before lunch?" he asked. "I like the sound of that." The two of them each picked out an ice cream cone. Lupin bought a simple chocolate cone, and Tonks bought something more elaborate, complete with whipped cream and peanuts. Both of them reached for their wallets at the same time. "I can pay," Lupin said. "It's really not that much." Tonks shook her head. "Don't worry about it. I'm sure I can." The vendor rolled his eyes. "How about I flip a coin?" he asked. Lupin and Tonks shrugged. The vendor flipped and Tonks ended up paying for it. They headed off down the street, and it wasn't long before Tonks' clumsiness got the better of her. She tripped over a raised area of the sidewalk. Lupin moved to catch her, and both of them ended up with ice cream all over themselves. "Oh no," Tonks said. "Remus, I'm sorry, it's just, you're clumsy," Lupin finished. She sighed. "Yep." Lupin leaned close, maneuvering his wand between them. "Don't worry about it." Her eyes widened. "Remus, the muggles." Lupin leaned closer still. "They'll just think I'm some foul cradle robber getting unduly friendly with a woman 13 years my junior," he said with a wink, making the motions to vanish the ice cream away. Once he finished, he put his wand away. "See? Nobody noticed." Tonks smiled. "Clever move. Thanks." July 27th, 1997 AD, 2 p.m. After the ice cream mishap, they returned to their rented cottage for some sun and relaxation. They changed into their bathing suits, brought out some folding chairs, and sat hand in hand on the beach. "These," Tonks said as she reclined in her folding chair, "have been the 2 most wonderful days in my life." Lupin raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Yeah," she said. "We wake up, make love, swim, take long walks, loll about in the sun, have leisurely meals, make love some more. I think I know what she likes the most," Lupin thought with a grin. "Not that I'm complaining. It's almost enough to make one forget there's a war on." Lupin repressed a sigh. "Yes, that. Don't forget," he reminded her. "We're moving Harry tonight." Tonks nodded. "Yeah. We're doing it early. Voldemort's boys shouldn't expect it. Hopefully we'll do it right under their noses." "Hopefully," Lupin echoed. "No battle plan survives contact with the enemy. If the Death Eaters interfere with the plan at all, things will rapidly go downhill." "We're not leaving until later, though," Tonks said. "We can still get some relaxation in." Yes, we can." Tonks closed her eyes and sprawled even further out in the chair. Her hand slipped from his. A mischievous thought crossed Lupin's mind. Heh. Time to let the inner marauder out to play. He waited for a moment until he was sure Tonks was asleep. Slowly, he rose from his chair. Tonks murmured. Lupin froze. Tonks shifted in the chair. Her eyes stayed shut. Lupin relaxed. If she's even awake, she's not fully. She won't see this coming. Lupin crept closer, a smile spreading across his face. Tonks did not respond. His grin widened. "Got you now." Lupin leaped forward, jamming his arms beneath Tonks' lower back and shoulders and lifting her out of the chair. His muscles burned at this exertion, but he did not drop her. He headed for the water. Tonks came awake with a series of wriggles that nearly broke his grip. "Remus, what are you?" was all she had time to squawk before Lupin dropped her in the ocean. She flailed, trying to grab hold of him and pull him down too, but Lupin expertly stepped back. Mischief managed. Tonks erupted out of the ocean, spitting out salt water. "Remus," she shouted. "I'll get you." She lunged at him, but Lupin was able to evade her. Making sure his wand was still attached to his leg, he turned and ran for the house. Tonks surged after him, but she tripped, enabling him to put more distance between them. Lupin pulled open the door and dashed inside. He'd only gotten halfway across the kitchen before Tonks leaped onto his back. They tumbled, and although Lupin tried to turn, he ended up on his stomach on the floor, and Tonks was pulling his right arm behind him in a restraining hold she no doubt learned from Mad-Eye Moody. "Say, Uncle!" she cried out triumphantly. There was only one way Lupin figured he could get out of this predicament. In the 2 days they'd been married, He already found many of Tonks' ticklish spots. Just got to find one and he grabbed with his free arm. Tonks yelped and her grip slackened. Lupin yanked his arm free and bucked with his body, rolling her onto the floor. I think the tables have turned, he said with a grin. Do you surrender? Tonks grinned back. Not yet. She jumped onto him, going for his ticklish spots. The ferocity of the attack knocked him over, but he scrambled back, evading her pounce. She landed on her stomach on the floor and he jammed both his hands into her armpits. She laughed and thrashed and finally managed to scramble free. I think I'm winning, Lupin commented wryly. Tonks looked straight at him, dark eyes flashing. Oh really? Before Lupin could react, she jumped forward and landed on top of him, knocking him onto his back. I win, she said. She leaned down and kissed him. We'll see, Lupin replied. He kissed her back. Their tickle fight transitioned to something even more fun. Their kissing quickly became heated and their hands more mobile. Lupin grinned. Now I know why your mum named you Nympha, don't you start with that. Tonks retorted. Get the door. Got it, Lupin said. He waved and the door shut and locked itself. Thanks, Tonks hissed before kissing him again. He returned her kisses and his hands felt their way up her back, hunting for the tie of her bikini top. Tonks' hands were not idle. One hand crawled up and down Lupin's spine. The other slid down to undo the knot at her hip and tear her bottoms off. Lupin managed to get her top off, leaving her naked above him. You too, she said with a wicked grin, yanking his trunks down. She was moving to straddle him when they were suddenly interrupted. Good afternoon, Kingsley Shacklebolt's voice said from somewhere behind them. Tonks yelped at this expected intrusion. Lupin pulled her down on top of him to hide her nudity. A moment later, a blue-white lynx ambled into the kitchen from the bedroom. Both of them exhaled in relief. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, the lynx continued. I sent this Patronus to remind you that we're moving Harry from Little Whinging tonight. There's been a major change in the plan and I'll need to speak with both of you about it. We'll be meeting at 12 Grimmauld Place at 5 p.m. to discuss it. Shacklebolt out. The Patronus dissolved. Change of plan, Lupin mused. It shouldn't be that hard to flew or apparate Harry out. I wonder what happened. Madai's been concerned about the ministry, Tonks said. He said there are personnel there he thinks are Death Eaters or are being controlled by Death Eaters. If they've managed to throw some wrench into the gears, things could get nasty. She frowned and the colors in her hair flickered. Lupin reached up and caressed her shoulder for a moment. She smiled, hair back to normal, and kissed him on the forehead. Then she rose back into a sitting position and looking down at him. How long? She asked, hints of mischief in her voice. Do you think it will take to pack up and check out? Lupin immediately deduced what she was getting at. He smiled back. Not more than half an hour tops. Tonks' grin widened. I think we have time to finish what we started. I agree. The Battle of the Seven Potters. The Battle of the Seven Potters. Author's note. This chapter is adapted from The Seven Potters and Fallen Warrior from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. I also got some of the ideas for Lupin's anger at Tonks from Waterfalls by Mrs. Tater, which is available on this site. July 27th, 1997 AD 5 p.m. Having dropped off their bags at home, Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks materialized in front of 12 Grimmauld Place. Lupin drew his wand as soon as he'd gotten his bearings. Even if Kingsley and Alastair think it's safe, Snape's been here and knows how to get here. Best be on the safe side. He was aware of Tonks drawing her own wand as they went inside and slowly made their way to the kitchen. Remus, Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt said. Or is it Mr. and Mrs. Lupin now? Still Tonks, she said. Likely to stay that way. What's going on? Pious Thickness has thrown a wrench into the gears, Mad-Eye Moody growled. He's gone over to the Death Eaters, either of his own free will or Imperius. Nobody's willing to believe me, they think I'm being paranoid. Oh, Thickness is the head of the DMLE. He's used the emergency decrees to bar connecting the Dursley residence to the Fleur network. Place a port key there. Or apparate in and out, Moody continued. He claims it's for Harry's protection, but Lily's charm provides enough of that. Oh bugger. This does throw a wrench in the gears. We're gonna have to take Harry out the hard way. Luckily, Hagrid's got Sirius's flying motorcycle and has supplied us with some thestrals. We've also got brooms, right? Everyone nodded. Good. Daedalus is going to fetch Harry's relations, and when they're gone, we're going over there. July 27th, 1997 AD 7 p.m. The Order members alighted in the Dursleys' back garden. Rubeus Hagrid astride the flying motorcycle, Kingsley Shacklebolt and Bill Weasley on thestrals, and the rest on brooms. Soon after they landed, their disillusionment charms began wearing off. At that moment, Harry Potter rushed out of the back door. "All right, Harry? Ready fare thee off?" "Definitely," Harry replied. "But I wasn't expecting that many of you." "Change of plan," Moody growled. "Let's get undercover before we talk you through it." The Order members quickly spread throughout the Dursleys' spotless kitchen, with Tonks bounding past Lupin to perch atop the washing machine. "Harry, guess what?" she asked after Harry had finished talking to Shacklebolt. Lupin smiled indulgently as she wriggled her left hand, showing off her ring. "You got married?" Harry yelped, looking from her to Lupin. "I'm sorry you couldn't be there, Harry. It was very quiet." Moody quickly cut off Harry's response and explained the situation to him. It took a while before Harry asked the obvious question and Moody revealed the polyjuice potion. It took even more time before they managed to badger him into giving up some of his hair. Lupin repressed the urge to shake his head. "Harry, Harry, Harry. Can't you see we're doing this for your protection?" Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Fred and George Weasley, Fleur Delacour and Mundungus Fletcher were soon polyjuiced into Harry clones. They changed into identical Harry Potter outfits, much to the real Harry's mortification when Hermione and Delacour decided wearing women's undergarments while polyjuiced into a man was uncomfortable and quickly chose their mounts. "Which leaves you and me, Ron," Tonks said brightly. Her gesture knocked over a mug tree and Lupin hid a smile at her clumsiness. The group dispersed to their mounts, with George Weasley mounting the broom behind Lupin and Ron Weasley settling in behind Tonks. "Hold on tight, Ron," Tonks said cheerfully. The youngest of the three Weasleys shot a red-faced, apologetic look at Lupin before grabbing hold of her. Lupin shrugged. "I doubt I have much to fear from a student." The flying motorcycle roared and Hagrid led them into the sky. The remaining members of the Order of the Phoenix followed, over a dozen warriors speeding off into the night. Lupin allowed himself to sigh in relief. "Looks like our trick worked. The Death Eaters will swarm the place in a few days, but Harry won't be there." Then dozens of black-robed figures on brooms of their own materialized around them. Lupin barely had time to swear mentally before the harm curses started flying. July 27th, 1997 AD 7:15 p.m. "Hang on," Tonks shouted to Ron as she steered her broom directly at the nearest Death Eater. The Death Eaters immediately behind Tonks fell back, firing harm curses. She went into a series of corkscrew maneuvers, dodging their curses and firing her own. One Death Eater burst into flames, while a harm curse of her own caught a Death Eater in the head. Only one terrorist remained in her path. He continued falling back, hurling harm curses and forcing her to continue her elaborate maneuvers. "Gotta get him," she thought. "You've been lucky you haven't fallen off your broom or collided with something yet." She stabbed with her wand, but the Death Eater deflected her curse. He did the same to her second and third attacks as well. "Has shagging the werewolf made you weak?" the terrorist called out. Tonks scowled. "I'll show you." She waved her wand, but it wasn't a curse. Instead, it was an attempt at transfiguration. The Death Eater moved to shield himself again, but there was no burst of energy to deflect. Instead, he turned into a field mouse and fell from the sky like a rock. Tonks grinned. "Gotcha!" A curse whizzed by Tonks' ear. She stole a glance behind her and saw a Death Eater in hot pursuit. "Stupefy!" Ron shouted. Tonks looked back and saw the Death Eater falling. "Capital job, Ron," Tonks shouted. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw him smile. Behind her, the noise of battle began to fade. Tonks frowned. Did we get away from them? This was too easy. Two more Death Eaters materialized in front of her. Tonks frowned. Figures. The Death Eaters immediately hurled harm curses. Tonks dove, the two curses passing over her herd, and fired curses straight up into the underside of the two terrorists' brooms. One of them dodged, but the other could not. His broom broken, he fell, his screams more high-pitched than normal. Best not tell Remus about that. He might start getting sympathy pains. The last Death Eater dove after her. 2 harm curses missing her by inches. Too close. She dove straight downwards, the Death Eater in hot pursuit. The roads, houses, and ponds that seemed so small from high above grew larger and more detailed as she plummeted towards them. Just a little longer, just a little longer. She dove past a tall tree, a branch slapping her cheek. Another second and she would slam into someone's front yard. Now, Tonks yanked her broom upward, coming out of her drive. She felt grass blades tickling her feet for a brief second before she rose into the air. Behind her, the Death Eater slammed into the ground. Clods of dirt landed in her hair, although Ron took the worst of it. Is he getting up? Tonks asked. Nope. Tonks exhaled with relief. She reoriented herself towards Muriel's house and for a long moment flew without interruption. Good. Should be done now. Then a voice she had futilely hoped never to hear again stabbed her ears. Why hello, little Tonksy. Your Auntie Bella has come to play with you. Bellatrix Lestrange had come calling. July 27th, 1997 AD 7:20 p.m. Meanwhile, Lupin was having trouble of his own. A squadron of Death Eaters set off after him, baying for harm. Stupefy! George shouted behind him. Confringo! The Death Eaters dodged or deflected his curses. Although Lupin saw one Death Eater tumble from his broom, he decided to add his own firepower to the fray. Keeping one eye ahead of him, he turned and stabbed with his wand. Incendio! A torrent of flames erupted from his wand, igniting 2 Death Eaters. The others recoiled, their hoods falling away. Snape! Lupin mentally growled at the sight of one of the men's faces. Pity I've got to keep George safe, or else I'd settle accounts with you. Taking advantage of the Death Eater's momentary confusion, Lupin flew faster. Hopefully I can put enough distance. Sectum Sempra. Red light flashed and behind him, George screamed. Lupin felt hot harm soaking his coat. Damn you, Snape. Lupin looked behind him, hunting for Snape. It would be exceedingly fitting if he used his own spell against him, hopefully somewhere vital like the throat. The harm continued soaking into Lupin's coat. George moaned and his hands began sliding off Lupin's waist. No! Lupin shouted. He grabbed onto George with his free hand, clamping down on the broom with his wand and hoping his wand wouldn't slip free. Hold on, he hissed. George moaned, sounding vaguely affirmative. Lupin could feel harm trickling down from the saturated regions around his shoulder. George continued to slide down the broom, with only Lupin's grip keeping him from falling off entirely. The Death Eaters cried out in glee. 2 of them hurled harm curses and Lupin barely managed to pull George between them. Change of plans. Run and run fast. Lupin dove towards the Muggle neighborhoods below, hoping none had come outside to watch the light show and risk being hit by a stray curse. He flew as erratically as he could without shaking George off, dodging 2 more harm curses. Suddenly, the sounds of the oncoming pursuit vanished. Lupin risked a look behind him. The Death Eaters were gone. What the hell's going on? Where did they go? Lupin's heart sank. Did they find the real one? For a moment, Lupin pondered setting off to find Harry. Help protect him. No. George is hurt. Got to get him to safety. He turned and flew into the deepening night. July 27, 1997 AD, 7:30 p.m. Tonks jinked to the side, narrowly avoiding a harm curse cast by her mad aunt. Tonks unleashed a spray of blasting curses and Ron contributed some stunners. The 2 Death Eaters dodged or deflected all of them. Looks like standards have really gone down at the OR department, Rodolphus growled. The Longbottoms put up a better fight than you and we took them by surprise. Tonks gritted her teeth and her hair flared red. She'd visited the Longbottoms at St. Mungo's as all Aurors did, to see the effects of prolonged application of the Cruciatus curse firsthand. I'll show you. Confringo multis. Multiple blasting curses erupted from Tonks' wand like bullets from a Muggle machine gun. Rodolphus moved to shield himself, but he wasn't quick enough. Tonks' curses slammed into his head and upper torso, sending harm and teeth flying everywhere. Trailing harm, he tumbled off his broom into some trees. Roddy! Bellatrix screamed. Her dark eyes locked on Tonks. You'll pay for that, you half-breed werewolf shagging trollop. Bring it, Tonks snarled. Behind her, Ron hurled a stunner, which Bellatrix quickly deflected. She laughed. You haven't been practicing, Potter, she growled. Crucio. Tonks dodged, saving Ron from even a moment of harm, and hurled a stream of flames at Bellatrix. The evil which shielded herself and hurled another harm curse, this time at Tonks. Tonks dodged again, but kept the flames in constant contact with Bellatrix's shield. Behind the shimmering magical defense, she could see her aunt's clothes burst into flames. Shields don't stop heat. Bellatrix screamed and broke off her pursuit, using her wand to put out the flames. Tonks took this as an opportunity to run. Behind her, Tonks could hear her aunt swearing and pursuing again. Damn it! She turned and aimed her wand. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! 2 jets of green light hurtled straight at Bellatrix. She weaved between them, using unforgivables. Lucky you're an Auror, or they do to you what they did to me, Bellatrix called out. She hurled a spray of harm curses in return. Tonks dove and jinked from side to side, evading all of them. Some, however, missed her by an inch. Too close. Ron pointed. We're almost there. Tonks followed Ron's finger. Below them, she saw a small country house, felt the aura of magic around it. There it is, Ron called out. Tonks dove for it, Bellatrix in close pursuit. I'll get you, she cried out. Then she abruptly disappeared and Tonks grinned. The Order safe houses are surrounded by wards that apparate trespassers to random places. Hopefully she ended up in the middle of the Irish Sea. Looks like we're safe, Ron commented. Yep, we're at your Greytant's place. Ron groaned. Tonks headed straight for the house. July 27, 1997 AD, 8 p.m. The Portkey yanked Lupin and George to the burrow. As soon as they arrived, Lupin saw Harry running towards him. Could he be an imposter? One of those who betrayed us? He momentarily considered drawing his wand. However, he still had to worry about George. He allowed Harry to take George's legs, and together they carried him into the sitting room and laid him on the sofa. While Molly tended to her injured son, Lupin decided to deal with the dubious Harry. He grabbed Harry and dragged him into the kitchen, ignoring Hagrid's protests. What creature sat in the corner of the first time that Harry Potter visited my office at Hogwarts? He demanded. Answer me. A Grindylow in a tank, wasn't it? Good. It's really him. He released Harry. Behind him, he heard Hagrid rumble. What was the about? The half-giant roared. I'm sorry, Harry, but I had to check, Lupin said. We've been betrayed. Voldemort knew that you were being moved tonight, and the only people who could have told him were directly involved in the plan. You might have been an imposter. So why aren't you checking me? Hagrid panted. You're half-giant, Lupin replied, looking up at him. Harry started talking and Lupin turned towards him. He listened to him, nodding periodically until Harry brought up Stan Shunpike. What? That's all he's doing, disarming his enemies? Harry, the time for disarming is past. These people are trying to capture and harm you. At least stun if you aren't prepared to harm. We were hundreds of feet up. Harry protested. Stan's not himself, and if I stunned him and he'd fallen, he'd have died the same as if I'd used Avada Kedavra. Expelliarmus saved me from Voldemort 2 years ago, he added. Fair point. But Shunpike is a freak case. Yes, Harry, he said, resisting the urge to yell, and a great number of Death Eaters witnessed that happening. Forgive me, but it was a very unusual move then, under imminent threat of death. Repeating it tonight in front of Death Eaters who either witnessed it or heard about the first occasion was close to suicidal. So you think I should have harmed Stan Shunpike? Harry retorted. Of course not. But the Death Eaters, frankly, most people would have expected you to attack back. Expelliarmus is a useful spell, Harry, but the Death Eaters seem to think it is your signature move, and I urge you not to let it become so. I won't blast people out of my way just because they're there, said Harry. That's Voldemort's job. How foolish. In war, those who aren't willing to harm tend to die. Will George be okay? Lupin was glad to change the subject. I think so, although there's no chance of replacing his ear, not when it's been cursed off. Scuffling erupted from outside. Death Eaters. Lupin drew his wand and rushed out the back door, Harry close behind. It was Shacklebolt and Hermione. After the paranoid preliminaries, they discussed their parts of the battle. Another mass breakout, one the Ministry covered up, Lupin mused. That would explain Travers and Shunpike. I figured Scrimgeour would be more effective than Fudge. But it doesn't seem that way. The man was an Auror, unlike the idiot Fudge, but far too concerned about appearances and keeping up morale. His refusal to lend his support to removing Umbridge's anti-werewolf laws was putting a serious crimp in Lupin's efforts to woo the werewolves away from Fenrir Greyback. He looked up at the dark sky. Ron, Fred, Arthur, Bill, Delacour, Tonks, Mad-Eye, and Fletcher had still not returned. She's not back yet. She's an Auror, a priority target. He swallowed. Of course, she's also the one best trained to deal with dark wizards. She's got a better shot than most Order members. He scowled. If anyone should die first, it should be me. I don't have much ahead of me, but she has her whole life. Sweat beaded on his brow and his eyes raked the empty night. Where could she be? Where is she? Then a broom materialized in midair. Lupin briefly glimpsed bubble-gum pink hair before the broom and its riders slammed into the ground, sending dirt and pebbles flying. Remus! Tonks cried, staggering off the broom and into Lupin's arms. They held each other for a long moment. Beside them, Lupin could see Ron and Hermione having a similar reunion. Tonks turned away from him and regaled the assembled Order members with tales of Ron's heroism. Why isn't she telling us just what kept her? The Death Eaters are harm Aurors now. Damn it, what kept you? What happened? Lupin demanded. Bellatrix, Tonks replied, hatred in her voice. She wants me quite as much as she wants Harry. Remus. She tried very hard to harm me. I just wish I'd got her. I owe Bellatrix. But we definitely injured Rodolphus. Then we got to Ron's anti-murials and we'd missed our portkey and she was fussing over us. Lupin's breathing returned to normal. He nodded. Damn it. This is your fault. Bellatrix already has reason to harm Tonks. The fact she's further polluted the holy black bloodline by marrying a werewolf will make it even worse. Shacklebolt had to leave. Lupin and Tonks turned to find Molly and Arthur heading their way. Thank you, Molly said. For our sons. Don't be silly, Molly, Tonks said. How's George? Lupin asked. What's wrong with him? Ron asked. Mrs. Weasley tried to explain, but then Bill and Delacour arrived on their thestral. Bill and his mother briefly hugged before Bill faced his father. Mad-Eye's gone. Beside him, Lupin could sense his wife's jaw dropping and eyes bulging. Bill told the tale of the great Auror's death, of Mundungus' cowardice. Or was it treason? Dung's a bloody criminal and Voldemort has the wealth of the Malfoys and other families to back him. They went into the house to deliver the bad news to the other Order members. Beside him, Tonks dissolved into tears. Bill got out fire whiskey and they all toasted Moody. Lupin drained his glass at once and pondered darkly. Voldemort went for Dung and Dung fled, getting Moody harm. I wonder if that was planned? So Mundungus disappeared? Lupin asked. The atmosphere around him tensed. Lupin gritted his teeth. Nobody wants to talk about treason, but it's a damn big threat. Wormtail was the weakling then. Dung could be the weakling now. Bill came forward to defend Fletcher. It was Mundungus who suggested that little bit of skullduggery. Why wouldn't he have told him the essential point? I think Dung panicked, it's as simple as that. He didn't want to come in the first place, but Mad-Eye made him, and you know who went straight for them. It was enough to make anyone panic. Tonks joined in. You know who acted exactly as Mad-Eye expected him to? She sniffed. Mad-Eye said he'd expect the real Harry to be with the toughest, most skilled Aurors. He chased Mad-Eye first, and when Mundungus gave them away, he switched to Kingsley. Delacour put her 2 cents in. And he still does not explain how they knew we were moving Airy tonight, she declared. Somebody must have been careless. Somebody let slip Z date to an outsider. It is the only explanation for them knowing Z date but not Z old plan. Nobody contradicted her for a long moment. Then Harry protested, denying anyone would knowingly betray him. Lupin repressed an urge to groan. Oh, the righteousness of youth. He won't harm, he won't think anyone could possibly betray him. Harry looked right at Lupin. You think I'm a fool? he demanded. No, I think you're like James, he replied, who would have regarded it as the height of dishonor to mistrust his friends. Something that ultimately got him harm and Lily with him. Lupin turned away from Harry. There's work to do. I can ask. Kingsley Bill stepped forward. I'll do it. I'll come. Where are you going? Tonks and Fleur asked at once. Medai's body, Lupin said. We need to recover it. We don't want the bloody Death Eaters carrying it back to wherever they lurk. Only God knows what they do to it. Can't it? Began Molly, who looked straight at Bill. Wait, Bill finished. Not unless you'd rather the Death Eaters took it. Lupin repressed the urge to smile. Great minds think alike. Silence fell. Let's go, Bill, Lupin said. You can show me where he fell. July 27, 1997 AD, 8:10 p.m. Lupin and Bill passed beneath the trees near where Bill saw Moody fall. Lupin felt the darkness close in around them. He drew his wand. Keep your wand out, Lupin ordered. There might be enemy wounded about, and a wounded animal is the most dangerous one of all. Good idea, Bill replied. The two of them walked deeper into the trees. Lupin swept his wand in a circle ahead of him. Cadaver Revelio. There was a corpse nearby. Lupin looked up and saw a hole in the canopy where someone might have recently fallen. Could be Moody or it could be some random Death Eater. In any event, it could be booby-trapped. Bill, he whispered. I think I might have found it. Follow me and be ready for trouble if they've laid a trap. Bill nodded. The two of them made their way towards where the mysterious corpse lay. They had to step over some substantial fallen branches. Whoever had crash-landed here hadn't landed quietly. Ahead of them lay a body. Unfortunately, it wore black robes and a skull mask. Damn it. Some Death Eater. The two of them combed the woods for the next hour. They had another false alarm from a fallen Death Eater. Do you think we should head back? Bill asked. Mom, Fleur and Tonks will probably be worried sick and we're having no luck finding him. Good points. Let's hope the Death Eaters had similar problems finding the body. Lupin nodded, face grim. Let's. July 27, 1997 AD 8:12 p.m. When they returned to the burrow, only the adult members of the order were still there. The kids had apparently gone to bed. We couldn't find it, Bill announced. We found a place where it might have landed, but nothing was there. See, could Mad Eye still be alive? Molly asked. Lupin shook his head. Exceedingly doubtful, he said. If the curse didn't harm him, the fall did. This pronouncement sent Tonks, seated on the fireplace with her hair its sad mousy brown, into another spurt of weeping. Lupin felt his heart twist inside him. He was everyone's comrade, but he was her mentor and she was like a daughter to him. He stepped over to her. Tonks, he said. Tonks ignored him, lost in her grief. Lupin stepped over and laid his hand on her shoulder. Dora, he said, using for the first time her father's nickname for her. She looked up, dark eyes wide and liquid. Lupin's heart burned. He sat down next to her and slid an arm around her. It's all right, he said, gently patting her. Tonks leaned close. Thank you, Remus, she said. He could feel her tears soaking into his coat. As she wept, he traced a finger up and down her spine. That's 3 Ors. The Death Eaters have harm in the last 2 months and Bellatrix is after her specifically. It's because she further sullied the House of Black by marrying a werewolf, I imagine. Another burden I put on her. He sighed. The darkness is falling. Lupin took her hands and pulled her to her feet. Dora, let's go home. Tonks sat up and looked at him. Yes, let's. Going back underground. Going back underground. Author's note. The problem's transformations will cause a pregnant werewolf and the resulting motivation for the child snatching come from Teddy Lupin and the Hunter's Moon, which is a live journal belonging to Fernwithy. Can be found via Google. Also, based on reader comments, I've decided that younger characters such as Harry, Ron, Hermione or characters with shared last names will be referred to by their first names, while older characters like Lupin or Shacklebolt will be referred to by their last names. The wedding chapter and the Battle of Seven Potters have been revised accordingly. July 29, 1997, 3:30 p.m. Remus, think about it, Nymphadora Tonks said. This is mad. Remus. Lupin repressed the urge to roll his eyes. We've been through this. Voldemort's power is growing and that means so is Greyback's. He replied as he stuffed some clothes into his rucksack. Someone's got to go in there and tell the others that there's a better way besides serving as bully boys for a snake-faced psychopath. They won't listen to a human, but they will listen to me. Remus, Greyback must have seen you at Hogwarts the night Dumbledore died. They'll harm you. Greyback is no fool, Dora. He and his gang know who I fought for in the First War. He'll tolerate me, not out of love, but because we werewolves have got to stick together. Besides, he gestured to a bag containing loaves of bread and the sack of oatmeal. A little goodwill goes a long way. Tonks looked at him, eyes wide. Do you think a little bit of food is enough to risk your life on? You know, if you're that worried, we could always go out and buy some nice cuts of meat. A big piece for Greyback, as befits the alpha male, some smaller pieces for his lieutenants, and a dozen rashers of bacon to randomly distribute. 10 galleons wouldn't be too big a bite out of your Aura paycheck, or for that matter, out of my investments. Tonks shook her head. Buying the rings was enough. Remus, I remember the Weasleys were so kind as to give us a fair bit of food as wedding gifts. I'll see if there's some good meat there. Tonks disappeared into the kitchen and returned a few moments later with 3 big foil-wrapped parcels. Do you think Greyback appreciates home-cooked meat pies? Lupin thought back to the time Greyback and his inner circle had deigned to invite him to one of their powwows. The monster loves his meat, the rarer the better. I can't always vouch for where this meat comes from, but I can't imagine Molly stuffing neighborhood children into her pies. I think he would, Lupin said. Take 3, Tonks said. I think I can manage that. She put the pies in the bag with the other food items. Then she sighed. Remus, please don't go, she pleaded. The order's taken hits lately, especially with Mad Eye, and we need all the manpower we can get. Walking straight into your doom won't benefit anyone, Mad Eye. No wonder she's so upset. Her mentor's been gone only 2 days, and now her husband of 4 days is going into the lair of a monster. Dora, Kingsley's orders. He's not Scrimgeour, he thinks the werewolves aren't a lost cause. Surely you'd agree with that. I think I've got you there. Tonks frowned. All right, she said. Then she rushed forward. He took her in his arms, and she rested her head on his shoulder. For a moment, Lupin noticed a subtle difference in the way Tonks smelled. Don't worry, love, he said. I'll send you a Patronus every day telling you how I'm doing. Besides, I won't be gone long. I'll be back for Harry's birthday party in a few days. Tonks pulled back and looked up at him. Promise me that, Remus Lupin. Lupin smiled. Promise. Lupin disapparated July 29, 1997. 3:35 p.m. He materialized in a clearing in front of the familiar Muggle no trespassing sign nailed to a beech tree that marked the outer edge of the werewolf colony. As he always did, he shook his head. The place is spelled so the only Muggles who can see it are those who've been infected with lycanthropy. That sign is unnecessary. He walked around the beech tree and found the trail leading deeper into the woods. As he passed beneath the trees, the forest closed in around him and the temperature dropped considerably. He felt his heartbeat accelerate and his ears perk up. The woods will do that to you. Out here in the forest, the wolf comes out. He thought back to the flashes he could remember from the times he'd roamed the Forbidden Forest, the Hogwarts grounds, and even Hogsmeade with James, Sirius, and Peter. He remembered the trees, the chirp of birds, the full moon hanging overhead. A branch snapped in the woods to Lupin's right. His eyes darted towards the sound and his hand dropped to his wand. If Dora's right, this would be a good chance for an ambush. Narrow space, limited visibility. He slowly drew his wand. Hominum revelio. It was a fox. Lupin exhaled in relief. You're not gone yet. He made his way down the winding path, alert for possible threats. As he came around a bend, the curved roof of the werewolf colony came into view. Lupin had learned much of its history from the other werewolves when he first came to live in the colony years ago. It had been a Muggle train station once, but the line it served had been eliminated in the railway modernization of the 1950s. For some reason nobody knew, the station and the area around it had been abandoned to nature. For 20 years it lay rotting and rusting, until Fenrir Greyback found it. The station was big enough to accommodate all of the werewolf gangs of Wizarding Britain, and due to its architecture, it could be defended against superior numbers of attackers. There was plenty of land around it to roam during the full moons and, isolated as it was from the towns and cities, it was less likely to draw the Ministry's attention. Over the next few years, Greyback gathered the majority of Britain's werewolves to his colony, building an army 100 strong. The small packs the wizards felt they could freely disdain grew into a force even the ministry feared. The notion of being feared by the society that scorned him brought a momentary smile to his face. He quickly forced it away. It is the fear that makes it hard for the general public to accept us. We're no longer pitiable outcasts, but instead part of a barbarian horde. Still, it was a place where werewolves could find food if they weren't able to scrounge successfully, where they could hide from officious bureaucrats or the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where they could find friends who shared their cares and burdens, and where Greyback could provide them with the families they would be hard-pressed to find otherwise, if they served him well. Lupin stepped out of the forest and crossed the open ground, the free fire zone any attacking law enforcement personnel or Aurors would have to cross towards the colony. He was ready to shield himself if need be, but no curses came. Either I'm not in any danger or Greyback has a more subtle plan. Lupin repressed a shudder at the memory of what happened when Greyback decided to resort to something other than brute force. He climbed up the steps leading to the main entrance. 2 other werewolves, rough men in patched clothes, moved to intercept him. Here it comes. Hello, Lupin, one of them said. Heard about your adventure the other night. The other laughed. The Dark Lord's boys were impressed, even if the Dark Lord himself was raging. Clever move what your folk did. Lupin nodded. Thank you, he said, although the idea wasn't mine. The other laughed. Humble as ever, he said. Heard you snagged a human wife too. Lupin felt his heart sink. Oh, the paper said she's an Auror and scuttlebutt is she's the niece of the mad bitch Bellatrix, the first werewolf said. You won't tell either of them where the colony is? Lupin shook his head. Of course not, Lupin said. I'd prefer to spend as little time as possible with that branch of the in-laws. The man shuddered. She's right mad, that one, and any family of hers must be pretty damn scary too. Not really, but if believing that'll keep people off my back, I'll gladly let them. The first werewolf pointed to the bag of food. I see you've got food, a lot of it. How much for rent? Rent, of course, was paid to Greyback, who in turn distributed it to his lieutenants. Lupin was reminded of the Muggle Vikings and how their chiefs were supposed to be free-handed with gold. I think Fenrir would appreciate some nice meat pies, don't you think? The second werewolf looked like he was about to start drooling. Meat pies. Haven't had one in a decade. Do you think he'd let me have one? Only one way to find out, serve him well, Lupin replied. He didn't like giving that kind of advice, knowing what kind of tasks Greyback would have the man perform for his meat pie. Time to change the subject. Is my spot still empty? The first werewolf nodded. Yep. Just go right in and drop your stuff off there. Don't forget to leave the meat pies with Fenrir's man. Don't worry. I won't. The 2 werewolves stepped aside and Lupin opened the door. He was halfway through when the second werewolf spoke. Excuse me, he asked. Could you do me a favor? Lupin turned. What sort of favor? Well, the second werewolf began, with Dumbledore gone and all, the ministry's gotten more careful about security. It's hard to go into the cities, and that means, Lupin understood immediately. Feared and despised by most, the werewolves occupied an economic limbo. Regular work was all but impossible to get, particularly with the laws Umbridge imposed that Scrimgeour didn't remove, but if anyone needed stuff done under the table, be it cleaning a house or cracking someone's head, one could always find a werewolf. If security had been tightened, that meant fewer jobs and less money. Hungry? Lupin asked. The second werewolf nodded. Lupin smiled. I think I've got food to spare. He reached into his bag and pulled out a loaf of bread. He handed it to the second werewolf. Thanks, the second werewolf said. I owe you. Lupin walked onto the platform, past what used to be a pastry shop that was now occupied by one of the higher-ranking werewolves. He hopped down onto the old rail line and searched for the grotto he'd made his home during his time in the colony. Here it is. He went inside and with a wave of his wand, vanished away the dust that had accumulated in the weeks he'd been gone. The charm he'd set on his little sanctuary's ceiling had worn off, and he could hear the footsteps of the other colony residents on the platform above.
Silencio limitis.
That cut down on the noise from above him considerably. He set his bags down and unzipped his rucksack, pulling out his sleeping bag. He laid it out in the corner of the grotto. Okay, get your spot set up. take Greyback's tribute to him. Suddenly, he sensed someone behind him. He spun suddenly, raising his wand. A wide-eyed little boy ducked out of the grotto. Lupin's heart sank. Oh no! Lupin stuck his head out of the grotto. He looked to the right. The boy was gone. Then he looked to the left. There he is. Are you, the boy said, thinking for a moment, David Wilson? No, Lupin said, squatting down to be at eye level with the boy.
I'm Remus Lupin.
What's your name? My name is Jack, he said. I'm 6. Lupin smiled reassuringly.
I'm 37.
Now, why are you looking for Mr. Wilson? The boy began to cry. The bad wolf harm Mummy and Daddy, he said through his tears. He bit me too. But Mr. Greyback brought me here and said David Wilson and his wife are my daddy and mummy now. Lupin repressed the urge to vomit. I wonder if you know that Mr. Greyback probably was the bad wolf. The boy kept talking. He said that David Wilson and his wife were going to have a baby. But the baby died. Makes sense, Lupin thought. The transformations are hell on a pregnant werewolf. Most pregnant werewolves miscarry. Those who don't give birth to sickly children who never live more than a week. Jack was 6, though not much younger than Lupin was when he was bitten. He was big enough to withstand the terrible body warping the transformation would bring on him. It's just as well. What would a werewolf do with a baby? Jack's crying called Lupin's attention back to him. It's certainly not well for the older children the bastard has snatched. They say everyone here is a werewolf, the boy asked. Does that mean I'm one too? Lupin nodded. Yes. If you were bitten by a werewolf, you'll become one as well. The boy's crying grew more intense. In that moment, Lupin hated himself more than ever. An announcement and a birthday. An announcement and a birthday. July 31st, 1997 AD. 6:30 p.m. Remus Lupin returned to the house he shared with his wife Nymphadora Tonks after spending several days in the werewolf colony, monitoring their activities. Greyback wasn't there a lot, he noted. On one hand, that limited the opportunities Greyback had to harm him or order other werewolves to do it. On the other hand, that limited Lupin's ability to figure just what the werewolf lord was up to. He cast a revealing charm before opening the door. Luckily, only Tonks was in the house. Can't be too careful with Bellatrix on the loose. He opened the door and stepped inside, setting his rucksack on a nearby table. He smelled something cooking in the kitchen and his mouth watered. Food, good food, and not just yesterday's bread, tea, and kippers. I could get used to this. And with the better food Tonks could buy, he could practice his own cooking. He used to be quite good too, although he hadn't had the opportunity in recent years, and Tonks would be all too willing to eat whatever he made. Tonks emerged from the kitchen, wand raised. When she saw Lupin, she rushed over to hug him. She stayed attached to him for quite a while. Thank God, Remus, she said. I was starting to worry when your Patronus didn't arrive at the usual time. Lupin shook his head. Sorry, Dora. I got a bit delayed trying to find out just where Greyback is. He's apparently off somewhere with you. Know who a lot of the time, which worries me. Something's going on. Nobody seems to know or at least be willing to tell me just what. But there's something else. Tonks' face fell. Bloody hell. Did you tell Kingsley? He nodded. Yeah. He said he'll take it to Scrimgeour, but the minister's very busy these days and manpower is stretched tightly as is. Tonks nodded. Then her expression brightened. I have a surprise for you, Tonks said. Lupin raised an eyebrow. Ah, what might this surprise be? He asked. I smell something good cooking. Tonks' grin widened. No, Remus, it's not that, she said. Has Scrimgeour seen the light and repealed Umbridge's laws? That would be great, but it's not that either.
I'm stumped.
What could it be? We're going to have a baby. What? Did she just say what I thought she said? What? Lupin said, painfully aware of his slack jaw. Tonks' smile grew wider. You're going to be a father and I'm going to be a mother in 9 months' time. Isn't that great? Lupin's vision swam for a moment and Tonks' expression momentarily shifted from joyful to concerned. Remus? She asked. Are you all right? Lupin grabbed hold of the table to steady himself. How do you know? He stammered. Well, Tonks began. The morning after you left, I woke up with a right upset stomach and barely got to the bathroom before throwing up. Same thing this morning. And my have been awfully tender. Are you sure it's not something you've eaten? Lupin asked. Perhaps you didn't heat the leftovers enough? A few years back, I had some reheated muggle pizza and things didn't go well. Well, I wondered about that myself, but between tender, some cramps, and the fact my period was late, with Mad Eye and all, you've probably been under a lot of stress. Tonks rolled her eyes. I don't usually react to stress that way. Based on this combination of things, I went out and got a harm test and confirmed it. I'm pregnant, Remus, and I'm pretty sure it's a boy. Lupin came perilously close to hyperventilating. I know we talked about having children someday, but not now, not with the Dark Lord winning. Dora, he began. Have you been taking your potion? Tonks cocked her head. Yes, I have. I started taking it a couple of days before our wedding, just to be safe. Why do you ask? Lupin exhaled, then inhaled again. It's because I'm a werewolf, I imagine. Nobody bothered to see whether it would be effective with a werewolf and a normal, which because nobody figured that would happen. Tonks stepped over and took him in her arms. Remus, I know the timing's not ideal. That triggered something inside Lupin. He pulled back, away from her. Not ideal. Dora, we're in the middle of a war, and the enemy is winning. You're an Auror, you're too valuable. He sighed. This is a disaster. Tonks' face fell. No, Remus, no it's not. It's a baby. Our baby. It's a piece of you, of us growing inside me. It's wonderful. Could also be a werewolf. He forced that thought from his mind. No. Lycanthropy is transmitted by bites only. It's not a hereditary disease. However, given how werewolves rarely mated except among their own kind and no child of such a mating lived long enough to be affected by the full moon, there was no way to know for sure. Tonks pulled him back into her arms. Remus, don't worry. Relax. Everything's going to be fine. The idealism of youth. Be glad you haven't had that ripped from you like I have. He sighed and looked at his watch. Dora, let's not forget the big reason I am home. It's Harry's birthday party tonight. That'll give us a while to cool down. Give me some time to think. That's a good point. But don't think we can put off the rest of this conversation indefinitely. Oh, I know that. July 31st, 1997 AD 7 p.m. The two of them materialized in the street near the burrow. Pity we can't come in closer, Lupin thought. But the place is too well defended now. He shrugged. It's for the best. Hallo, Lupins. George Weasley called out. Follow us. The two of them followed the twins through the house into the back garden. As they came out of the house, Lupin sucked in a breath. Several purple lanterns bearing the number 17 floated in the air, exuding purple light. Purple and gold streamers hung from the trees and bushes. Lupin repressed the urge to whistle. Wow, I haven't been to such a nice party since, well, Harry's first birthday at Godric's Hollow. For a moment, he remembered James and Lily, still outgoing and friendly despite the months in hiding and serious laughing, as he made his godson float in the air. Peter joined in, the two of them briefly playing catch with the boy before Lily intervened. The thought of Harry as a baby immediately brought Tonks' revelation back into his mind, with all its attendant worry. Lupin swallowed. If you keep thinking about it, you'll get depressed again and you'll ruin Harry's party. Put a smile on that face, Professor Lupin, Harry said. Lupin forced himself to smile. Happy birthday, Harry, he said, shaking the young wizard's hand. Tonks repeated the same thing, only she hugged him. Based on Harry's facial expressions, she must have hugged him rather tightly. 17. Hagrid interrupted, taking a bucket-sized wine glass from Fred. 6 years the day since we met. Harry, do you remember it? Funny, I remember you meeting him when he was a baby, Lupin thought acidly. Vaguely, Harry said with a smile. Didn't you smash down the front door, give Dudley a pig's tail, and tell me I was a wizard? I forged the details, Hagrid chortled. Lupin smiled faintly. I'm pretty certain that's what happened. Hagrid talked with Ron and Hermione while Charlie Weasley appeared. He and Hagrid greeted each other and discussed the dragon that caused such a stir when Harry was a first year. Wish Dad would hurry up and get here, Charlie remarked. Mum's getting edgy. Lupin looked over at the gate, saw Molly's expression. Yes, she is. I think we'd better start without Arthur, Molly said after a moment. He must have gotten held up at A bright silver weasel suddenly flew across the yard. Arthur's Patronus. I wonder what's going on. Minister of Magic. Coming with me. It spoke in Arthur's voice. Oh no, he's here. We shouldn't be here, Lupin said at once. Harry, I'm sorry, I'll explain another time. He grabbed Tonks' wrist and pulled her away. Got to get out of here before he sees us. What's going on? Tonks demanded. I'll explain when we get home, Lupin said tersely. Quickly, now. Tonks scowled at Lupin as they climbed over the fence. You better have a darn good explanation, she said. I do, Lupin said. Just waiting for us at home. He then disapparated. July 31st, 1997 AD 7:05 p.m. What the bloody hell was that about? Tonks demanded as soon as they were home. All this talk about you not wanting to ruin Harry's birthday with our fight and then you go and bolt like that? Lupin sighed. Scrimgeour was there to see Harry, probably about whatever it is Dumbledore wanted him, Ron, and Hermione to do. The three of them are talented young people, but they aren't even 7th years yet, and they're up against one of the most powerful dark wizards of all time. They'll need help. Help the Ministry can provide them. But they don't need me hanging around to prejudice Scrimgeour against him before they've even met. Tonks rolled her eyes. There you go, blaming yourself again. It takes two to tango. I'm the Auror who married a much older werewolf when I could have the pick of men my own age, you know. That is true. Yes, and let us not forget you're the one who has regular employment. Scrimgeour might know you've married me. But there's a difference between knowing something and seeing it firsthand. Dora, thanks to Greyback, the Ministry is being even more anti-werewolf than ever, and we can't take the chance you'll lose your job, especially if we're gonna have a baby. Tonks' hair flared red for a moment and she put her hands on her hips. You're acting like that's a bad thing. Right now, it is a bad thing. We need everyone who can wave a wand to keep the Death Eaters off our throats. And you being pregnant. I was probably pregnant when we moved Harry and I defeated Rodolphus Lestrange, didn't I? That is true. But how long can you keep that up? And what effects would exposure to dark magic have on a developing child? Lily and James went into hiding when Harry was conceived, to avoid risking that. Remus, the Death Eater's kids seem to have turned out well, physically at least. 20 years ago, people didn't know what we know now about the effects of magic in utero. I think I'll still be able to fight for a while yet, and Lupin turned on his heel and headed for the door. Wait, Tonks said. Where are you going? Back to the colony, Lupin said as he picked up his rucksack, opened the front door, and headed out into the yard. I need time to think. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon for Bill and Fleur's wedding. Tonks rushed after him. But why would you need to go to the colony to? Was all she had time to say before Lupin disapparated. Engaging the Wolf Lord. Engaging the Wolf Lord. Author's note. Some of Philip Wolf's comments were inspired by Lucius Malfoy's comments in Untouchables by Mrs. Tater, also available on this site. July 31st, 1997 AD 7:10 p.m. Lupin materialized in front of the no trespassing sign and quickly made his way toward the old train station that made up the core of the colony. About halfway down the path, he swore and nearly physically kicked himself. Your first argument as a married couple and you run off, he reproached himself. You are a sad, worthless man. He shook his head. I need time to think about this. Having Tonks around would be a constant distraction. He made his way down the rest of the path and crossed over the open space to the stairs leading up into the colony. One of the guards stepped forward. Lupin recognized him as the man he'd given some bread the last time he was there. I'd lie low, if I were you, the man whispered. Greyback's here. He's back from meeting with you-know-who and I bet he's gotten an earful about tolerating a Ministry sympathizer in his midst. Good. I need to find out what he's up to. Get the word to Kingsley. Thank you, Lupin said. I'll be careful. Good, the man said, opening the door for Lupin. As Lupin passed beneath the great arching roof, his mind returned to Tonks' pregnancy. Tonks is pregnant. I can't believe it happened so soon. He swallowed. Werewolves don't usually have children. How could I risk bringing one more werewolf into the world? There've been very few, if any, normal witches impregnated by a werewolf. What if changes form inside her and kills her? Well, if it isn't Remus Lupin. A rough, harsh voice said. Lupin paled. Greyback. This Greyback. The images of the attack that infected him returned, the same way they did whenever he heard Greyback's voice. He remembered the enormous grey wolf erupting from the woods, sending the other children he was playing Quidditch with scattering, how he was the last to successfully take to the air, and how the wolf had grabbed him by the ankle and pulled him down. Not now. He turned to face the ruler of the werewolves, Fenrir Greyback, a tall, rangy man with graying hair, whiskers, brown teeth, and sores at the corner of his mouth, looked at Lupin with an expression that almost resembled amusement. Beside him stood Philip Wolf, a man who was only slightly shorter than Greyback and much more muscular. Lupin repressed the urge to swallow nervously and tried to sound confident. "Good evening," he said. "I heard you'd come back," Wolf hissed. "Right, stupid move that. We know you fought alongside the Order of the Phoenix against Greyback and the Dark Lord. We know you married a human, an Auror no less. Only Merlin knows what you tell her in bed." Wolf stepped forward, a rather unwholesome expression on his face. "Tell me, does she like it on all fours? Perhaps she lets you bite her? I've got the perfect response. Why does my sex life concern you, Philip? Are you perchance a bit envious?" Wolf snarled in fury. "I'd like to rip out your traitorous heart. Eat it raw," he half-roared. "Fenrir taught me just how good our enemy's flesh can taste, and I've never eaten another werewolf before." Lupin's hand dropped to his wand. Wolf bent to spring. "The fool is fighting with his hands and not his wand. This means I'll have a few seconds to get him when he moves," Lupin calculated. "Best get him in the air before he can close," Philip Greyback said easily. Wolf froze. "You do know the rules, don't you?" Wolf growled. "No violence in the colony, against other werewolves," he repeated dutifully. "We get enough of that from the wizards." Greyback nodded. "Leave the discipline of this errant cub to me, Philip." He gestured with his hand. "He's ordering him to leave us alone. Either this means the danger's over or things are about to get worse." "Sir," Wolf began. "Wolf," Greyback said, letting some menace filter into his voice. "Yes, sir," Wolf said. The big werewolf slunk away, leaving Lupin alone with Greyback. "I could do it. He's never been to Hogwarts, he's not as well trained a wizard as I am. I could harm him, run." Greyback chuckled. "Go ahead. There are anti-disapparition wards and wards to interfere with portkeys. You'd have to get to the Treeline before you could flee, and you'd be cut down before you'd get far. If I commit glorious suicide taking down Greyback, the Order loses its sole source within the werewolf community, and Wolf or whoever replaces him can go ahead with whatever they're doing. Now is not the time." "Why should I harm you?" Lupin asked. "You're more valuable to the Order of the Phoenix if you can bring the werewolves over to our side. If you were to do that, certain crimes can be overlooked." Greyback laughed. "Now I know why I keep you around. You amuse me." He gestured to the floor, then to the door leading out of the colony. "In here we are equals, we are free. Out there, the ministry oppresses us and tries to smother us in annoying rules. They deny us jobs. They spit on us or cross the street to avoid us. What do we owe them?" Before Lupin could reply, Greyback spat on the ground. "You got to attend Hogwarts, you had friends who didn't care what you were and gave you money so you could live as close to a normal life as possible. You're poor by their standards, but you're not in danger of starving to death like most of us are." Lupin found himself unexpectedly agreeing with Greyback. "It's true. Without the money James and Lily gave me, I'd be a lot worse off than I am. And for every Nymphadora Tonks, there are thousands who would scorn us without even knowing us, just because of what we are," Greyback growled. "Even prostitutes won't touch a werewolf, and that's saying something." "That's true also." "Those things may be true," Lupin began, "but your methods only play into their hands. They only make them hate us and fear us more. They should fear us," Greyback growled. "After all their cruelty, their arrogance." "But that's counterproductive," Lupin protested. "Wouldn't it be better if everyone, werewolves and normal wizards both, could move forward together? Regardless of whether Voldemort or the Ministry triumph, we still have to live together when all this is over." Greyback smiled. "A lot of people won't be living sometime soon, Lupin. I got to plan for that now. Good night." He turned and walked away. For a moment, Lupin considered firing a lethal curse at Greyback. It would be better for Dora to be a widow whose husband died heroically harm a monster than be tied to me for the rest of her life. People might forget that I'm a werewolf then, and our son will grow up without having to be ashamed. Then he remembered he had promised her he'd be back for Bill and Fleur's wedding the next day. He also had to warn Shacklebolt about what Greyback was up to. I can deal with Greyback after that. Wedding of the year. Wedding of the year. August 1st, 1997. 2:55 p.m. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks materialized in front of the burrow, just outside the boundaries of its extensive magical defenses. Tonks was blonde for the occasion. She couldn't stop grinning, and she was so radiant she positively glowed. Her husband would ordinarily be cheered by Tonks' glee, but he knew why she was so happy, and that troubled him. My kind don't usually breed, he thought, worry invading his chest. Lycanthropy is transmitted through bites, but no child of a werewolf known to magic has lived long enough to be affected by the full moon. For all we know, Remus, Tonks said, gently taking his arm. Remus, it will be all right. All the evidence indicates. It's not just that, Lupin said. It's something I learned at the colony last night. Tonks' eyes widened. What did you learn? She asked. Lupin swallowed. Greyback's making a move of some kind. He didn't say when. I've informed Shacklebolt, but he hasn't responded yet. Tonks nodded. Looks like there was a silver lining to our fight last night. You've gotten a good piece of intelligence. Lupin forced himself to smile. He had no right to expect a happy homecoming after storming out and spending the night in the colony, and Tonks was taking it better than he had any right to expect. Thanks. But he knows what he said in front of you. Why didn't he harm me? Or at least prevent me from leaving? Loose lips sink ships and all that. For a moment, he wondered if Greyback was lying. If Lupin brought false word of an attack to the Ministry and the Ministry devoted scant resources trying to stop an attack that would not happen, it would leave them vulnerable to attack elsewhere. For all we know, they're plotting to attack this very wedding, magical defenses or not. Molly, Arthur, Charlie, Bill, Fleur, the twins, Tonks, me 9 adult order members present. Plus Ron, Hermione, and Ginny were at the Department of Mysteries, and they have to suspect Harry is here too. They made their way to the orchard and took positions in the great line of guests that snaked out of the white marquee set up for the wedding. Lupin continued brooding, ignoring the white-jacketed waiters flitting about. His mind returned to Tonks' pregnancy. Even if it's not a werewolf, what kind of life could he or she have? Tonks might keep her name, but any son or daughter would have mine. People would find out just what its father is, and there's no guarantee he or she will find people like Prongs, Padfoot, or Wormtail who won't care. He remembered his own youth, how he had no real friends until he met the boys who became the Marauders. He wouldn't want to wish that kind of isolation on anyone, especially on his own child. And what if, instead of having no friends at all, the child fell in with the wrong crowd? Merlin knew Lupin had turned a blind eye to some of the things Padfoot and Prongs had come up with, and in the grand scheme of things, those weren't as bad as the things the friends of the similarly outcast Snape liked to do. Watcher, Tonks said, alerting Lupin to the fact someone was near. Lupin saw someone who looked an awful lot like a Weasley. That's Harry in disguise. Arthur told us you were the one with the curly hair, Tonks said as she greeted Harry. Her voice dropped to a whisper as Harry led them up the aisle. Sorry about last night, she said quietly. The Ministry's being very anti-werewolf at the moment, and we thought our presence might not do you any favors. It's fine, I understand, Harry said. Although he was responding to Tonks' comment, his eyes were on Lupin, wishing to comfort the afflicted. You're very much your mother's son. Lupin smiled, but as he and Tonks took their seats, the smile faded. He hoped Harry did not see it. Assuming the child isn't a werewolf and assuming he or she can find friends, there are other problems. Bellatrix is out for Tonks, and she'll be out for a child even more. A half-harm, half-werewolf connected to the House of Black, however distantly. Honor will demand the childy. Tonks can take care of herself, but a child would be vulnerable. He looked over to her. Dearest, what have I done to you? What have I put inside you? Around him silence fell. Tonks nudged him. Music then swelled from the golden balloons as Mr. Delacour and Fleur came walking up the aisle. Lupin forced himself to watch as Fleur's aura of beauty encompassed her sister Gabrielle and Ginny, making them prettier than usual, and, as she stood beside Bill, made his scars all but disappear. Good for her. She can cure him of at least the outer marks. Ladies and gentlemen, the wizarding official who had presided over Dumbledore's funeral began. "We are gathered here to celebrate the union of two faithful souls." Beside him, Tonks grinned. Lupin forced himself to smile. Despite his smile, Lupin continued worrying. With all these negative possibilities, it might be kinder if Tonks miscarried. Even at the best of times, a child would be problematic. Right now, it would be a disaster. He shook his head. "No. You're holding out on her for a year, stole her life, and Medai's death cut her like a knife. A miscarriage would destroy her. And it's your son too, not just hers. Damn you for even thinking of that." For a moment, he felt more like a monster than ever before. "Then I declare you bonded for life." The wizard waved his wand and silver stars fell around them. Fred and George began clapping and the applause spread from them into the audience. Tonks clapped and even hooted. Lupin, red-faced, clapped more quietly. Above them, the golden balloons burst and birds of paradise and tiny golden bells erupted from them, adding to the noise. "Ladies and gentlemen," the wizard official called, "if you would please stand up." All around them, the marquee transformed into a reception canopy, with gold spreading across the floor to form a dance floor beneath them. The guests began spreading out and pairing off. Lupin saw Bill and Fleur make their first dance as a married couple. Saw Arthur dancing with Fleur's mother and Molly dancing with Fleur's father. Saw Ginny dancing with Lee Jordan while Harry watched morosely. Leaving her was for the best, Harry. If the Death Eaters think you've had a row and aren't speaking to each other, they're less likely to try to use her as a hostage. A white-garbed waiter appeared to his right. "Would either of you like something to eat?" he said, gesturing with the tray of sandwiches he carried. "Yes, very much," Tonks said, taking enough sandwiches to feed 2 people. She is essentially 2 people right now, after all. "Would you like something, sir?" the waiter said. Lupin shrugged. "Sure," he said. He picked a sandwich off the tray and quickly dispatched it. For the life of him, he couldn't taste whatever kind of sandwich it was. He was so busy brooding, he didn't notice the preparations for the cake cutting until the 2 phoenixes that sat atop it took flight. He and Tonks took their slices and ate them, but beyond the first sensations of chocolate, Lupin's portion was tasteless. "Bloody hell. You're so damn emotional about this you can't even enjoy this cake. The Delacours paid top dollar for this wedding, you should bloody well enjoy the food." Even that thought depressed him. No daughter of his would ever be able to celebrate her wedding in such splendor. She'd probably end up having to wear a used dress. A floating bottle of champagne and a pair of goblets floated into Lupin's field of vision. Tonks reached up for them. "I think it would be prudent to avoid that," Lupin said, pulling both goblets and the floating wine away from her. "I know," Tonks said, "but it's nice to play with. I wish we had it at our wedding. I wish we had a lot of things," he thought morosely. "But we won't, and neither will our children, assuming we survive. Not only will they have a werewolf father, but they'll never have the nicest clothes, the newest Quidditch gear." Lupin nodded as he poured himself a glass. He drank it down in one gulp. "Someone's thirsty," Tonks commented. Lupin nodded, pouring himself another glass. He had already finished it halfway when he remembered what Greyback had said. "Best not get too sloshed, even if you'd like to. Something might happen and you need to be prepared." Lupin set the half-empty glass on a nearby table. "Come on," Tonks said, taking his hands. "Let's dance." Lupin sighed. "All right," he said. "Perhaps this will take your mind off the whole situation." "It's a pity we couldn't have a reception like this at our wedding," Tonks chattered. "Not that I mind the circumstances of our first dance." Lupin smiled at the memory. A smile that, for the first time, wasn't forced. "Yes. James and Sirius taught me some interesting dances. I remember you loved the tango, although swing gave us some problems." Their dance had ended very much like their tickle fight, only they'd managed to get a bit closer to the bed that time. Lupin's face fell. "Was that the time our child was conceived?" "Remus," Tonks said, obviously sensing his fear. "Remus, please, try to relax." "All right," he replied. He rather mechanically led her through one of the slower dances he knew. "She's not made of glass, you know," he chided himself. But even though he knew intellectually neither she nor their child would be hurt by a faster dance, he felt a very great desire to be careful. As they danced, Lupin first took notice of how late it had gotten. It was dark outside the canopy, with the light provided by floating golden lanterns. Thank Merlin it's not the full moon. He'd been taking the wolfsbane the ministry had provided him as a member of a paramilitary organization supporting the ministry's objectives, but an ill-timed transformation would likely lead to the sudden reappearance of many people's dinner. Suddenly, a large silver lynx passed through the canopy onto the dance floor. Lupin felt his heart sink. Kingsley's Patronus. Something's gone wrong. The lynx landed in the middle of the dancers and spoke with Kingsley Shacklebolt's voice. The ministry has fallen. Scrimgeour is gone. They are coming. War at the wedding. War at the wedding. Author's note. Here is where it goes AU. August 1st, 1997, 8 p.m. Silence rippled through the crowd as though the silver lynx were a pebble dropped in a pond. For a moment nobody spoke at all. Then all hell broke loose. People started screaming and running in all directions. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks pulled apart, drawing their wands. Tonks opened her mouth to say something, but the sudden appearance of a Death Eater interrupted her. "Hello, harm traders," the man growled. He raised his wand to point at a fleeing woman as another Death Eater, who had materialized close to Lupin, did the same. "Protego!" Tonks and Lupin shouted at the same time. The two Death Eaters' curses bounced off the shields and flew in opposite directions. The two Death Eaters turned on Lupin and Tonks. "Why, if it isn't little Miss Auror and her pet?" One of them hissed. "You talk too much. Stupefy." Lupin's curse sent the Death Eater sprawling. Tonks evaded a stunner and her riposte sent the Death Eater crashing through one of the poles holding up the marquee. More and more intruders appeared beneath the marquee. Most of them were black-robed Death Eaters, but others were blue-clad law enforcement personnel. They've got to be under Imperius. There's no way they'd go along with this otherwise. The intruders hurled stunners en masse, incapacitating anyone they hit and forcing others to take cover. What are the Death Eaters doing here? The place is defended with more wards and detectors and what have you than any place in Britain. It's one of the most heavily defended Order safe houses. Lupin made the connection. If the borough's defenses are down, so are the defenses of the other Order safe houses. The Death Eaters could be at Kingsley's place, at the Tonks house, at our house. Careful with them. One Death Eater shouted to the other. "We're here for information. Not harm. Information. What kind of information do they want?" Then he remembered how, before Dumbledore died, he had entrusted him with the diary of Gellert Grindelwald. It contained a wealth of information useful to a dark wizard intent on conquest, from how to create a prison even more difficult to escape than Azkaban, how to use the Imperius curse to control millions of muggles through their political leaders, and even if need be how to use magic against or in conjunction with muggle technology. It would be a great boon to Voldemort if he could learn its secrets. He swore and kicked himself for forgetting something so important. If you weren't being so bloody worried about your impending son or daughter, perhaps you wouldn't have forgotten. His eyes leaped onto the tableau around him. Most of the guests had gotten away. He could see Arthur, Bill, Charlie, the twins, and even Molly. He'd never seen Molly duel before, and though her technique seemed rather sloppy, she was certainly fierce fighting Death Eaters and law enforcement. There were still a few guests running around here and there. He spotted a Death Eater stunning one couple just before they could disapparate, but it was rapidly turning into a purely military skirmish. A skirmish we're losing, he noted as he watched Charlie and George Weasley fall stunned to the ground. He shook his head. "Time to make up for my earlier oversight. Get that diary, hide it somewhere." "Tonks," he said, sending the Death Eater who'd stunned the two Weasleys smashing into the burrow itself with a blasting curse. "We have to go." Tonks turned away from the Death Eater she had just petrified. One Death Eater moved to take advantage, only to be set on fire for his pains. "Why? Not all the guests have gotten away yet." "Good Auror you are." Lupin searched for an excuse. He spotted a Death Eater doing something with his wand, saw a woman trying to disapparate and failing. "They're laying anti-disapparition wards," he said. "If we don't get out of here soon, we'll be trapped here with them." "Do you want them to keep us here for Bellatrix?" Tonks shook her head.
Remus, no.
"We can still win this, quick as lightning." She turned and cast a blasting curse at the Death Eater laying the wards. The resulting explosion sent him tumbling away. Lupin sighed. "Enervate." Charlie and George bounced to their feet and double-stunned a surprised Death Eater. Lupin rushed past them and removed the anti-disapparition wards the man Tonks hit had laid. A stream of red lights flashed past Lupin. He looked and saw at least 3 Weasleys and 2 guests stunned at a stroke. The Death Eaters and law enforcement, still numerous despite some of their number on the ground, were drawing back, used massed firepower to hammer their targets from a distance. Tonks was still fighting. She hammered 3 Death Eaters down before a curse caught her in the chest. Thank God it wasn't lower, Lupin thought. He barely had time to register the paternal feelings before Tonks skidded past him. One of the law enforcement people began laying wards again. Now or never, he grabbed Tonks and disapparated. August 1st, 1997, 8:10 p.m. Lupin and Tonks materialized outside of their modest house. Lupin helped Tonks to her feet. Remus, what are we doing here? She asked. Lupin sighed. You remember that before he died? Dumbledore gave me the diary of Grindelwald? The Death Eaters are looking for information if they can get into our house. They'll find it. Tonks' eyes narrowed. Did you want us abandoning the wedding so we could come back here and get it? Lupin nodded. It would be a valuable source of information, both magical and political, and if the enchantments protecting the burrow are broken, we have to assume the enchantments protecting the other order safe houses are down too. We need to get the diary hidden somewhere before the Death Eaters try to claim it. And if I recall correctly, you were the one who took it and hid it. Tonks put her hands on her hips and her hair flared crimson. You had us abandon the Weasleys to the Death Eaters to retrieve a bloody book? Remus, have you gone mad? Lupin sighed. Dora, do you want Voldemort to get his hands on the personal papers of the man who held most of magical Europe in thrall for 12 years? A man who might have even controlled the Muggle ruler Hitler through Imperius? Tonks fell silent and her red hair faded into its usual bubblegum pink. It's been transfigured into a bolt and magically attached to one of the pipes under the sink, she said. Let's get it and get out. Then we can go back to... Lupin did not think that wise or even possible at this point, but every second they wasted arguing meant another second Death Eaters could penetrate their home. All right, he said. The 2 of them rushed to the front door. Lupin could not feel the presence of any magical defenses. They've broken the wards here too. He stopped for a moment to use a revealing charm. Unfortunately for them, they haven't gotten into the house yet. The 2 of them burst inside. Tonks immediately went to the kitchen while Lupin trailed behind, eyes alert for any possible intruders. He entered the kitchen just as Tonks darted under the sink. Got it, Tonks said, retrieving the bolt that wasn't. Hand it here, Lupin said. I've got the perfect place for it. Once I've got it hidden, I'll send you a Patronus and we can plan our next. She tossed him the bolt. He barely had time to pocket it before thunder cracked behind them. Lupin and Tonks whirled, wands out and shields up, to face Bellatrix Lestrange. Why hello there, little Tonksy, she said, a mad gleam in her eye. How are you and your dog doing? Attack of the Crazed Ant. Attack of the Crazed Ant. August 1st, 1997. 8:15 p.m. Bellatrix Lestrange wasted no time after her dramatic entrance. She immediately hurled 2 harm curses. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks dove out of the way. Above him, the kitchen sink and several cabinets exploded. The resulting eruption of water soaked Lupin, and for some strange reason, he worried about how much it would cost to repair. Now is not the time. Bellatrix lunged, following up on her initial harm with more harm curses. A jet of green light passed just over Lupin's head, musing his hair, while Tonks jumped out of the way of the other curse. She slipped on the wet floor and went sprawling. Bellatrix laughed. Got you now, she screamed. She went for Tonks. Oh no you don't. Confringo. Lupin's curse would have shattered her knee from behind. Quick as a snake, she spun and deflected the curse right back at Lupin. The resulting explosion caught Lupin in the gut and sent him flying. He crashed onto the kitchen table, breaking it in half and getting the wind knocked out of him. No! A fiery explosion erupted on the other side of the kitchen and Bellatrix stumbled back, swearing and cursing. Tonks followed up with a harm curse that narrowly missed her aunt and smashed down the kitchen door. Lupin fired a curse at Bellatrix's leg. She managed to deflect this one, as well as another curse Tonks cast at her, but the attacks forced her backward. Lupin took the opportunity to rise to his feet. Confringo multis. A river of blasting curses erupted from his wand and slammed into the evil which like an oncoming tide. Faster than Lupin believed possible, Bellatrix managed to deflect all of them. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw several of the deflected curses fly at Tonks, saw his wife repel all of them. The explosions of silver light nearly blinded him as all around them, the kitchen exploded. "You first," Bellatrix screeched, lunging for Lupin. She hurled 2 harm curses and Lupin managed to fit himself between them. Lupin retaliated with a stunner, but she deflected that with practiced ease. "Remus," Tonks shouted. Bellatrix only laughed. "You harm my husband, you shape-shifting, beast-shagging half-harm," she snarled. "It's only fair that I harm yours. Dora harm Rodolphus?" Lupin barely had time to form that thought before Bellatrix was upon him. She cast another harm curse and Lupin dodged to the side. He attempted to hurl a blasting curse in reply, but Bellatrix waved her hand and sent him skidding across the kitchen floor. Having swatted Lupin aside, Bellatrix went for Tonks. "For the Dark Lord," she shrieked, hurling the harm curse. Tonks leaped aside, dodging the harm curse, only to collide with a blasting curse hurled immediately afterward by her wicked aunt. Tonks managed to bring her left arm to protect her torso. The silver arrow struck just above her elbow and slammed her entire arm into the center of her torso. The explosion slammed her into the wall and she slid to the ground. Rage flooded Lupin's brain. The hell with it all. The ministry's in enemy hands now. Avada Kedavra. Lupin's harm curse leaped for Bellatrix Lestrange's back. She stepped aside at the last second. For a long moment, Lupin feared Tonks might get up and catch the curse in the face. Luckily, the jet of green light exploded against the wall above his fallen wife. Bellatrix cackled. "Bad dog, using unforgivable curses. The ministry would do to you what it did to me." Then she leaped forward, hurling a harm curse of her own. Lupin waved his hand and a chair leaped into the curse's way. The resulting explosion left splinters in his face, but at least he was still alive. Avada Kedavra. He felt the burning river of power flowing down his arm and through his wand. The jet of green light surged for Bellatrix. The evil which neatly sidestepped the attack, which barely ruffled her dark robes. Lupin exhaled harshly. He'd never used the harm curse before and the exertion required to command that magic was getting to him. If you tire yourself out firing curses that never hit, you'll be easy prey. A grim smile crossed Lupin's face. "I've got an idea. Sectum sempra." Lupin slashed with his wand in the manner he'd seen Snape do it. Bellatrix wasn't fast enough this time and the spell opened up her shoulder, spattering the kitchen wall with harm. The evil witch shrieked in pain. "The little half-caste's been letting his tricks out." "I see," she snarled. "Wouldn't be the first time." Lupin slashed again, but Bellatrix was able to shield herself. Lupin immediately unleashed a firestorm, remembering how Tonks told him about heat buildup behind shield charms. "Not gonna fall for that twice," Bellatrix shrieked. She waved her hand and the firestorm doubled back on Lupin. He reflexively shielded himself, but he felt the heat rapidly building behind the magical barrier. Aguamenti. The magical water erupted into steam as it emerged from his wand, scalding Lupin's forearm. He gritted his teeth and kept the water coming. Enough of it was able to slam into Bellatrix, knocking her backward. The evil witch bounced back, harm in her eyes. "I'll make you into a rug, you filthy." A few feet away, Tonks dragged herself to her feet. Despite her injuries, rage burned in her dark eyes. "Will you?" she asked, her pink hair rapidly turning red. Bellatrix spun at the sight of her not quite incapacitated niece, leaving herself open for an attack from Lupin. Lupin's curse caught her in the face. Harm and teeth flew and she slewed sideways into the counter. Tonks hurled a curse of her own, catching her wicked aunt in the gut. Bellatrix hit the ground, still clutching her wand. "This isn't over," she snarled before she disapparated away. The threat from Bellatrix ended for the moment. At least Lupin turned his attention to his wife. "She's up and walking, thank Merlin." However, his heart sank as he got a good look at her. She was covered in harm and her left arm hung limply at her side. Lupin could see bone peeking out of a large gash near where Bellatrix's curse had struck her. Probably a compound fracture. Damn. Lupin shook his head. I can clean up the cuts and bruises easily enough, but that arm's beyond me. And what about the baby? Although he still doubted the wisdom of having the child now, the possibility that the baby could be injured flooded his heart with dread. Sweat that had nothing to do with the exertions of the battle beaded on his brow. Dora, he said. Dora, we need to get you to a hospital. Tonks shook her head. They'll be watched. The Death Eaters will be watching. Probably St. Mungo's, Lupin conceded. But there are others, smaller clinics. They'll be able to help you. Tonks shook her head. I know some more advanced healing magic. I can take care of the arm. Dora, the baby. That got her attention. All right, she said. Where? Lupin thought for a moment. Due to the injuries he sometimes incurred due to his condition, he had a fair bit of familiarity with the wizarding medical system. There's a clinic in Inverness with decent facilities, and it's out of the way enough that the Death Eaters might not immediately go for it. It's worth a shot. Take my arm, he ordered. Tonks obeyed. The two of them immediately disapparated. Triage. August 1st, 1997 AD. 8:30 p.m. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks materialized in front of the wizarding clinic in Inverness. Lupin immediately realized something was wrong. Instead of being all but empty, as would usually be the case this time of night, the lobby had at least a dozen people in it. Why so many people? Was the Death Eater takeover so violent that St. Mungo's is overflowing? He looked over to Tonks. She looked awfully pale and harm was trickling from the open fracture on her arm. She's probably going into shock. Come on, he said. He led her towards the door, then stopped suddenly. It might be prudent to change your appearance. Bellatrix and the Death Eaters will probably remember you looking like yourself, only with blonde hair. Tonks nodded. She blinked and her features flowed like wax. She had long dark hair now, green eyes and freckles. Lupin smiled. Good. He stepped forward and opened the door into the clinic for her. She slipped inside and Lupin quickly pulled the door closed behind them. Merlin only knows who could be watching right now. They know we got away from the wedding and we beat Bellatrix. If they're smart, they'll keep an eye on any medical facility they can. There was an empty seat near the door. Tonks sat down while Lupin observed the place. There were few seats there. At least 20 people packed the waiting room, most sitting but some were laid out on the floor. Lupin perked up his ears and listened to what the people were saying. The Death Eaters came. I saw Andy hit by the harm curse. Then they blew up the street. The werewolves attacked my flat. We were able to see them off, but my wife and son were beat up pretty bad. It's daytime, so they aren't infected, but you were attacked by werewolves too? 5 of the filthy beasts invaded my office. Lupin's heart sank. This is what Greyback was discussing with Voldemort. The werewolves are attacking everywhere. Between them and the Death Eaters, they were able to create a big enough diversion the ministry could be taken over. Dora, Lupin said. Dora, I have to go. Remus, Tonks said, fear and anguish breaking through her voice. Why? Where are you going? Lupin sighed. Damn it, damn it, damn it. As a werewolf, I'm always last in line. If they see you with me, they might do the same to you. He gestured to the people who were talking about werewolf attacks in hushed tones. Remember the baby. He also pulled the bolt, which was really the transfigured diary of Gellert Grindelwald, out of his pocket. There's also this. Try to get into an examining room and out of sight as soon as possible. Send me a Patronus when you're done. Tonks nodded. Lupin turned and walked out the door. All right. Where to put it? He wanted a place where he could retrieve it at need. If the Death Eaters controlled the ministry, the Order would need all the spells and power it could get, even if it came from the dark arts, but a place where the Death Eaters couldn't find it. He decided on the Forest of Dean. He drew his wand and made the movements to apparate. He stopped suddenly and looked back through the glass windows at Tonks. Poor girl. She must be terrified. He smiled at her. Despite her fear, she smiled back. Good. Lupin disapparated. August 1st, 1997 AD 8:40 p.m. Tonks watched Lupin go. She sank back down into the chair and sighed. Moody was afraid of something like this. Why in Merlin's name didn't Scrimgeour listen? Now he's gone and you know who's in control of the ministry. Fear erupted out of her gut and spread through her torso. Fear for her baby, who would likely be born under the rule of Voldemort. Fear for her mother and father, a harm trader and a mudblood respectively. Fear for her husband, who, in addition to being a despised werewolf, would be hunted as a member of the order. Unlike her, he could not wear someone else's face for the rest of his life. God, she thought, praying for the first time in a while. God, please keep Remus safe. Please keep us all safe. The open fracture in her arm twinged with pain, reminding her of her more earthly problems. She rose to her feet, ignoring the stabbing pain, and made her way to the front desk. "Excuse me," she said. The frazzled-looking receptionist pushed the sign-in sheet towards her. "Please sign in and state the extent of your injuries," she said mechanically. "Please include any pertinent information." Tonks took the quill in her right hand. She was left-handed, but didn't think she should put any more stress on her left arm, and wrote a brief description of her injuries. She hesitated at signing her name. "If they see my name on the form, will the Death Eaters punish them for treating me?" She pushed that thought aside. Even if the Death Eaters controlled the ministry, it would take time for them to assert their power over every wizarding town and city in Britain. Time enough for them to destroy any record of her being there, if they felt the need. Slowly, she wrote her real name on the form and returned it to the receptionist. "Nymphadora Tonks," the receptionist asked. "Oh no, where's your husband?" For a moment, she regretted allowing the Daily Prophet to run their wedding announcement, even after the fact. He had something to take care of. He'll be back soon. The woman rolled her eyes. No surprise there, him being a werewolf. Probably reported in to Greyback. Tonks opened her mouth to argue, but the receptionist cut her off. "There have been attacks all over the country and more people are going to need to sign in. Sit down, please. We'll call you when it's your turn." Tonks nodded and returned to her seat. She slumped down, gingerly keeping her arm from bumping into anything, and swore inwardly. Bloody hell. Then a terrible pain lanced across her back. Her eyes bulged. "Oh no," she shook her head. "I was just in a fight for my life and got knocked around. It's probably nothing." She deliberately inhaled and exhaled, trying to calm herself. She was an Auror, she had to stay calm, had to. The pain lanced through her lower abdomen and tendrils of it even penetrated her thighs. "It's probably," she shook her head. "Why does it feel like I'm having menstrual cramps? If it's nothing." She rose from her chair and made her way to the women's loo. Ensconcing herself in a stall, she pulled up her dress and pulled down her knickers. She was bleeding. "I'm pregnant. I can't be having my period." Cold realization crept down her spine. "Oh dear God." She quickly put her clothes back in order and returned to the waiting room as quickly as she could. She wanted to run, to get there as quickly as possible, but she had a feeling the additional movement might make things worse. She carefully picked her way through the people lying on the floor and made her way to the desk. "Excuse me," she began. "Excuse me, there's an emergency." "Ma'am," the receptionist began. "There are people ahead of you, some who have worse injuries. Please sit down and wait your turn." "Please," Tonks said, her fear breaking through her voice. "I'm pregnant and I'm bleeding." The receptionist's eyes widened. "Oh dear," she gasped. She quickly grabbed for a white-coated healer who was walking past. "James, she says she's pregnant and bleeding. I think we need to see her immediately." The healer said. "Which one is she?" The receptionist pointed to Tonks' name on the list. Fear slithered up Tonks' spine. What if he'd read the prophet too? Nymphadora Tonks, the doctor read. The one who married the werewolf they caught teaching at Hogwarts. Tonks' heart sank. "Oh no." The healer handed the papers back to the receptionist. "Not now. I'm on my way to see someone who got their back broken by a werewolf." The receptionist's jaw dropped. "James, if she's Not now," the healer said firmly. "Not now?" Tonks repeated incredulously. "Sir, I'm pregnant and bleeding. If you're a healer, you know this could be the sign of a miscarriage." The doctor looked right at her. "The wives of werewolves and their spawn are not a priority right now. Sit down, please, and wait your turn." What? She knew going in she would face prejudice, but she was expecting things like people not wanting them to live in their neighborhood or not wanting their children near them. This is harm. Resorting to Muggle methods. Resorting to Muggle methods. August 1st, 1997 AD. 8:40 p.m. Nymphadora Tonks narrowed her eyes. Let me get this straight, she said. I'm pregnant and bleeding, which happen to be signs of an impending miscarriage, and you're not treating me because my husband is a werewolf? The healer rolled his eyes. If I have to choose between helping an injured witch or wizard or preventing the death of some half-beast, I'm going to help the injured witch or wizard. A very snobby expression crossed the doctor's face. Someday you'll thank me for this. You won't have to look after two animals, after all. Before Tonks could say anything, he turned on his heel and walked away. Oh no. No. She felt beads of cold sweat beading on her hairline. She could feel her hands beginning to shake, feel the pain in her injured arm that caused. Her mind briefly retreated to the harm she'd seen on her underwear, to what was going on inside her. You son of a bitch, she half screamed after the retreating healer. She put all her fear and anger into that shout, and for a moment, she felt a little better. She turned back to the receptionist. Ma'am, please. My son, he could be dying and… All right, the receptionist said. I don't think Kira is doing anything right now. Oh, thank God. A woman healer, she'd understand. Kira, the receptionist called out. We've got a problem. A blonde-haired witch emerged from the back of the clinic. Yes? She asked. The reception gestured to Tonks. She's pregnant and bleeding. The healer's eyes widened. Oh dear, she said. Give me that sheet. The receptionist handed her the form Tonks had filled out. Kira looked at the information and shook her head. You married a werewolf? Oh, not again. A drop of sweat trickled down the side of Tonks' face. She tried to quell her rising panic. I don't see why that's any of your business. Why does it matter? Well, it could be a possible cause of your situation, the healer replied. Miscarriages this early are oftentimes the result of fetal abnormalities. Who knows what might result when you mix the genes of a werewolf and normal witch together? Oh, this is a bunch of bullshit. I'm an Auror and I just got in a fight with a Death Eater. Who broke my arm? Tonks half shouted, gesturing towards her injured arm. Genetic abnormality, hell, the test should have found that. The healer shook her head. Miss Tonks, stop making a scene. If this is being caused by a genetic abnormality, there's nothing we can do about it. I don't know why you'd want a half-werewolf baby. Anyway, it'll probably be born with fur, and… Anger blasted away the fear and growing panic in Tonks' brain. She is not insulting our son. He will not be born with fur. Tonks half shouted. He won't be born at all if we keep wasting time here, and… Kira was turning away just like James did before her. Angela, she said to the receptionist, don't waste any more healers' time with this one. Kira, Angela said. She could be having a miscarriage. It's not the clinic's job to midwife more freaks into the world. Tonks narrowed her eyes. Her hand dropped to her wand. I could use Imperio if I wanted. The notion of using an unforgivable curse on a civilian made her slightly queasy, but allowing her unborn child to die inside her was just as much harm as any deed done beneath the dark mark. All I've been trained in is the dueling applications of the spell. The Death Eaters and some of the older Aurors can use Imperius to keep someone under control for months, to serve as spies or saboteurs. She decided on something a bit less chancy. Kira, Tonks began, a murderous edge creeping into her voice. I'm an Auror. Do you know what I can do to you if you won't help me? Angela began to look rather frightened. Kira snorted. I don't think you'll be an Auror for much longer if you threaten the taxpaying public like that. Damn it, the ministry has fallen under Death Eater control, Tonks growled. And I'd be willing to hex your bloody face off even if it wasn't. My son could be dying. Pain stabbed in her back, followed by pain in her stomach. No, she barely repressed a groan. A single tear nosed out of her eye. Angela looked frightened. Kira, please, if you could just check her out. Kira shook her head. I'm not going to reward the temper tantrum of a woman foolish enough to marry a bloody werewolf. She began walking away. Tonks bared her teeth and raised her wand. I think I'll start with Imperio. At least I can stop her from walking away. Imp. The doors of the clinic slammed open behind her, interrupting her train of thought. All right, the harsh voice of Bellatrix Lestrange demanded. We're looking for Nymphadora Tonks. Is she here? When it rains it bloody pours. She attempted to disapparate and found she could not. They laid anti-disapparition wards prior to coming in. Clever. Kira opened her mouth, but Tonks gestured threateningly with her wand. Kira nodded and disappeared into the rear of the clinic. Good. She knows I'd get her before she can finish the sentence. Tonks resisted the urge to turn around and face her mad aunt. She didn't know how she managed to track her to the clinic in Inverness, but if James had sold her out, he'd have told her what she looked like this time, and her showing her face to the Death Eaters would give her presence away. She gestured at the wall with her wand, performing a series of hand movements that would create a mirror that would reflect everything in its gaze except her. A portion of the beige wall behind the receptionist swirled and transformed into a silvery mirror. Tonks could see just how many Death Eaters her wicked aunt had brought to the party. 3 Death Eaters fanned out through the waiting room. Bellatrix, tall and regal, stood in the center of the waiting room and swept the room with her terrible gaze. "She's a metamorphmagus," she called out. "She could be any of the women here. Hell, she could be any of the men. How are we supposed to tell, then?" one of the Death Eaters asked. Bellatrix grinned. "Simple. Use the Cruciatus curse on everyone until she shows herself." The Death Eater fell silent. "Ma'am, what if she isn't here? We'd be hurting these people." Bellatrix stabbed with her wand and the man fell screaming. "Do not question my orders. I speak for the Dark Lord in these matters. Their eyes will be on her." Now, Tonks spun, her movements causing a tearing pain to erupt through her injured arm. It took all her aura training to keep her mind off the pain and on the gaggle of terrorists standing between her and the door. Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Avada Kedavra! Stupefy! The Death Eater who had questioned Bellatrix was less hardened than the others and was probably redeemable. 2 of Tonks' curses struck home, harmed 2 of the Death Eaters. Screams erupted as the other clinic patrons dashed for the door, some carrying those 2 severely wounded to walk. Bellatrix dodged the jet of green light, which slammed into the ground perilously close to a wounded man. "So predictable," Bellatrix laughed. "Such a goody-goody. You'd have made a poor Slytherin. You talk too damn much." Tonks weaved a pattern with her wand, using the spell Lupin had taught her that served him well in the First and the Second War. The ground opened up beneath Bellatrix and the Death Eater she had punished. Bellatrix spread her legs and neatly caught herself on the lips of the pit while the lesser Death Eater tumbled inside. "Looks like the dog has taught its mistress some tricks," Bellatrix called out, hurling the harm curse at Tonks. Tonks dodged and the jet of green light exploded against the counter. Tonks cast another harm curse back and considered her options. "Every moment I waste here is a moment my son isn't getting help." Tonks cast another spell, this one she learned from Mad-Eye Moody. Bellatrix was good at dodging curses, but dodging this would take much more skill. The floor of the clinic shook and began rising beneath Bellatrix. "What?" Bellatrix tried to drop down from her perch, only to find the ground where she landed rising up as well. Tonks didn't stick around to watch. She ran. Her spell blocked the easy path to the front door, but there was a window in the women's loo big enough to climb out of. "Get back here, you trollop!" Bellatrix shrieked behind her. Tonks jumped sideways instinctively, barely avoiding another harm curse. She rushed into the women's bathroom, slammed the door behind her and spelled it shut. Then she blew open the window and the entire wall that contained it with a blasting curse. Another pain lanced through her abdomen, so intense she doubled over. "Not now, damn it!" she screamed. She barely had time to stand again when something exploded outside the door. "Damn it, the bitch is loose." She laid multiple shield charms around the door and ran. She was 10 yards away from the clinic when the shields exploded. "You harm traitor!" Bellatrix screamed behind her. Tonks took that as her cue to disapparate. August 1st, 1997, 8:52 p.m. Tonks materialized in a wooded area. She quickly felt herself over. Good. No missing limbs. Another stabbing pain lanced through her abdomen into her hips. Oh no, they're coming more frequently now. In the distance, Tonks could hear the sound of Muggle automobiles. "I'm in a Muggle area. Perhaps the Muggles can help me." Her father had insisted she be as familiar with the Muggle world as he was, insisted that she not close herself off from the world her grandparents, aunts, uncles, and cousins lived in. "Good idea, Dad." She disillusioned her wand and magically attached it to her leg. Then she walked forward out of the trees. In front of her lay a busy Muggle street, their headlights forming a river of light against the darkness. She stepped onto the sidewalk and then another, more terrible pain slashed through her hips, forcing her to her knees. The sidewalk bit her skin, drawing harm.
No.
She screamed. She felt someone rushing over towards her. You all right? Someone, it sounded like a man, asked.
No, Tonks gasped.
I was in an accident.
I'm pregnant.
I think I might be losing my baby. The man swore. There's a hospital right there, the man said. Come on, I'll take you there. He reached down, grabbing for her left arm to pull her to her feet. His touch sent a river of pain flowing into her torso.
No, Tonks gasped.
Other arm. That one's broken. Sorry, the man said. He stepped over and pulled her to her feet by her other arm. The pain lanced through her body again, but the man was able to keep her from falling. Can you walk? He asked. Tonks nodded. She let the man guide her down the sidewalk and into what looked like a hospital waiting room. Oh, thank God.
Oi.
The man shouted. This woman's been in an accident. A woman came out from behind the receptionist's desk. What are her injuries? She asked. She said her arm was broken. I'm pregnant. Tonks gasped, her exertions beginning to get to her. And I'm bleeding. The woman paled and rushed away. A moment later, 2 orderlies arrived with a gurney. Careful, the receptionist said. She said her arm's broken. The orderlies helped Tonks onto the gurney. Almost as soon as she was on her back, darkness claimed her. Ordeal. August 1st, 1997 AD. 9 p.m. Nymphadora Tonks moaned as she fought her way free of the blackness. Spears of light stabbed through her slitted eyes. She was immediately aware that her dress was hiked up to well above her waist and her knickers were gone. Someone was between her legs. Far too close. Fear erupted throughout her entire body. The Death Eaters had her and they were raping her. She grabbed for the invisible wand she had attached to her leg. The wand the Death Eaters had surely missed. Something was wrong with her left arm, it wouldn't move, so she grabbed with her right. A hand caught her wrist just as she was about to get a grip on the wand. Ma'am, please, a gentle woman's voice said. They're conducting an examination. They're checking on your baby. Finishing that up now, a rougher, male voice said. The person between her legs stepped back. Her cervix is open and her bleeding is worse. Panic raced through her brain. Bleeding? Worse? What's going on? Tonks asked. She had to force the words out. Sure, the woman said soothingly. It'll be all right. It will be over soon. Ma'am, the man asked. We want to do ADC to take care of this now and prevent infection. Do we have your permission? What's ADC? Is it something that will help my baby? Yes, Tonks gasped. Whatever you have to do. Got it. Someone clamped a clear plastic mask over her face. What are they doing? Just breathe, the woman said. Breathe deeply. Tonks inhaled. The darkness, which had been held at bay only temporarily, rushed forward and swallowed her completely. August 2nd, 1997 AD 8:30 a.m. Tonks opened her eyes. The room slowly faded into view. She instinctively shifted a bit, cuddling against her husband, the father of their son, who wasn't there. This wasn't her bed. Tonks immediately grabbed under her pillow for her wand. It wasn't there. Looking for something? A Muggle nurse asked. Crap. I've got to explain just what's going on without breaking the statute for secrecy. She wasn't able to say anything before the nurse shook her head. Poor dear, she said. How are you feeling? The nurse's query made her suddenly aware of the dull ache in her abdomen, hips, and sex. She looked down, but she was wearing a teal Muggle hospital gown and couldn't see the immediate source of the problem. She gestured towards her midsection. Hurts, she rasped. The sound of her voice surprised her. I'll get you some water, the nurse said. She stepped over to the bathroom and returned with a cup. Drink this, she said. Tonks gulped the water down. What's going on? She asked, voice clearer. Where am I? Before the nurse could open her mouth, Tonks remembered. Her aunt, laughing and hurling curses. Lupin leaving her at the clinic, slipping away to dispose of the evil diary Dumbledore had given him. The doctor's refusal to treat her, her aunt returning with reinforcements. Operating away, the pain growing worse and worse. Darkness, then the Muggle doctors and their examination. My baby. Is my baby all right? The last thing I can remember is something called a DC. The nurse shook her head. DC stands for dilation and curettage. You were too far gone when we got you. The nurse stepped closer to Tonks and gently touched her cheek. I'm sorry, Miss Tonks, but we weren't able to save your child. What? I know the Muggles aren't as advanced as us in some areas, but it would have been a simple, the images of her and her husband playing with their son, feeding him and teaching him to walk and talk flashed through her mind. Those images crumbled beneath the realization that their son was gone.
No, Tonks gasped.
Her mind grabbed for the images, but they flitted away, fleeing before harm reality. Then the tears came. The nurse knelt beside her and took her in her arms as her cries grew to hard, racking sobs. There, the nurse said, stroking her back. It will be all right.
No, Tonks moaned.
No, it won't, it can't be, he's one. I don't know who you're talking about. But the majority of women who have a miscarriage, that horrible word. Tonks' tears intensified. The nurse paused for a moment, letting Tonks cry, before speaking again. Most women who miscarry will be able to get pregnant again. Don't worry, miss. Someday you'll be able to have a healthy baby and this will just be a bad memory. Her words had little effect on Tonks. My baby's gone. My baby's gone. Tonks cried until she had little energy left for crying. The nurse gave her one final pat and pulled away from her. I think you need to get some rest now. The police will be in soon to hear about your accident and you need your strength. Tonks' aura training kicked in at the mention of police. Oh no. Now Muggles are getting involved and I can't contact the ministry or else I'll bring the Death Eaters down on them. She waited until the nurse was gone. Then she reached down with her left arm. It didn't move like it should. She looked over and saw a white cast encasing her upper arm. She remembered catching the blasting curse on her shoulder. Feeling the bone tearing through muscle and skin, that will require more advanced magic to heal. She reached down with her right arm and pulled her wand free. It wouldn't do to have someone notice me out of bed. She slowly pivoted her wand and the door moved with it. She waited until the door was closed before scrambling out of bed. The pain in her abdomen and hips intensified for a moment, but she quickly cast a pain-relieving spell. Where are my clothes? She knew this was a stupid thing to be concerned about, but she didn't want to go operating about in just a hospital gown. She looked in the small closet and couldn't find anything. Damn it! Where could they have gone? She looked in a nearby chest of drawers. She opened one drawer. Nothing. She opened another drawer. Nothing. She opened another drawer. Finally, her dress and underwear were neatly folded in the top drawer. She quickly shed her hospital gown and pulled her clothes out of the drawer. She remembered how the whole crisis began, with harm on her underwear. I wonder if it's still there, if I saw it while I was putting it on. Her eyes began to tear up again. She fiercely shook her head. Keep it together. You don't have time to cry anymore. Keeping her eyes locked on the chest of drawers, she put on her clothes as best she could with only limited function in one arm. She began the movements to cast her Patronus. Expecto Patra. Then she realized creating a magical shiny werewolf in the middle of a Muggle hospital was a bad idea. Alright, apparate somewhere isolated and see if you can get in touch with Remus, Mum or Dad, or Kingsley. Then see what you can do. She set the wand aside for the moment and picked up the discarded hospital gown. These Muggles were so kind, better than my own people. It's the least I can do. She set the gown on the bed, then disapparated. August 2nd, 1997 AD.
8:45 morgens.
Tonks materialized in the midst of a forest. She looked around her. Nobody was there. Good.
No inconvenient witnesses.
She began making the movements again. Remus. I had to go to a Muggle hospital. It was too late. She squeezed her eyes shut, holding back the tears. This is something he needs to hear in person. She swallowed, began composing a new message. Remus. Am alive and safe. Where are you? Expecto Patronum. A silver-blue werewolf erupted from her wand and bounded away. She began making the incantations again. Kingsley, am alive and safe. What's going on? Remus has hidden the diary of Grindelwald, but Bellatrix attacked twice. There were Death Eater and Werewolf attacks elsewhere. Expecto Patronum, another Patronus emerged from her wand. She began making the final set of incantations. Mom, Dad, are you all right? Kingsley said the ministry has fallen to the Death Eaters. I'm safe. Remus is off on order business. Expecto Patronum, the last wolf bounded off. Tonks exhaled, now to see who responds. Tonks slumped down next to a tree to wait. August 2nd, 1997 AD.
9:30 Uhr morgens.
Something cracked. Tonks erupted to her feet, pointing her wand. A squirrel scrambled away. Tonks exhaled in relief. Good. It might have been a Death Eater. She frowned. It could still be a Death Eater if any of them are unregistered animagi. She considered stunning the squirrel, but it had disappeared. She sat back down. As she waited for a response, the thoughts that had been plaguing her soon returned. She and Remus were going to have a son to run with and play Quidditch with, and a single tear emerged from her eye. She quickly shook her head. Now is not the time. You're still waiting to get in contact with the Order and your family. She summoned all of her aura training, forcing the sadness back. A light flashed nearby and Tonks surged to her feet again. A silver blue bear ambled towards her. Tonks' heart leaped. Dad's Patronus. Dora, the apparition rumbled. Thank God you're all right. The Death Eaters came calling, but they only wanted information. Your mother and I are fine. We're managed to rebuild the wards that collapsed when the ministry fell, so home should be safe. Her parents were safe. All that remained was to establish contact with Remus and Kingsley. She made the movements for another Patronus. Remus, I am at my parents' house. Come quickly. Expecto Patronum. Another supernatural courier rushed away. As soon as it had left her sight, Tonks disapparated. Be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for. Author's note. Sorry for the delay, but this one is longer. By the way, the bludger to the gut line is from a Snape story by Dudge that chronicles Snape's reaction to Lupin taking up the position of Dead teacher. August 1st, 1997 AD 8:31 p.m. Remus Lupin materialized in a forest. Get this done quickly. Get the diary hidden. Then get back to the clinic. Check on Dora and your son. He stopped abruptly. Your son. He shook his head. Best think about that later. Right now you've got work to do. He looked around, spotted a pond. His hand dove into his pocket and he pulled out the bolt that was really the diary of the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald. He moved to throw it, hide it in the sediments at the bottom of the pond forever. He hesitated. That diary is full of useful spells. Dark magic, light magic, it doesn't matter if the Death Eaters control the government. The Order of the Phoenix will need all the weapons it can get. He drew his wand and transformed the diary back into its original form. Its brown leather bindings were soft, far too soft for a book well over 50 years old. Its original owner had intended it to last. There are Order members who can read German and spells that will automatically translate. We'll be able to use it. Still, he didn't want to carry it around on his person, lest the Death Eaters find him. He set the diary on the ground and transformed it into an ebony log. Strange enough and big enough for me to remember, not strange enough to clue someone in to what it might really be. He pocketed his wand, bent and grabbed hold of the log, and shoved it into the pond. The water was shallow enough that it stuck halfway out. I'll be able to find it again. He rubbed his hands against each other, getting the crumbs of bark off his hands, and picked up his wand again. Now to get back to the clinic. Destination, determination, deliberation. He focused on where he needed to be, but remained where he was. What's going on? His heart sank. Someone might have laid wards, prevented someone from apparating in or out. That could mean Death Eaters. He decided to apparate to another part of Inverness and get to the clinic on foot. August 1st, 1997 AD, 8:35 p.m. Lupin materialized in an alleyway. He looked around him, getting his bearings, and stepped out onto Rangemore Road. All right, he thought, reviewing his geography. The clinic is at the corner of Fairfield and Attadale. He made his way east towards Montague Road. He started out at a walk, but was soon running. He turned the corner onto Montague, ran down the street, and turned left onto Fairfield, when he nearly collided with a group of muggles fleeing 2 men in black robes and skull masks. Death Eaters. Why, if it isn't the Order's pet werewolf, one of them drawled. For a moment Lupin thought it was Snape. I hope they put the word irony on your tombstone, you backstabbing traitor. Sectum Sempra. Lupin slashed with his wand and harm erupted from the talkative Death Eater's throat. He fell with a gurgle. The other Death Eater wasted no time. He hurled the harm curse and Lupin barely managed to dodge it. The jet of green light slammed into a muggle and sent her tumbling, the light going out of her eyes. 2 can play at that game. Avada Kedavra. The Death Eater dodged. Lupin's spell missed and hurled straight at a muggle woman who was stepping out of a shop to investigate. Get down, Lupin shouted. His words seized the woman's attention. She looked right at him, looking past the jet of green light. No, she spotted the oncoming bolt of green death. She screamed and jumped backward. The jet of green light continued on to explode against someone's car. Thank God. Then the Death Eater attacked again. Lupin dodged a harm curse and retaliated with a blasting curse. The Death Eater laughed and deflected Lupin's attack. Come on, he called out. The Ministry would send you to Azkaban for what you just did anyway. It's not like you've got anything to lose. A grim smile crossed Lupin's face as he pondered the old expression, be careful what you wish for. There are too many innocent bystanders to risk it. But it could be fun. The Death Eater leaped and rolled, clearly anticipating Lupin's move. Lupin shook his head. Idiot. He stabbed with his wand, not to where the Death Eater had been, but toward where he was going. The Death Eater rolled right into a bolt of silver light that struck him on the side of the head. He'd be out for a while if he ever woke up. Lupin stepped over his fallen foe and rushed down the street towards the clinic. Hopefully they're treating her now. Hopefully our son will survive. He approached the clinic. His heart sank as he saw the shattered windows. Oh no, the Death Eaters have been here. He spotted 2 black-clad figures heading towards the door. Fear warred with anger in his heart as he stepped back and out of sight. Bellatrix Lestrange slammed the door open as she stormed out. She got away, that trollop, she snarled. The Dark Lord will not be pleased. Lupin's heart leaped in his chest. Dora's alive. Of course, if she had managed to escape, there'd be the small matter of finding her. He forced himself to pay attention to the immediate problem. Ma'am, another Death Eater who followed her said. She's half harmed, though. If she just toes the quick as lightning. Bellatrix moved to backhand the other Death Eater. He stepped out of the way barely. I have my own reasons, you weakling, she snarled. Keep your mouth shut or I'll cruciate you again. Yes, ma'am, the Death Eater said quickly. Lupin narrowed his eyes. Perhaps that Death Eater wouldn't mind helping frag his domineering superior? Lupin waited as he heard Bellatrix approach. Jump out, use the harm curse on the bitch before she can react. Bellatrix was only a few feet away now. Almost there. Lupin leaped forward, straight into Bellatrix's path. Avada Kedavra. The jet of green light erupted from Lupin's wand. Bellatrix was so close. There was no way he could miss. The evil witch immediately disapparated. The jet of green light passed through where she'd been, straight at her Death Eater companion. Damn it! That one could have been useful. The man cried out in terror before the jet of green light slammed into his chest. He fell gone onto the ground. Thunder cracked behind Lupin and he instinctively leaped aside. That saved him from Bellatrix's harm curse. Come looking for your bitch, I see? Bellatrix asked with a laugh. Ickle dog needs its mistress. She laughed. At least you got rid of that weakling. Perhaps I'll give the little doggy a treat, a quick death. You talk too much. Confringo multis. Lupin unleashed a barrage of silver arrows. Bellatrix deflected all of them in a storm of light, smashing down walls and sending muggles flying. The muggles! Even if by some miracle I can bring this bitch down, how many of them will die in the process? His wife had managed to escape. She could probably get help somewhere without him to muck it up. Lupin immediately disapparated. August 1, 1997 AD, 8:50 p.m. Lupin materialized in a town he didn't immediately recognize. Beneath an oak tree. He quickly looked around. Good. No muggles to obliviate. He began making the movements to cast his Patronus. Dora, it's me. Where are you? Are you and the baby all right? Expecto Patronum. The blue-silver unicorn bounded away. Lupin exhaled for a moment. Nothing you can do besides wait. She'll get back to you. Minutes passed as he waited beneath the tree. Although the adrenaline began to wear off and his body began to feel like he'd been put through a ringer, his worry kept away the temptation to close his eyes. Then something moved out of the corner of his eye. Lupin's hand leaped up, wand ready to hex, as two men approached. As the two men came closer, Lupin could see they wore the blue robes of law enforcement. He didn't lower his wand. If the Death Eaters control the ministry, you might not be able to trust the DMLE. A bunch of them attacked the wedding, after all. Remus Lupin, one of them said. We've been looking for you. Why? Lupin asked skeptically. There are Death Eater attacks everywhere. Thickness has given us a list of people to find and bring to the ministry, to help reinforce it against attack. Clever. If Kingsley hadn't gotten the warning out, many Order members would have gone straight to the ministry and been captured or harmed. You've got your wand, I assume you can apparate, the man said. Come on. Lupin shook his head. Pious Thickness is under the Imperius curse, he said. He's working for Voldemort now. The man flinched at the mention of the name. The other man stepped forward. Thickness also said it's possible the Death Eaters have been putting people under Imperius. He said that'd be the only thing that could get loyal people to disobey the command to defend the seat of government. Lupin repressed the urge to roll his eyes. The fool. That is possible, Lupin said. But if Thickness is under Imperius himself, don't you think he'd say something like that? The first law enforcement wizard looked at his comrade. Bill, could he be telling the truth? The second wizard shook his head. There are wizards at the ministry who can break the Imperius curse. If they refuse to come, we're to bring them to the ministry by force. If you do that, you'll be delivering a member of the Order of the Phoenix into the hands of his enemies, Lupin argued. I'm on your side. I don't think we should do that, the first wizard said. Orders are orders, the second wizard said. I don't have time for this. Lupin disapparated. August 1, 1997 AD 8:55 p.m. Lupin materialized in a bad part of the wizarding section of Leeds. If they've deceived DMLE men, they'll be combing everywhere for members of the Order. It might be prudent to lie low, wait for Tonks to get back to you. It would be best to find one of those Muggle hostels that tourists used, but he didn't know where any in Leeds would be. Best find one of those flophouses werewolves who come into the cities looking for odd jobs sometimes use. He remembered one of the werewolves in the colony said one of the vacant Muggle apartment complexes had been taken over by some enterprising wizards who didn't mind who stayed or what went on, provided the visitor paid. He fingered the galleon coin in his pocket. Hopefully that'll be enough for them to overlook the fact I'm obviously a werewolf. He quickly made his way towards where he remembered the complex was. He came to a glass front door with no visible handle. Clever. He waved his wand in front of the door. Popped open. Lupin stepped inside. Almost immediately, he was confronted with a seedy-looking young wizard who had two older, larger companions. Looking for a place to stay? The young man said. One of the big men wrinkled his nose. He looks like a bloody werewolf, he said. Dressed in rags, all clawed. Yeah, the other one said. Letting him in might scare the others off. Now, the seedy man said. Let's not be prejudiced. If he can pay for the privilege, that is. Lupin sighed and pulled out his galleon. I need to stay here for the night. I'll be gone tomorrow. The seedy wizard smiled. That's more like it. Go to the 6th floor. Find a room at least 2 rooms down from anyone that's currently occupied. Be sure to lock the door when you turn in. Lupin repressed the urge to shake his head at the young man's prejudice. It's not even the full moon. We've got anti-apparition wards up, so you'll need to take the stairs. Thank you, Lupin said, handing the young man his coin. August 2nd, 1997 AD.
7:30 morgens.
Lupin managed to get a decent night's sleep, despite his worry. Although he heavily warded the room, nobody disturbed him. All right, he thought. They probably found you by deducing where your Patronus came from. Be more careful this time. He cast his Patronus, then quickly made his way to the lobby. Sleep well, werewolf? One of the big men asked. Didn't shed on the furniture or anything. Lupin ignored him as he rushed out the door. He ducked into a nearby alleyway and waited. A few minutes later, a group of law enforcement wizards showed up. They smashed their way into the complex and disappeared inside. Lupin sighed. If they figured out how to track our patron uses, we won't last long. They're patrolling everywhere, Kingsley Shacklebolt said suddenly. Lupin jumped a foot before he recognized his friend. Kingsley, Lupin exclaimed. Thank Merlin. What's going on out there? The black wizard frowned. He looked even more stressed than usual, and Lupin could see what looked an awful lot like a bruise on the side of his head. They've harmed Scrimgeour. Thickness is interim minister. Pending confirmation by the Wisengamot. They're issuing orders recalling many officials of the government to London due to the emergency. Where they can be put under Imperius, Lupin finished. Shacklebolt nodded. I've warned as many of them by Patronus as I can. But Thickness has got law enforcement personnel everywhere looking for patron uses. The Death Eaters are attacking everywhere, giving the Ministry an excuse to keep the DMLE more active than usual. I'd say we should lie low until the Ministry lets its guard down. But the Death Eaters now know our hiding places and are ransacking them. Daedalus's house has been burned, although luckily he wasn't in it. Lupin's heart sank. I hope the Tonkses are all right. Andromeda's a Slytherin. She knows how they operate. Hopefully they figured out what was going on and were able to go to ground. Have you heard anything from Dora? Lupin asked. Shacklebolt shook his head. Nope. I've been having trouble getting in contact with anyone other than the Weasleys. How are they? Lupin interrupted. They're fine, Shacklebolt said, a bit of anger creeping into his voice. The Death Eaters detained them, looking for information on Harry, but since they didn't have any, the Death Eaters left without inflicting major damage. How unlike them. I think they're trying to make things appear as normal as possible, at least until they've consolidated their power, Shacklebolt said, apparently sensing Lupin's thought. They can move against their enemies later. What about Harry? We haven't been able to find him. They might have gone to the old headquarters, although I wouldn't if I were them. Snape might find it very difficult to tell anyone about it, but that wouldn't stop him from coming himself. I wouldn't want to tangle with Harry if I were Snivellus just now. Remus, I've got to go. I'll send out a Patronus to everyone soon. We can get together then and plan our counterstrike. I hope you can find Tonks. Without further comment, Shacklebolt disapparated. Lupin sighed. We're in trouble now. I wonder how many of us survived the night? Something moved in the corner of Lupin's vision. He spun, wand out. A Patronus that looked very much like a wolf ambled into the alleyway from the far end. Oh, thank God. Dora. Remus, it spoke in his wife's voice. I am at my parents' house. Come quickly. Lupin barely had time to register that her voice sounded unusually downcast before he disapparated. August 2nd, 1997 AD 9:40 a.m. Lupin materialized in the backyard of the Tonks family house. Hopefully nobody saw her cast the Patronus. It wouldn't do to have unwelcome visitors. He spotted the smashed-in back door and his heart sank. Someone's been here already, someone with bad intentions. He rushed to the door only to stop short. There was a subtle shimmering. The defenses are back up. Thank Merlin. Lupin reached out and touched the shield. It vanished at his touch. Good. The wards recognize me. As soon as he passed through the doorway, the sound of a woman weeping assaulted his ears. Oh, Merlin. It's Dora. Ignoring the burnt and shattered kitchen around, Lupin rushed up the back stairs, turned the corner, and found himself with Ted Tonks' wand jammed into his face. The older man scowled and stepped back, lowering his wand. It's you, he said. High time you showed up. I'm sorry, Lupin said. I had to hide something the Order had entrusted us with, and when I got back to the clinic, it was crawling with Death Eaters. I managed to get in contact with Kingsley, but he didn't know where she was. Enough, Ted said. Follow me. Lupin followed his father-in-law down the hall to the master bedroom. His eyes leaped forward to Ted and Andromeda's bed, where a weeping Nymphadora Tonks, her hair mousy brown, sat being comforted by her mother. Andromeda spotted him first. She looked at him skeptically, but nudged her daughter. Tonks looked up and her dark eyes locked onto her husband. "Remus," she cried. She erupted from her mother's side like a rocket and almost knocked Lupin over with the force of her embrace. Lupin held Tonks for a long moment as she buried her face in his shoulder. He could feel her tears soaking into his robes. An uneasy feeling began creeping up his back. "Something is going on here, Dora," Lupin asked. "Dora, what happened?" "Oh, Merlin, Remus, it was horrid," she said, words spilling out. "Soon after you left, I started getting pains, and when I went into the bathroom, I was bleeding. I went to the desk, but the healer James was his name wouldn't treat me. Neither would the healer Kira." Her words slammed into Lupin like a bludger to the gut. "Those bastards. Dear Merlin, what happened next?" She told him. The horrible tale spilled out, each word slamming into Lupin like a fist. "It's my fault. I should have been the older, wiser person and never married her. She'd have gotten over it, found a better man than me, and would have a healthy baby who wouldn't die of deliberate neglect." Anger rolled forward from the depths of his soul. He repressed it as he always did, but this wasn't another denial of a job or someone sneering at him on the street. This was something else. "It's your fault. You shouldn't have married her. It's your—" No, it isn't." Try as he might, he couldn't blame himself for this. It was those healers who wouldn't treat her when the baby could have been saved, the people who didn't call the healers on their bullshit. To be fair, they probably didn't know just what was going on. The clarification pushed the darkness back, but only for a moment. It rumbled inside his chest like it did the night he and Sirius had cornered Peter, who we should have harmed. A gone, older Peter with a missing finger could still have proven Padfoot's innocence as much as a live one would have, and he would not have been able to resurrect the Dark Lord. The darkness pushed forward again. James and Kira at the Inverness Clinic. Remember those names. He shook his head. He focused all his attention on his wife, who was still crying. "Dora," he whispered as he stroked her.
Dora, I'm sorry.
She pulled back from him for a moment. "Don't be sorry, Remus. It wasn't your fault. It was their fault, the bastards." Anger darkened her face, and for a moment, Lupin thought he saw shades of red in her brown hair. Then she started crying again and buried her face in his shoulder. "Oh, Merlin, Remus, we would have had a son." Grief stabbed at Lupin's heart. "Be careful what you wish for, you old bastard. You thought it might have been better if she lost the baby, and look at what it's done to her." Tonks was babbling now. "Remus, do you think we should try again? I think my body can handle it. It's already—" Dora dear," Andromeda said. "It's best to wait." She gently pulled her daughter away from Lupin. "You should lie down, rest a bit," she said. "I think some dreamless sleep will do you well." Andromeda looked to her husband, who nodded and left the room. Then she looked at Lupin. "Help me get her to bed," she mouthed. Lupin nodded. "Dora, I think your mum's right," Lupin said. "It would be best if you rested for a while I get some things taken care of." The dark voice inside him hissed. He shook his head. "No, that would just make things worse." "Remus," his wife began. "Are you all right?" Lupin forced himself to smile. "Don't worry about me, love," he said. Tonks looked up at him. "Stay with me, please," she said. Lupin nodded. "Come along, you two," Andromeda said. The two of them got Tonks to her old bedroom. Lupin figured the familiarity might be a comfort and got her to lie down. Ted showed up a few minutes later with the dreamless sleep potion. Lupin sat next to her as she drank it, and she was asleep within minutes. Andromeda tucked her daughter in and kissed her on the forehead. Ted did the same, and as did Lupin. Then he turned and made his way towards the stairs. "Where are you going?" Andromeda asked. She didn't sound as skeptical and harsh as her husband had been earlier, but Lupin could sense it in her voice. "You promised her daughter you would stay." Lupin turned to face her. "You'll know when you read the prophet tomorrow. Vengeance is mine. Vengeance is mine." August 2nd, 1997 AD.
10 Uhr morgens.
Remus Lupin materialized in an alley in Muggle Inverness. Harm on his mind. "All right," he thought. "Disillusion yourself. Go to the clinic. Harm healer James and healer Kira. Get back to Tonks. With luck, she'll still be asleep when you return." He swept his wand down the length of his body, making himself invisible. Once he was sure he could not be seen, he stepped out of the alleyway into the crowded Muggle street. He set off towards the clinic, the darkness within him clamoring for vengeance. August 2nd, 1997 AD 10:05 a.m. Lupin knew something had gone wrong when he opened the door of the clinic, and instead of being frightened by a door opening by itself, the few denizens of the hastily rebuilt waiting room began muttering about a werewolf. He looked down. He could see himself. Damn it. They must have set up some kind of security measure that removes concealment. Lupin shook his head. The best laid plans of mice and men do often go awry. Justice still needs to be done. Lupin approached the receptionist's desk. "Excuse me," he said politely. "I am interested in scheduling an appointment with Healer James or Healer Kira. Are either of them here?" The receptionist looked a little uneasy. Lupin raised an eyebrow. "They're here, sir," she said quickly. "Healer Kira is with a patient, but Healer James should be available. May I ask why you'd like to see them?" Lupin barely repressed the urge to slug the woman. Remember what Dora said. She was kind to her, even knowing who her husband was. Then it was his turn to repress a smile. "Perhaps she knows why you're here and wants to help?" "Personal business," he said. "I'd like to discuss it only with a healer." "Very well," the receptionist said. She turned away from Lupin. "James," she called out. "Patient is here to see you." Lupin repressed the urge to smile as he heard someone coming. "Okay," the male healer said as he emerged from the rear of the clinic. "Is he on the—" The man's voice trailed off when he saw Lupin. "Mr. Lupin," the man said after a moment. "Tell me, how's the wife?" There was a sneer in his voice. A sneer that won't be there for much longer. "She'll recover," Lupin said flatly. "You won't." The wolf within, the one that Greyback planted, the one that smiled at the thought of the Dementor's kiss and the one he had long repressed, bayed for harm. "Harm, I am quite inclined to feed it. Sectum sempra." The harm curse would get the job done quickly and efficiently. But Tonks and their son had suffered, and Lupin intended to repay the so-called healer in kind. A line of harm appeared from the man's shoulder to his opposite hip. Lupin slashed again, cutting in the opposite direction. The man screamed as harm gushed from his wounds, soaking his clothes. Behind him, Lupin could hear shouts and people scrambling to their feet. "Be quick before they decide to mob you." Sectum sempra. His third attack slashed across the man's throat, opening both his carotid arteries and his trachea. The man sank to the floor gurgling. "Now for Kira." Depulso. Lupin's spell pushed the receptionist's wheeled chair sideways, knocking her out of the way. Confringo. Lupin's spell shattered the counter. Laying a shield charm behind him to protect himself from any potential heroes, Lupin rushed. Through the gap he'd torn in the counter and into the rear of the clinic. Hominum revelio. There were 3 occupied rooms in the hallway ahead of him. 2 had only 1 person in them, but 1 had 2. "Got you, you bitch." Laying another shield charm behind him, Lupin strode towards the far end of the hall. The healer Kira stuck her head out of the last room as he drew within 10 feet. Her eyes bulged when she saw Lupin coming, and she quickly retreated inside. "Oh no, you don't." Lupin quickly made the elaborate movements to cast an anti-disapparition ward. She would not be escaping that way. He covered the remaining distance quickly. When he came to the examination room door, he felt it seething with magical energy. "She's warded the door against intruders. That might work against some petty criminal like Mundungus Fletcher, but it won't work with me." Lupin made the fierce movements needed to remove such a charm and quickly kicked the door in. Kira and her patient, an elderly man, huddled in the corner. "I'm not here for you," Lupin said to the other man. "Could you please step aside?" The older man spat. "I'm not going anywhere, you beast." Lupin gritted his teeth. When he spoke, his words came out an angry staccato. "My wife is an Auror and was attacked by Death Eaters. She was pregnant and started bleeding. They wouldn't treat her because of what I am. My son is gone." He fixed his eyes on the old man. "And you call me a beast?" The man snorted. What she did was mercy. Lupin saw red. For a moment, he considered adding the old man to his list of victims. He shook his head. "Do what you came to do.
No distractions.
Petrificus totalis." The old man froze as stiff as a board. The female healer jabbed with her wand, but Lupin was able to easily deflect her curse and disarm her. "You know why I'm here," Lupin said, his blue eyes boring into her terrified face. He raised his wand, pointing it directly between her tear-filled eyes. "Please," she begged. "I have a husband. I have a son. Don't harm me. I'm sorry." Lupin shook his head. "I had a son too," he said quietly. Avada Kedavra. The healer slumped to the floor, gone. The dark part of him protested the woman had not suffered enough. Lupin called up all his will and managed to force the rage back down. For the moment. She had a son too. Do you want the boy to someday learn his mother was hacked to death and died choking her own harm? He turned his attention to the old man. The man glared at him but, frozen solid, could do nothing. Lupin shook his head. "Perhaps now you have the opportunities to engage the services of a better healer. One who remembers her oath applies to everybody, including the children of werewolves." He weaved a pattern with his wand, setting the enchantment binding the old man to vanish in 5 minutes. Then he removed the anti-disapparition ward he laid. Destination, determination, deliberation. Lupin found he could not dissipate. He stepped outside the examining room. Through the shimmering shield charm that bisected the hallway, Lupin saw 2 blue-clad law enforcement wizards. "There he is," one of them shouted. The second wizard blew down the shield charm with a powerful blasting curse. Lupin cast another shield and raised his wand. "I'm not here to fight you," he called out. "We have a common foe in the Dark Lord." One of them snorted. "A killer werewolf, fighting against you-know-who? That's rich." The other one hurled a barrage of stunners. Lupin deflected all of them and cast a pair of his own back at them. The 2 wizards deflected those. A 2-on-1 battle in an enclosed space, possibly with patients nearby. Lupin pondered trying to remove the new anti-disapparition ward, but barely managed to deflect another stunner. There's no way to do that with these 2 here. Time to do this the hard way. The wolf within him growled, eager for more bloodshed. The law would not spend a sickle punishing the witch and wizard who allowed his unborn son to die inside his anguished wife, but would gladly spend 1,000 galleons to harm or imprison him for doing what it would not. This simply will not do. Lupin deflected more stunners and responded with a spell pattern of his own devising. He weaved a pattern and the floor opened up beneath the 2 other wizards. Both men fell in and the floor began closing around them. "Stop." Rather than crushing or smothering the men as he would have done with Death Eaters, Lupin was content to pin them in place while he escaped. Expelliarmus. That, and render them defenseless for the moment. Lupin summoned their wands to him and tossed them into a corner. Now to leave before reinforcements show up. Confringo multis. The storm of magical energy shattered the rear wall of the clinic. Lupin stepped through into what appeared to be a Muggle department store, ignoring the shouts and stares of the people. He walked until he could no longer feel the presence of an anti-disapparition ward. Destination, determination, deliberation. Lupin disapparated, bowing to the Wolf Lord, bowing to the Wolf Lord. August 2nd, 1997 AD.
10:15 Uhr morgens.
Remus Lupin materialized in an alleyway in Wizarding Bristol and stepped out onto a street overlooking the ocean. As he emerged, he noticed people stepping away from him. If they knew what I just did, they'd be running, either fleeing or coming to lynch me. He walked across the street and stood at the railing, looking out over the ocean. As his anger subsided, the guilt began. "You committed harm," he thought to himself. He shook his head. James and Kira were the murderers. They got what they deserved, just like Peter should have years ago. However, his conscience simply would not shut up. They know who did it. Whoever refrained from hating werewolves based on your example is going to lump you in with Greyback. Lupin shook his head again. Fat lot of good me being so nice and mild has done for the cause of werewolf rights. In any event, now is not the time to ruminate about morality. By harm James and Kira however much they deserved it, he had given the Death Eater regime the excuse they needed to hunt him. The fact that the law enforcement men still seemed to view Voldemort as an enemy seemed to indicate the new government was not yet advertising its ideology. Not yet. They would not be able to move against the Dark Lord's enemies openly for fear of tipping their hand too soon. But now they had the perfect excuse to come after him. Sirius spent most of his time on the run in the form of a dog, taking advantage of the fact only the three of us knew he was an animagus. I don't exactly have that option. The Tonks family might be able to help him, but he did not want to draw the wrath of law enforcement down on them. There is one place I could. He shook his head. No, not there. Lupin spun, drawing his wand. 5 wizards from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement materialized around him. Remus Lupin, one of them said, "You are under arrest for—" Lupin didn't give him a chance to finish his sentence. Confringo. His spell slammed into the man's face and sent him tumbling. Using his free hand, Lupin conjured a ball of flame and hurled it at the others, driving them backwards. Wandless magic is a right pain to do, but it comes in handy. Now they can't gang-stun me. Lupin leaped between 2 of the blue-clad wizards. Confringo multis. He unleashed a storm of silver arrows at the men's unguarded backs. The law enforcement wizards quickly spun, deflecting the curses. They could not stop all of them, and one wizard fell to his knees, a leg shattered by his attack. His opponents were not without skill themselves. They hurled stunners from behind their shields, forcing Lupin to raise a shield of his own. The cumulative impact of the blows knocked him backward, towards the railing overlooking the sea. Falling from this height would not be a good idea. Lupin spotted one of them laying an anti-disapparition ward. It might be prudent to go now. Lupin disapparated. August 2nd, 1997 AD 10:20 AM. Lupin materialized in the wooded area where he had left the diary of Gellert Grindelwald. The strange log was still in the pond. All this has happened because I wanted to make sure the diary wasn't in our house where the Death Eaters could get it. It's my fault. He shook his head. Had we stayed at the wedding, they would have overwhelmed us there. He looked down at his feet. Stop this. All this introspection is interfering with your ability to plan your next move. He mulled where he could go next. The Tonkses had rebuilt the magical defenses around their home, but he did not want to give the Death Eaters and their allies an excuse to test them. I promised Dora I'd stay with her. Fat lot of good my word is worth. He could go on the run like Sirius had, slipping into Gringotts periodically in disguise for gold. But his funds would run low and he and Tonks had not joined their bank accounts yet. He swallowed. That leaves the werewolf colony. Lupin disapparated. August 2nd, 1997 AD 10:30 AM. Lupin materialized at his usual spot and quickly made his way down the path. All right, he thought as he entered the open zone surrounding the old train station. Get to my little grotto. Send a Patronus to the Tonkses warning them that my little gambit didn't work out according to plan. A harsh, barking laugh erupted about 10 feet behind him, nailing him to the ground. Look who's back, Fenrir Greyback laughed. Someone's been busy. Fear crawled up Lupin's back. How does he know? Greyback circled Lupin, walking in a deliberately leisurely pace. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has gotten a bit more cooperative lately, he drawled. The Dark Lord has made sure I get all the information about werewolf activities that I need as soon as magically possible. He smiled. Took you 3 decades, Remus, but you finally gave in to the beast. Shame rose up within him, the shame he felt when he came to after every transformation even though he knew they were beyond his control. No, Lupin said. I chose to harm those 2. They. Greyback raised his hand, silencing Lupin. I know what they did and I'm behind you 100%, Greyback said. When we take control of the wizarding world, denying medical care to the werewolf or the pregnant wife of a werewolf will be a capital offense. Greyback smiled, revealing yellowed teeth that were altogether too sharp. With the meat not going to waste, of course. The fact the monster who cursed him endorsed his actions made Lupin somewhat ill. He did not have time to linger on his feelings, though someone was coming up behind him. What should we do with this one, sir? Philip Wolf asked. The Dark Lord is hunting members of the Order of the Phoenix. We've got one right here. They might give us a big reward. Greyback shook his head. Regardless of his naive political positions, he's a brother werewolf and I will not sell him to the ministry, even when it's controlled by our allies, Greyback half growled. Besides, he did us a big favor the other day. Lupin's eyes widened. What? Greyback smiled. I knew you'd go straight to the Orus when I told you we were planning something. If I really wanted to keep what we were doing secret, I'd have harmed you or kept you locked up somewhere. Lupin's heart sank. A spy you know about is an asset. You can use him to tell your enemies just what you want them to know. Greyback laughed. Care to know the part you played in the Ministry's fall? Lupin swallowed. Not really. But ignorance isn't bliss. Ignorance is lethal. For a moment, he recalled Prejudice murdered his unborn son. Prejudice provoked him into allowing the wolf free rein for the first time in years. Very well, Lupin said. Enlighten me. Greyback laughed. Law enforcement turned out everywhere in preparation for werewolf attacks they knew were coming but didn't know where. They were spread too thinly to defeat every attack, and so many of them were away from the Ministry that the Dark Lord was able to seize control in 15 minutes. He laughed again. The Muggles have a maxim: he who tries to be strong everywhere is strong nowhere. Looks like it applies to us too. Oh no. No. Lupin repressed the urge to scream. Greyback laughed at Lupin's obvious discomfort. That brings us back to where we are right now, the older werewolf said. You see, the Dark Lord rewards his helpers. I've been granted legal authority over all the werewolves in my pack. This means we can do pretty much what we want, provided we don't offend him too much. Lupin's rational mind managed to emerge from the swirling sea of horror at how he had been played. It's a poisoned gift. Voldemort knows you'll abuse it, and then he can crush you and the entire wizarding world will applaud. In his pack, Wolf said, Last I checked, you had paid the tithe, but you had not knelt and sworn allegiance. More chills ran up Lupin's spine. They're not going to harm me. They want me as a trophy to show off. Greyback laughed. Time to choose, Remus Lupin. Lupin looked towards the colony. The colony was ruled by a megalomaniac who was possibly a cannibal. But despite Lupin's political allegiance, the worst he'd gotten was obnoxious behavior from Wolf and some others. He looked behind him to the world outside the colony. Even if he was able to get away from Greyback, Wolf, and the werewolves who patrolled the roof of the train station, he would face a world that not only scorned him because of his disease, but was now actively hunting for him. You've become a terrorist yourself, in a way. Not only did you finally react in violence against the world that scorned you and yours, but you unintentionally helped deliver the Ministry to Voldemort. His knees buckled. Lupin's enraged conscience managed to slow his fall, but it could not stop it. I've brought this on myself. I am a beast. Above him, the two evil werewolves laughed. That's a start, Greyback rumbled. Now throw away that ring. I'm sure you can find a proper mate in the colony. Lupin looked down at the golden ring on his left hand. I brought doom on you, Dora. This is just a symbol of it. He reached for the ring. Halfway through the motion, he stopped. It's the others who brought the doom on her, not me. I made a vow before God and my fellow wizards, and this is not adequate cause to break it. That was something worth fighting against Greyback for, even if the wizarding world itself wasn't. He's not obeying, Wolf said. I think we need to show him the true meaning of obedience. Someone else approached. Wolf was obviously bringing more friends to the party. Greyback laughed. Stand down, boys. I've got a better idea. Burning bridges. Burning bridges. Author's note. Some people have been bothered by the last couple of chapters, and will likely be bothered with this one. For those who might be tempted to stop reading, please be patient. In chapter 21, we'll see just what Lupin's long-term plan is. August 2nd, 1997 AD 6:30 p.m. All right. Fenrir Greyback ordered the quartet of werewolves assembled for the mission. Tonight's target is Kevin Armstrong. He's an official in Werewolf Support Services, and he's a right prick. Yes, he is, Remus Lupin thought morosely. And they want me to help harm him. He knew Greyback's plan. Force him to participate in the terror campaign to burn his bridges with the Order of the Phoenix forever. Lupin supposed he could abandon them during the raid, but then he would be a fugitive with little money and no place to go. Except perhaps exile, like Sirius after Peter escaped, he thought. But that would mean abandoning Dora and her family, assuming they'd want anything to do with him after tonight. Greyback kept talking and Lupin forced himself to pay attention. Philip Wolf is overall commander tonight, the senior werewolf said. Remus Lupin here is second in command. The little goody-goody is finally going to get his hands dirty. If they weren't dirty enough. Andrew Joshua Greyback said. You report to them. A two-pronged approach, Lupin thought darkly. Make me bloody my hands and give me honors. Bind me to him. Greyback turned to face Lupin. You do this and you'll have a place here as long as it stands. I'll also see if I can call law enforcement off the Tonkses. Fail me and all of you will die. He doubted Greyback could overcome Ted Tonks, let alone Dora. But he didn't want him to even try. Lupin nodded. Yes, he whispered. Greyback raised an eyebrow. Yes, what? Yes, sir. Greyback smiled. Good. Greyback turned to the others and began giving them instructions. Lupin swallowed. I can do this. It's to protect Dora and her family. August 2nd, 1997 AD 6:45 p.m. The quartet of werewolves materialized in the woods behind Armstrong's house. All right, Wolf growled. Here's the plan. We go in there and we harm all of them. Hand to hand. Lupin sighed. How typical of Greyback's followers. Sheer aggression and little subtlety. Wolf growled. You got a better idea, Lupin? I suppose you'd have us abandon the mission, go offer to suck the cocks of the Order of the Phoenix. The bigger werewolf snarled. Even if they accept us, which they won't, what's the use? The Dark Lords won. Actually, Lupin said. It might be better to set the roof the house on fire. Armstrong and his family will panic and come out here, where it would be easier to get to them. If we broke in, they could barricade themselves, fire on us from behind tables and the like. They would also have a much better chance of escaping if we make them come out here than if we corner them inside. Wolf looked at him. That's a good argument. Looks like you've got your uses after all. Wolf paused. But you'll harm Armstrong. If you don't, I'll be sure you suffer. Good. If they were smart, they'd try to make me harm his wife or child rather than someone that even some members of the Order of the Phoenix detest. The ministry provided a dole for werewolves through werewolf support services, but Armstrong was in charge of the money. His stinginess with money forced many werewolves to beg, steal, or starve, and the fact some were even reduced to homelessness made them more dangerous to the general wizarding public. Some say it's deliberate to reduce our numbers and make the public hate us. Don't worry, Philip, Lupin said. That's Wolf to you. You want to be on a first-name basis, Lupin, earn it. Lupin nodded. Wolf nodded towards the Armstrong's house. It was your idea, Lupin. You do the honors. Lupin inhaled. For a moment he considered running. Where do I have to go? Besides, it was possible the attack could fail without the blame falling on him. Armstrong and his family might be visiting others that evening or have fled the country as a result of the upsurge in werewolf attacks. He slowly raised his wand. Incendio. A stream of fire erupted from Lupin's wand. It arced out of the trees over the Armstrongs' back garden to land on the roof. It danced across the black shingles, setting them alight, and then dripped down onto the sills of the upper-story windows. Lupin lowered his wand. Wolf growled at him. That little fire? Do you want them to die or not? That's enough fire to force them out, Lupin said nonchalantly. Please don't be home. Lupin's ears perked up. Inside the building, he could hear movement and cries of fear. He shook his head. No. Wolf laughed. Good plan, Lupin, the other werewolf growled. Lupin felt even sicker. All right, Wolf ordered the whole group. Josh, Andrew, stay here and keep an eye on the back door. Signal us if they come out this way. Lupin and I will watch the front door. He turned to Lupin. Follow me, he ordered before setting off. Lupin looked down at his feet and obeyed. The two of them circled around the Armstrong house, staying within the tree-line and hopefully out of sight. They walked out of the woods onto the street and there they waited. They did not need to tarry long. A few seconds after they got there, the front door burst open. Kevin Armstrong and his wife rushed out in their nightclothes, the latter carrying a baby. Lupin's heart sank. A child. An innocent child. Just like the baby Dora and I would have had. He harmed the two healers for their deliberate neglect, which he still viewed as harm. Tonight, he would be an accomplice to the exact same sin. I've heard you can lay an anti-disapparition ward, Wolf ordered. Do it. Perhaps they don't know. Do it now. Wolf snarled. Lupin obeyed. The Armstrongs made no move to apparate away, but it would not hurt to be cautious. The family stopped and turned back to look at their burning house. Wolf growled. Now we can take them. Wolf loped forward, drawing his wand. Lupin followed. Avada Kedavra, Wolf announced, revealing his presence. The jet of green light leaped for Mrs. Armstrong, catching her in the chest. As she toppled over, the baby fell out of her arms.
No.
Armstrong screamed. Levi corpus. Lupin's spell caught the falling baby by the ankle. Lupin kept his wand pointed firmly at the baby, minimizing the jerking motion. It wouldn't do to try to save the baby and accidentally snap its neck or jar its brain inside its head. With a terrible cry of rage, Armstrong threw himself at Wolf. Silver arrows of light burst from his wand. Wolf deflected the first two and even hurled a curse of his own, but the third caught him in the stomach and doubled him over. The fourth hit him in the top of the head and knocked him onto his behind. Armstrong wheeled and faced Lupin. It seems the beast can't be tamed after all, the official said. I wonder why you even bothered. I bothered because I thought it wrong to hate all of society and want to bring it down. Armstrong hurled a curse at Lupin. Lupin deflected it. Armstrong hurled more curses and Lupin deflected those as well. Not an experienced fighter, this one. Not like me. However, he could not bring himself to attack. Armstrong was an arse, but he had never harmed anyone. Not directly at least. But how many werewolves were harmed by those they tried to rob? How many starved or died of preventable illnesses because the community at large denied them jobs and the government would not help them? Lupin gritted his teeth. He might have harmed hundreds with his quill. Incendio. Lupin attacked. He still could not bring himself to harm the other wizard directly, but he could drive him back towards the house. Armstrong backed away, stepping over the corpse of his wife and past his floating baby. Lupin advanced, the wolf within him roused. This man murdered people with his prejudice and his pen. He forced werewolves to steal or starve, increasing the prejudice against us. He remembered being turned away from eating at one of the few restaurants he could afford because they thought he'd steal the silverware. He remembered the staff at the grocery following him, assuming he would shoplift. Armstrong suddenly leaped forward, hurling red stunners and silver blasting curses. Lupin deflected all of them. One of the silver bolts ricocheted off Lupin's shield and slammed into Armstrong's kneecap. Armstrong went down on one knee in a cruel parody of a marriage proposal. Best be on the safe side. Expelliarmus. Armstrong's wand leaped away. Lupin raised his wand, pointing it at Armstrong's head. In front of him, the flames roared as the house burned, and behind him, the baby screamed. Perhaps it recognizes the gravity of the situation. Lupin inhaled, exhaled, inhaled again. What are you waiting for? Wolf demanded. Damn it. It would have been fine if he died, although I'd likely be blamed for it. He's at your mercy. Wolf shouted. Law enforcement might be on their way. Do it. Lupin thought back to the sneers on the street, how people crossed to the other side to avoid him. One child had tried to be friendly to him once, only to have his mother pull him away. Behind him, the baby screamed. I wonder if my son felt pain? Armstrong moved as though he was attacking. Lupin reacted instinctively. The official hit the ground, his neck broken and skull all but destroyed by the point-blank blasting curse. Murderer! 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 Wolf clapped him on the shoulder. Good job, Lupin, the bigger werewolf said. And good idea about that baby. Greyback'll want him. Someone shouted in the distance. Lupin turned to see blue-robed law enforcement wizards approaching on brooms. Josh, you grab the kid, Wolf ordered, gesturing to the floating baby. The junior werewolf grabbed the kid and disapparated. Andrew and Wolf did the same. After a moment, Lupin did as well. August 2nd, 1997 AD, 7:20 p.m. Wolf, Lupin, and the two other werewolves materialized at the Muggle sign and made their way down the path to the colony. At the bottom of the path, Greyback waited. So, Philip, how'd he do? He asked. Lupin looked at his feet, the shame almost physically forcing him down. Murderer! 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 Wolf laughed. Surprisingly well. We'll get some good use out of this one, I think. He gestured to the baby the werewolf Joshua was carrying. Good little hero Lupin insisted on saving the baby. Shall we keep it? Greyback nodded. The child would make a fine hostage, I think. Whoever replaces Armstrong might be more freehand with his galleons if he knows the price for the status quo is the child's life. Greyback smiled. Or perhaps infection. Arnold and Pamela are next in line for a kid. Anyway, take the brat inside. As the other werewolves went inside, Greyback reached over and seized Lupin by the chin. He pulled Lupin's face up and locked eyes with him. Let's see you go back to the Order of the Phoenix after that, he growled. You're mine now, Remus. Yes, I suppose I am. Greyback released Lupin. The younger werewolf slunk away, hating himself. August 3rd, 1997, AD 7:15 a.m. Someone rapped on the entrance to Lupin's grotto, yanking him from his uneasy dreams of fire, harm, and screaming. He opened one eye. Who the bloody hell is it? Mr. Lupin. Jack called to him. Mr. Lupin. Lupin sat up and rubbed his eyes. Yes, Jack? Mr. Greyback sent me to fetch you. He said it was very important. Lupin repressed the urge to scowl. Greyback's using Jack, supplying me with my very own devoted fan to pull me in deeper. All right, Lupin said. Just a minute. He pulled on his coat and adjusted his tie. He stuck his wand inside his mouth to clean the knight's fur off his teeth and ran it over his face to remove the knight's growth of hair. Best look presentable. August 3rd, 1997, AD 7:20 a.m. Lupin followed Jack down what used to be the rail line to where Greyback was holding court. The werewolf overlord's lieutenants and sycophants parted before Lupin, revealing a rather giddy Greyback. Good morning, the older werewolf said. Guess who made the paper? Lupin's heart sank and he sighed. Greyback laughed, sounding like a cruel old dog. Come take a look, he ordered. Lupin obeyed and Greyback shoved the copy of the Daily Prophet at his new henchman. Lupin took it in his hands and saw it was open to page 3. Werewolf accused of harm, Lupin read. His eyes traveled down the page and the more he read, the sicker he felt. Spotted later in the company of a group of werewolves associated with terrorist Fenrir Greyback. Ministry sources believe that the werewolves were returning from the harm of Kevin Armstrong, Chief Financial Officer of Werewolf Support Services, and his wife. The body of his son Rupert was not found. Greyback laughed. Let's see if the pretty pink-haired Auror will welcome you with open arms and open legs after she reads this. The other werewolves laughed, adding their voices to Greyback's to create a cacophony very similar to a pack of wild dogs. Lupin doubled over, barely repressing his rising gorge. Greyback laughed. It's always like that the first time. Don't worry, my boy, it gets easier. Oh, Merlin. Oh God, I am a monster now. Rough hands seized him, pulled him upright. Greyback was looking right at him. You did well last night. That should be rewarded. Greyback threw a parcel at Lupin. Hesitantly, he opened the box to see brand new robes. These came from Cassandra Vines, Greyback said. We paid them a little visit during the takeover. He laughed. We're going to be going to London sometime within the next week, to pay the powers that be our respects. As they say, dress for success. Lupin turned away from the laughing werewolves and slunk back towards his grotto. After a few seconds, Lupin noticed that one of the other werewolves was following him. There is always a choice. There is always a choice. August 3rd, 1997 AD.
7:25 morgens.
Remus Lupin wheeled, raising his wand. What do you want? He demanded of the werewolf who had been following him. His voice was hoarse and Lupin wondered how long it would be until he broke down completely. The other werewolf, he looked older than Lupin, with more gray hair, raised his hands. I'm not trying to pick a fight with you. I'll leave that to Wolf and his boys. Slowly, Lupin lowered his wand. Okay, he said. But you're still following me. I know what you're going through, the other werewolf said. Really? Lupin asked. The other werewolf nodded. Follow me, he said. Lupin raised an eyebrow. Really? The older werewolf rolled his eyes. I'm not up to something. If anything were to happen to Greyback's prize, he'd harm me, and I'm not particularly interested in dying. Lupin sighed. He really needed someone to talk to just now, and he figured the older werewolf would understand better than Kingsley Shacklebolt. All right. He followed the werewolf down the rusted railroad tracks into another grotto. This one had been cut directly into the concrete and looked much more elaborate than Lupin's glorified cubbyhole. This man has lived here for years. The older werewolf reached up onto a shelf and pulled down an ornately carved bowl. Lupin's eyes widened. It's a pensieve. Pensieves were rare and expensive things. For a moment, He wondered how the werewolf could have gotten hold of it. Greyback gave it to me, the older werewolf said. He thinks learning my story would be a salutary experience for werewolves prone to wavering. Wheels within wheels, Lupin noted. The old bastard is definitely trying to ensnare me. So you're Greyback's political officer, essentially? I suppose. The older werewolf looked straight at Lupin. He respects your talents, but thinks you've got a morals bug up your arse. Up until yesterday, you still acted like you owed the wider wizarding world something. It's called seeing the best in everyone, recognizing that not everyone is a prejudiced git. Greyback should try that sometime. You'd put up with far worse than you needed to over the years. You can't be blamed for what happened. Lupin gritted his teeth. There is always a choice, he said. I chose to see the best in everyone and not give in to my anger and resentment. I chose to punish those healers, unwise as it may have been. I chose to come here. Maybe, Lycos. Maybe not. Look here. The older werewolf sat down on his bed and drew his wand from a pocket. He extracted memories from his temple and put them in the bowl. Come and see. Lupin stepped forward and, slowly, lowered his face into the pensieve. He fell through the darkness and found himself standing in a wood. In the distance, he could see a small, middle-class home, very much like the one he had grown up in. A stick cracked behind him, and though he knew no harm could befall him within a memory, he whirled, raising his wand. A shabby-looking boy stumbled forward, breaking sticks beneath him as he walked. Pity erupted inside Lupin's heart. Poor kid. Is that him when he was a child? The boy continued towards the house. Behind him, Lupin turned and saw the back door of the house open. An older man, who looked rather glum, stepped out and began sweeping the path leading towards the driveway. Daddy, the shabby boy called out. The man looked up, eyes like saucers, and rushed towards the boy. Connor, the man shouted, wrapping his son in a big hug. Marla, it's Connor. A short woman erupted out of the house and rushed towards the boy. She joined her husband in hugging him. Where were you? We were so worried. A man came, the boy said. A big man. He took me to his house in the woods. The boy's mother and father paled. What did he do? The father asked. There was anger in his voice. That night, the boy said, he took me to a room with a cage. He tied my arm to the bars. Then he got in the cage and he changed. Changed? The mother asked. What do you mean, changed? Tears began trickling down the boy's cheeks. He turned into a wolf, a big wolf. Though Lupin didn't think it possible, the parents paled even more. The father began shaking his son. Did he bite you? Did he bite you? The boy broke down completely. Yes. The boy half screamed. He pulled back the sleeve of his shirt to reveal a partially healed bite mark. It hurt, he cried. It hurt and bled, and his parents were backing away now, drawing their wands. Mummy? Daddy? The boy asked, aware something was wrong. Go. The mother hissed. Go now. You're not our son anymore. The boy was crying again. Mummy, he said. He stepped towards them. The mother fired a curse into the ground at her son's feet. Go. The father shouted. He gestured threateningly with his own wand. Crying, the boy turned and ran back into the woods. Despite his weakened condition, he ran for what seemed like miles. The boy then slumped against a tree and wept for several minutes. You see? A voice that made the hairs rise on the back of Lupin's neck rise. I told you this would happen. They hate our kind, all of them. Fenrir Greyback stood there. He was younger and not so gray, but his teeth were still yellow and sharp. Anger crossed the boy's face. This is your fault. The boy snarled. He seized a rock and hurled it at Greyback. The evil werewolf neatly stepped to the side and avoided the rock. He laughed. You've got spirit, boy, Greyback rumbled. I think I'll put it to good use. Lupin suddenly found himself back in the grotto. That's horrible, he gasped, tears forming in his eyes. Rejected by your own parents. The older werewolf nodded. That's when I forsook the name I was born with. I think it was Kensington or something. I'm Connor Lycos now. He extended his hand. Nice to meet you, Remus Lupin, he said. Slowly, Lupin shook his hand. Nice to meet you too, he said. Lupin turned to go. One more thing, Lycos said. He gestured to Lupin's ring. Forget about her. She's a rare breed, a witch who doesn't hate us, but after what happened last night, she'll spurn you. No, Dora wouldn't. She couldn't. I doubt that, Lupin said. He made his way back to his grotto. When he got there, his heart leaped into his throat. A blue-white Patronus that looked very much like a wolf was sitting there. It looked up with him and spoke with the voice of Nymphadora Tonks. Remus. It's Tonks, the Patronus said, voice laden with fear and distress. Where are you? Rendezvous. August 3rd, 1997 AD.
8:15 Uhr morgens.
Remus Lupin waited in a clearing in the woods a mile or so from the Tonks' home. This should be far enough away that it doesn't attract the attention of any passing law enforcement personnel, Lupin thought. I don't trust Fenrir Greyback as far as I can throw him. A branch cracked. Lupin whirled, wand out. Who goes there? He demanded. An old woman with tightly curled iron-gray hair wearing an incongruous outfit of blue jeans and a weird sister's shirt approached. Lupin repressed the urge to sigh in relief. That's one of her usual disguises, and the clothes are pure Dora. But one has to be sure. Name a particularly amusing episode from the honeymoon of Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks, Lupin said. The old woman smiled, though it appeared a very sad smile. Remus Lupin felt the need to drop Nymphadora Tonks in the ocean when she'd fallen asleep in the chair. Then, after a brief interruption by Kingsley Shacklebolt's Patronus, she wore him out. Lupin smiled. Definitely her. A tear escaped the old woman's eye and the old woman's features dissolved, replaced by the familiar face of his wife. Lupin barely had time to notice her hair hung mouse-brown and limp before she had leaped onto him and held him tightly. Remus, she cried. Where've you been? I assume you read the prophet, he replied. Yes, she said. They said you harmed the healers at the clinic, that you were in the company of Greyback's people. Her voice trailed off. Remus, where did you go? The one place I was sure I could find sanctuary. The werewolf colony, she said. A statement rather than a question. The prophet isn't lying. Then. But with the ministry under Death Eater control and Greyback, her voice trailed away. No, she whispered. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Lupin slowly nodded. Tonks pulled away from him and slumped down onto a nearby log, tears flowing freely down her cheeks. Lupin felt his heart twisting inside his chest and blinked back a tear himself. He sat down and slid his arm around her. Rather than pull away as he half feared, she buried her face in his shoulder and wept. Then, head still buried in his shoulder, she started hitting him, pounding his chest with her left fist. What do I do? If he caught her hand, she might get even angrier. He decided to let her expend her anger and hope she didn't do significant damage. Eventually, Tonks ran out of energy for hitting. She looked up and locked eyes with her husband. He focused on her, ignoring the ache in his chest from the pounding he'd received. Why, Remus? She said, anger beginning to seep into her voice. Greyback is a monster. All the problems you've had all your life, they're his fault. He bit you. That he did, Dora, that he did. But he did not make the entire wizarding community other than my parents and the Order of the Phoenix turn away from me in disgust. He did not make the people I applied to for work turn me down, and he did not make the doctors refuse to treat you. As he rattled off the slights that he and she had experienced over the years, wheels began turning in his head. Wizarding society has treated both of us poorly, but Greyback's mad, he thought. But what if Greyback wasn't in charge of the werewolves? What if they could be put to better use? A wolf's grin momentarily crossed his face, and it took him a bit longer than usual to force it away. Dora, he said. Dora, I have a plan. She looked up at him through tear-filled eyes. What sort of plan? She said skeptically. One that involves murdering people. The anger in her voice was getting stronger. If Lupin wasn't careful, the aura would overcome the wife and would-be mother, and he would be in for a world of hurt. Only the ones who deserve it, Lupin said. Namely Fenrir Greyback and perhaps some of his lieutenants. That would be tricky, given how he'd be closely watched as not only a newcomer but also a longtime ideological foe. If he challenged Greyback and failed, he'd get torn to pieces, and the werewolves could even come after the Tonks family in reprisal. Tonks raised an eyebrow. Harm Greyback? And then what? That's a good point. Greyback is the one holding the pack together. This could require some thought. I don't know, Dora. If I can hold the werewolves together, we can help Harry with whatever task Dumbledore gave him before he died. Perhaps ally with the Order of the Phoenix to bring the Death Eaters down. His expression darkened for a moment. In exchange for certain concessions, of course. If the Order of the Phoenix wants an army of werewolves at their command, they'll have to earn it. It shouldn't be that difficult if Voldemort's rule endures for long. We can tar much of the existing ministry as collaborators if they object to abolishing the anti-werewolf laws and instituting certain helpful programs. He shook his head. The problem is, Greyback united the various werewolf packs of wizarding Britain. He's all that holds them together. Even if I manage to bring him down, there's no guarantee they'd follow me. The werewolf army could simply dissolve, especially if I order them into action against the Death Eaters. Unless I can pin the blame on someone else on the Death Eaters, that matter would require further thought. He decided to change the subject, at least for the moment. Now enough of this, Lupin said. How are you? Tonks' face fell. I went back to our house. The place is a ruin. The Death Eaters were probably searching for that damn diary. I managed to get some of our stuff out of there and I've moved back in with Mum and Dad. She swallowed. Or at least Mum. Dad's gone. Lupin's heart sank. What? Why? Tonks handed him her copy of the Prophet. Page 3a, she said. Lupin looked. The Ministry for Magic has begun investigation into the true origins of magical power. He read. Given how magic is almost always the dominant gene, it would appear that it would only be passed on by wizards reproducing. So-called Muggleborns are invited to assist the Ministry in. Lupin began trembling with rage and crumpled the paper in his fist. He handed it back to Tonks before he could do further damage. This is just the beginning, Tonks said, her tears beginning to return. Dad knows where this is going to go. Once they come up with some bullshit theory to justify it, they're going to start rounding people up. There were Death Eaters in the neighborhood last night and he knew he'd be the first they'd come after. Due to his supposed seduction of the highborn Andromeda, I suppose, Lupin thought. The Death Eaters are going to do what the Muggles were doing in Germany 50 years ago. Tonks swallowed, fighting back her tears. How's your mum? Lupin asked. If your dad's had to go on the run, that can't be easy for her. She'll manage, Tonks said. She always has. But I wouldn't go asking her how she's doing in person. She's assumed the worst about you, and she'll harm you if she sees you. She locked eyes with her husband. Remus. She's a black by birth. I wouldn't put it past her. Lupin nodded. And Harry, Ron, and Hermione? Tonks shook her head. Nobody knows. They haven't been seen since the wedding. We've been avoiding 12 Grimmauld Place. The Death Eaters are sure to be keeping an eye on it, in hopes of catching us there. Even if the enchantments keep Snape from telling anyone its location, he can still give them the general area. Lupin sighed. I'll see if anyone at the colony is aware of anything. Greyback will probably think it's silly sentimentality on my part, but I don't think he cares. He's not ideologically invested in the Death Eater regime. For him, it's solely a matter of convergent aims. Then he rose. Now I've got to get back to the colony. Spending too much time away will likely make the old bastard suspicious, and we don't need that right now. Tonks clung to his robes. Please, she whispered. Please don't go. Not yet. Lupin looked down at her. Their eyes locked. He remembered how he said he would stay and he didn't, instead setting off to wreak justice for their gone son. All right, he said. He sat back down on the log. They held each other until the sun hung directly overhead and Lupin realized he'd been gone from the colony all morning. They're going to start wondering. Questions about my loyalty will threaten the plan. He pulled himself and Tonks to their feet. Dora, he said. I have to go now. They'll be wondering where I am. Tonks was crying again. When will I see you again? We can communicate via Patronus and arrange to meet up now and again. Provided I can avoid your dear mother, I don't think that will be that difficult. He smiled and Tonks smiled back through her tears. Paying respects. Author's note. My short story Lord Giovanni's Daughter, an original fantasy piece, is in the 12th issue of the fantasy magazine Flashing Swords, which is now available. Since the site eats links, you can find it by going to Amazon and searching the term Flashing Swords 12. It should be the first item that comes up. Also, the comment about the crowd parting before them like the Red Sea before Moses comes from Werewolves Are Not Popular Dinner. Guests by Brianna Rose. August 10, 1997 AD, 7 p.m. Alright, Fenrir Greyback said. I want all of you on your best behavior. No shenanigans, no matter how much they sneer at us or make nasty remarks about us being housebroken. There'll be plenty of time for revenge later. Philip Wolf, Connor Lycos, and Remus Lupin all nodded. This may be more difficult from some of us than for others, Lupin thought, keeping an eye on Wolf. He's not exactly known for his good manners or self-restraint, particularly where humans were concerned. Greyback turned to Lupin. The Dark Lord's been informed about your situation, so hopefully he'll be able to keep the lackeys under control. However, I'd keep an eye out just to be safe. Lupin nodded. Thank you, sir. Hopefully I won't have to interact with Bellatrix or Peter. I might not be able to restrain myself. The werewolf quartet made their way down the back streets of Wizarding London towards the home of Augustus Rookwood, restored to the position he held during the First War now that the Death Eaters had triumphed. A party to celebrate the confirmation of Pius Thickness as Minister for Magic upon the retirement of Rufus Scrimgeour, Lupin thought. What rot! The werewolves approached the front door of Rookwood's house, which was guarded by 2 law enforcement officers. One of them wrinkled his nose at the sight of the 4. I do hope you're not here to beg, he said. Greyback stepped forward and locked eyes with the man. We're guests, he growled, reaching into the pocket of his robes, brand new robes stolen during the coup. Much like Lupin's, and pulling out his invitation. The officer examined it. There's no arguing taste, I suppose, he said. The 2 wizards stepped aside, allowing the werewolves to enter the building. That piece of shit, Wolf growled as soon as the door closed behind them. Did you get his name? Greyback nodded. Yep. Amos White. I'll have to write that down. He's observant, Lupin noted. Don't underestimate him. The 4 of them made their way up the stairs to a large room where the guests had gathered. Lupin paled as he saw who one of the guests was. That's Lord Voldemort. The Dark Lord leaned casually against a table stacked with snacks of various kinds and a large punch bowl. Bellatrix Lestrange stood beside him, as did Severus Snape. Lupin barely repressed his urge to go for his wand. Snape, the former Hogwarts professor, sipped from a glass of wine and was discussing something with a man Lupin recognized as the Death Eater Yaxley. Greyback confidently strode forward into the crowd, with Lycos, Wolf, and Lupin following behind. The crowd parted before them like the Red Sea before Moses, and Lupin could hear disdainful muttering run through the crowd. Werewolves, beasts, dangerous. Isn't that one an enemy? That one's with me, Greyback growled. Ask the Dark Lord if you disagree. For a moment, Lupin felt guilty about his plan to harm Greyback and seize control of the werewolves from him. He's standing up for me publicly, just like any member of the Order of the Phoenix would have. He told himself that Greyback was only interested in securing his allegiance, but the man seemed genuinely concerned about the welfare of werewolves. Now, Fenrir, the Dark Lord said, detaching himself from the table and drifting towards the quartet. There's no need to shout. Apologies, my lord, Greyback said. I tend to be a bit protective of the other members of the pack. He's not kneeling and kissing his robe, Lupin noted. As the commander of an allied force, he might not be bound by the same protocol. Understood, Voldemort said. The Dark Lord turned to face Lupin. Welcome to our little soiree, Mr. Lupin, Voldemort said. His crimson eyes locked on Lupin's. Lupin repressed the reflex to shiver beneath the Dark Lord's gaze. Not your usual crowd, I admit. Do help yourself to the food. The Dark Lord drifted back towards his place near the punch bowl. Greyback followed him, leaving Wolf, Lycos, and Lupin alone. Now what? Lycos asked. Something tells me we're not popular here. Probably not, Wolf said. Not that that'll stop me from trying my luck with some of the girls. A lot of them are upper-class twits, more than likely, but some might fancy a roll in the hay with a bad boy. Something tells me that's not going to work. In any event, let's hope Bellatrix doesn't notice. Wolf set off on his mission of would-be seduction, leaving Lycos and Lupin alone. I think I'll get something to eat, the older werewolf said. Be right back. Lycos headed over to the table with the food. Unfortunately, he tripped over a fold in the carpet halfway there, nearly colliding with Snape. The encounter resulted in wine on Snape's robes and a murderous expression on his narrow face. Oh no! Lycos had not attended Hogwarts, and though Greyback had acquired a wand somewhere for him, Lupin did not think him a particularly powerful wizard. Snape, on the other hand, was a merciless master of the dark arts. Watch where you're going, werewolf, Snape hissed. You might shed on me. Severus, Lupin interrupted. He approached his former colleague almost casually, but there was a hint of menace in his voice. Perhaps I'll do unto him what he did to George. See if it's possible he can be even more hideous-looking than he is now. Why, if it isn't Professor Lupin, Snape drawled. Tell me, how's the wife these days? Bella told me she had a bit of a spill. Lupin's rage erupted like a volcano deep in his soul. That bastard, that greasy-haired, big-nosed, Voldemort-worshipping, benefactor-murdering piece of... Lupin swallowed his rage. They were surrounded by Death Eaters, were in the presence of the Dark Lord himself. Taking glorious revenge on Snape might deprive Voldemort of one of his most powerful lieutenants, but Lupin couldn't bring the werewolves onto the Order's side if he were gone. She's fine. Thank you, Lupin said, forcing himself to smile. Snape smiled back, looking even more evil than usual. I'm surprised she even let you off the leash long enough to come here, he said. What would the good little Auror think about her husband consorting with Death Eaters? What would she think? I don't think that's any of your business, Severus, Lupin said. Snape shrugged. Fine with me. Let's just hope she doesn't remember her job some night and harm you in your sleep. Snape's smile grew wider. Oh, that reminds me. The Dark Lord is considering making me headmaster of Hogwarts. Lupin's jaw dropped. Snape as headmaster? Ruling over the school whose headmaster he murdered? Fear welled up from the depths of his being. Ginny, Luna, Neville, all of them at the mercy of Snape? Especially Neville. Lupin's gaze drifted over to Voldemort, who was holding court with Thickness, Greyback, and Bellatrix. Best be polite. That keeping you busy? Severus? I'm sure you're no doubt thinking all sorts of ways to be an even bigger, more evil pain in the arse than Umbridge was. Snape nodded. I suppose. I've been corresponding with Mr. Filch about reinstituting flogging as punishment. For the Gryffindors, of course. Lupin gritted his teeth. Why, you black-hearted, slimy. No good. Snape shook his head. Why isn't this a case of the pot calling the kettle black? Tell me, Lupin, is this your first Death Eater meeting? Or have you been serving the Dark Lord all this time? I remember someone saying that Black thought you were the traitor. Despite his epic efforts at self-restraint, Lupin's fist clenched. Snape smiled. You know, I'm wondering about what sort of harm methods I'll be applying to Potter if he's foolish enough to show his face at Hogwarts. Umbridge's quills might be nice, but I don't want to give that harridan the flattery of imitation. Do you think the rack would be nice? Or should I go all out and invest in an Iron Maiden? Snape shook his head. A pity his father isn't here to witness it. He sowed the dragon's teeth, after all. Good thing the bastard doesn't know Harry, Ron, and Hermione won't be coming back. He won't be able to get his greasy hands on them. Before Lupin could come up with the appropriate response, someone interrupted him. Remus Lupin, the high, cold voice of Lord Voldemort pricked his ears. Come here. Fear crawled up Lupin's spine at the sound of Voldemort's command. He won't harm you, not in front of Greyback. Unless, of course, he no longer finds the werewolves useful. Slowly, Lupin approached Voldemort. Mr. Lupin, the Dark Lord said. We were just discussing your dear wife. Bellatrix smiled evilly beside her master. Greyback rolled his eyes. You see, Voldemort continued. I am ordinarily a strong supporter of family values. You may have noticed how many families have served me together, the Malfoys, the Lestranges, even the Blacks. Not all of them, Voldemort continued. Under ordinary circumstances, I would have rewarded your wise decision to ally with me by calling off the hunt for Miss Tonks. But alas, circumstances prevent it. He patted the top of Bellatrix's head. The evil woman practically shivered with glee. You see, before you joined us, I promised Bella the opportunity to hunt her errant niece. Not only that, but the fact that dear Nymphadora has harmed Bella's husband, her own uncle, I might add, makes the situation all the more hurtful. What's your point? Voldemort locked eyes with Lupin. Anger glinted in the crimson orbs for a moment before his oily charm returned. My point, Mr. Lupin, is that I cannot call off the hunt for your dear wife now. Honor would forbid it. You have no honor. Unless, Voldemort continued, some sufficiently valuable service were done, to make me breaking my promise to dear Bella worthwhile. Bellatrix's evil grin grew wider. I am under the impression, the Dark Lord said. The old fool Albus Dumbledore had entrusted you with something quite valuable before Mr. Potter betrayed his trust. What? Oh, you did not see the prophet? Voldemort asked. Bellatrix, be a dear and show him. Bellatrix laughed haughtily as she handed him the day's newspaper. Harry Potter wanted for questioning in the death of Albus Dumbledore. Lupin read from the headline. May be accompanied by the Muggle-born Hermione Granger. No mention was made of Ron. Good. What they don't know can hex them if they make trouble. He forced that thought into the recesses of his mind. He already suspected Voldemort was deploying legitimacy against him. Instead, he decided to focus on what Voldemort wanted from him. You want me to give you the diary of Gellert Grindelwald, Lupin stated. If I do this, you'll call off Bellatrix. Voldemort nodded. Yes, I will. Lord Voldemort rewards his helpers. The Dark Lord flicked his hand in the universal go-away gesture. Now I've got something I need to discuss with Fenrir. Something that's not your immediate concern. Glad for the opportunity to get away from the evil crew, Lupin backpedaled to where he last saw Lycos. Greyback loyalist or not, he seems to be a decent fellow. August 10th, 1997 AD 8 p.m. The werewolf delegation left the Death Eater party. Lupin was glad to be out of the presence of the Dark Lord and his sycophants. Good news, boys, Greyback said as soon as they were away. I've managed to find jobs for any werewolf that wants one. Lycos and Wolf suddenly wheeled on their ruler. You have? Lycos said. That's wonderful. What sort of work? Greyback smiled. The Dark Lord's not strong enough in his position to openly deploy the Aurors and law enforcement against his enemies. However, those enemies have got to be dealt with, lest they rally opposition. He grinned a rotten-toothed grin. He's got gold, the gold of the Malfoys, the Lestranges, and others. He'll put bounties out on mudbloods, members of the Order of the Phoenix, and other harm traders. Wizard, werewolf, vampire, goblin, it doesn't matter, anyone can sign up. Plausible deniability, Lupin thought. Use this new instrument to dispose of your enemies, then dispose of the instrument and be seen as a hero. Is this wise? Lupin asked. I think he wants us to do his dirty work for him, and once we're not needed, Wolf swung at Lupin. Lupin jumped back, barely dodging the senior werewolf's fist. The old bastard's getting us jobs, Wolf growled. That's better than anything the other wizards have done for us. Greyback regarded both his henchmen. Wolf, keep your hands to yourself for now. Lupin, your opinion has been duly noted. Back to Lupin. Now? Someone's not in a good mood. Greyback focused all his attention on Lupin. Come what may, we need to prove our worth to the Dark Lord in the meantime. If that means serving as his skullcrackers for a while, so be it. We can use this as an opportunity to gain more recruits if the mudbloods and harm traders get bitten. That will make them werewolves, and I'm in charge of werewolves, remember? Lupin repressed the urge to raise an eyebrow. Greyback's got his own plan, it seems, and you need to prove yourself valuable to him. Get him that diary. Oh dear. Encountering old friends. Encountering old friends. Author's note. If you haven't ordered the 12th issue of Flashing Swords yet, but planned on doing so in order to read my story Lord Giovanni's Daughter, hold off. The story was not in the issue for some reason. It has been delayed until the next issue, which hopefully will be out before Kylie and I finish the story. In any event, happy belated Easter. August 12th, 1997 AD 10 a.m. You ready? Fenrir Greyback asked. Remus Lupin nodded. Greyback smiled grimly. Good. I'm sending Wolf, Lycos, and Albertson with you, in case you should run into trouble. In case the trouble comes from my former allies or from my own conscience. Lupin asked mentally. Greyback clapped a hand on Lupin's shoulder. This is necessary, Lupin. Lupin nodded. I know, he said. Forcing those words out of his mouth was like cramming a very large square peg through a very small round hole. Greyback whistled and the 3 other werewolves arrived. Get back as soon as possible, he ordered. I want this matter done quickly. August 12, 1997 AD 10:05 a.m. Lupin and his allies commanders materialized near the pond where he had stashed the diary. "All right," Lupin ordered. "I transfigured the diary into that log. If I change it back immediately, it'll go straight into the water and be ruined. I'll change it back once we get it out." The three other werewolves seized the big black log and pulled it out of the pond. They dragged it over and laid it at Lupin's feet. "Even Wolf obeys," Lupin observed, "although something tells me he's not enjoying it." The evil werewolf turned and faced Lupin. "Your turn," he half growled. Lupin nodded. He drew his wand and his hand danced, transforming the log back into the black leather diary of the evil wizard Gellert Grindelwald. "Looks like we got it," the werewolf Albertson said. "Let's go." Lupin bent down to retrieve the diary. "All right. Put a charm on it so it dissolves into ashes or sand within 2 days. Make it seem very advanced, like Dumbledore's work, so Voldemort doesn't realize it was my doing." Lupin shifted the diary into his left hand and moved to point his wand at it. Before he could cast the spell, something cracked behind him. Lupin whirled. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood there, anger plain on his dark face and wand pointed directly at Lupin's head. "Kingsley," Lupin said easily, "what brings you here? Why do you think, Remus?" The Auror asked, deep voice redolent with sadness. "What happened to Tonks has clearly unhinged you, and I'm here to stop you from doing something you'll regret." "I already regret what I'm doing," Lupin replied. Wolf growled, but Lupin ignored him. "It's necessary." "Necessary for what?" Shacklebolt asked. "I know Bellatrix is after Tonks. Is this the price the Dark Lord is demanding to call his attack bitch off?" Lupin nodded. Shacklebolt shook his head. "Remus, this is an entirely different animal from harm those 2 healers or even that prick Armstrong. Do you know what kind of horror the Dark Lord will do with what's in the diary?" Lupin knew all too well what the Dark Lord could do, even without the diary. "If Bellatrix is kept under control, it will be easier for Tonks," Lupin said. You're giving the Dark Lord very real power in return for a promise of safety for Tonks? She's an Auror, Remus. She's already on their hit list. A promise from that monster's lips is worthless, and we both know it. Do you think I don't know that? If Bellatrix was prevented even for a short time from devoting all day every day to hunting for Tonks, Tonks could operate against the Death Eaters more freely, without worrying about her crazed aunt's interference. It would be a gain for the Order, although measured against the gain for the Death Eaters. "Oh, the hell with this," Wolf growled. He began hurling curses at Shacklebolt. Lycos and Albertson followed suit. Lupin looked down at the diary in his hands. "If I disapparate now, I'll have all the time I need to impose the enchantments that will let me give the diary to Voldemort without greatly amplifying his powers." Then he saw Lycos topple over, stiff as a board. This steeled his resolve. "I'm not going to abandon any more friends." He rushed forward towards Lycos as Wolf stepped over the fallen werewolf to continue his attack on the Auror. The big werewolf went flying just as Lupin freed his friend. "Don't try to tangle with an Auror alone." Lycos scrambled away as Lupin faced Shacklebolt. "I'm warning you, Remus," Shacklebolt said. "If harm you prevents you from taking the diary to the Dark Lord, so be it. He isn't calling him Voldemort. Something's going on here." "Kingsley," Lupin let his response trail off. There was no way he would be able to convince Shacklebolt to let him take the diary to Voldemort. There's only one way out of this. Stupefy. Lupin unleashed a series of curses at his friend. None of them would be immediately lethal, and hopefully they'd do enough damage to force Shacklebolt to flee the scene. Shacklebolt retreated before Lupin's unexpected harm, but only 2 steps. Then he went on the offensive, driving Lupin back towards the pond. "Fair fights are for losers," Wolf growled. All at once, Wolf leaped at Shacklebolt, followed by Albertson and Lycos. Lupin, reluctantly, threw himself into the fray. Perhaps he'll be able to apparate away. Shacklebolt backed away from the 4-on-1 attack, hurling the harm curse. Lupin danced to the side, and it was Albertson who took the curse in the chest. "There's one down." Pity it wasn't Wolf. Shacklebolt fired another harm curse, narrowly missing Lycos. The older werewolf hit the ground to avoid the magical harm. Time to provide a distraction. Lupin made another grab for the diary. Shacklebolt sent Lycos flying with a wave of his left hand and fired a storm of curses at Lupin and the diary. The resulting explosion sent both Lupin and the diary flying in opposite directions. Shacklebolt immediately summoned the diary to him, but Lupin summoned the diary himself. The two wizards waged a magical tug of war for the diary. Slowly but surely, the diary began to pull away from Lupin towards the black ore. Behind Shacklebolt, Lycos rose up and stabbed with his wand, unleashing a jet of flame. Shacklebolt spun to deal with the new threat, momentarily releasing the diary. The diary flew towards Lupin. Okay, grab the diary and get out of here. Then he spotted a magical explosion, saw Lycos staggering back, barely able to stand in the face of Shacklebolt's harm. Kingsley, Lupin shouted. Aren't you forgetting something? The Auror quickly terminated the fight with Lycos by blasting his legs out from under him. A curse knocked the diary away just before it reached Lupin's hands, and Lupin himself barely managed to deflect another curse. Lupin held up better under the harm than Lycos did, but not by much. Within 15 seconds, Lupin was staggering backwards under the repeated hammer blows of Shacklebolt's attack. One curse hit with such force that Lupin dropped his wand. I'm sorry, Remus, Shacklebolt said. He moved to hurl a curse. With a roar, Wolf leaped atop Shacklebolt. The black Auror flipped Wolf over his shoulder into the pond. But the curse meant for Lupin went wild, shattering a nearby tree. Kingsley's playing for keeps today. Lupin hurled a curse at Shacklebolt's exposed midsection. It was a blasting curse. It would hurt him, but it wouldn't harm him. Shacklebolt moved to shield himself, but was not fast enough. He doubled over and Lupin took that moment to grab for the diary. His fingers touched the leather. No! Shacklebolt roared. He unleashed a storm of curses. The curse slammed into the ground, sending the diary flying and scorching Lupin's hand. Shacklebolt's dark eyes locked straight on it. No! Shacklebolt hurled a jet of flame. Gravity began to pull the diary back towards the soggy earth, straight into the heart of the firestorm. What emerged from the inferno was a blackened tangle of scorched, unreadable paper. It slammed into the wet ground and Lupin could see water creeping into the fibers of the paper, ruining what little readable text remained. Perhaps I can salvage something. Lupin leaped for the diary. Shacklebolt cast two blasting curses in quick succession. Lupin managed to shield himself against the first one, the effort stopping his forward momentum. The second curse slammed into the mangled diary, literally blowing it apart. Let's see what he does when he finds you were unable to retrieve his prize, Shacklebolt said. Then he disapparated, leaving Lupin and the other werewolves alone. August 12, 1997 AD 11:30 a.m. Care to know what your husband has been up to? Shacklebolt asked. I know what he's up to, Nymphadora Tonks replied. Shacklebolt raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Do you know that he tried to retrieve the diary of Gellert Grindelwald to give to Vol to the Dark Lord? That revelation hit Tonks in the gut. We left the wedding to ensure that diary did not fall into the hands of the Death Eaters. Our son died because we made sure the diary did not fall into the hands of the Death Eaters. I can understand why he harmed those healers, though I cannot approve vigilantism, the Black Auror continued. I didn't much like Armstrong either, and I figured Greyback made Remus harm him in order to burn his bridges with us. Shacklebolt narrowed his eyes. But actively doing the bidding of the chief enemy himself is a different matter entirely. He shook his head. Tonks, it is entirely possible your husband has gone dark. No, he couldn't go dark. The only loyal member of the Order to ever sell out was Pettigrew, and that was during the First War. Now it was her turn to shake her head. I know this is hard to take. Shacklebolt continued.
No, Tonks interrupted.
I spoke to Remus the morning after Armstrong D died. He said he had a plan. What sort of plan might that be? Shacklebolt asked archly. I'd love to hear it. He said he was going to harm Greyback, turn the werewolves against the Dark Lord, help Harry with his task. Shacklebolt's eyes widened. He told you that? Tonks put her hands on her hips. As a matter of fact, he did. And did he say just how he was going to do that? No, he didn't. That worried Tonks. Going into something without a plan, especially something as dangerous as what Lupin proposed, was a very bad idea. Shacklebolt shook his head. Let's assume for the moment that Remus hasn't bowed to the Dark Lord in his heart. In order to get himself in the proper position to pull off a coup, he'd have to give away a lot of our secrets that could get people harm. He sighed. Even if he is able to bring the werewolves over to our side, most of them have never attended Hogwarts and are going to be very poor combatants. The damage he'll do to our side will outweigh the benefits, even with the best-case scenario. He shook his head again. Tonks, the lesser evil is to harm Remus. No. Tonks shook her head. The little bit of her hair she could see was bright red, and Shacklebolt shifted, as though he were expecting a fight. No, Kingsley, she said frantically. Remus is your friend. He made you best man at our wedding. We're at war, Tonks, he interrupted. I'm sorry your love has blinded you. But what Remus is doing is going to destroy us. How hard would it be to make the information Remus could potentially provide obsolete? Bloody hell, Kingsley, if you cast a Fidelius charm about certain things, Remus wouldn't be able to reveal them even if he tried. Shacklebolt was silent for a moment. Let's hope he accepts it. I don't want to have to choose between my commanding officer and my husband. That's a good idea, Tonks. She inwardly exhaled in relief. Thank you kindly, she replied. Pending a final decision on Remus, I will begin casting the Fidelius charm on our remaining safe houses, caches of gold, and other vital information. He narrowed his eyes. I'll contact you when I need you, he said. Then he disapparated. August 12, 1997 AD 11:45 a.m. Shacklebolt materialized in the forest where he dueled a friend not long ago. The scattered pages of the diary lay scattered about, as though the Death Eaters and their allies had not even bothered to collect it. He sighed. Remus, why did you have to go and do something this insane? Assuming what Lupin had told Tonks about plotting to harm Greyback was true and he hasn't gone completely over the edge, Lupin would need to prove his loyalty to Greyback and Voldemort, and there would be a price to be paid for that. After all, Dumbledore had allowed Snape to betray Emmeline Vance in order to ensure his worth to the Dark Lord, not knowing the greasy git had been in the Voldemort's pocket the entire time. And Tonks, bless her, was clearly loyal to her husband, enough to challenge the commander of the Order of the Phoenix and her superior as an Auror. Under ordinary circumstances, this would be grounds for termination if not a full-blown legal investigation. Unfortunately, with most of us gone and Dawlish insisting Thickness is the legal minister, we can't throw away a valuable Auror who, this aberration aside, is loyal to the cause. He'd already decided to put her shape-shifting ability to good use. Before the coup, they had used her as a spy, to follow known or suspected Death Eaters on their errands and see what they were up to. Now, with the ministry in enemy hands, a feat Voldemort had not managed even during the First War, it was time to be ruthless again. I need an effective assassin, but I don't want to alienate said assassin by harm her husband, even if that's necessary for the cause. Figuring out a way to eliminate Lupin without alienating Tonks forever would take some thought. Punishment for failure. Punishment for failure. Author's note. Bellatrix's suggestion was inspired by another grisly idea of hers from one of Mrs. Tater's Lupin/Tonks stories, whose name escapes me at the moment. August 13, 1997 AD 10 a.m. Remus John Lupin, Lord Voldemort said in his high, cold voice, I am very disappointed with you. The Dark Lord was holding court in Augustus Rookwood's home again, and the subject of discussion was Lupin's failure to retrieve the diary of Gellert Grindelwald. Lupin had been called into the presence of the Dark Lord, accompanied by Fenrir Greyback, Philip Wolfe, and Connor Lycos. Lord Voldemort gave you a chance to prove yourself to me by giving you a rather easy task, retrieving something that could be very useful to me from the location where you hid it. At this task you failed, sir. Lupin began. Voldemort's red eyes flashed with rage. You are to address me as my lord, Mr. Lupin, the Dark Lord hissed. Crucio. Pain erupted throughout Lupin's entire body, beginning in his limbs and pouring into his torso. He fell to the floor, trying desperately not to scream. Don't want to give the bastard the pleasure. He failed. After a long moment of agony that could have been 5 seconds or 5 hours, the pain abruptly stopped. Lupin came back to himself to find he was drooling on the expensive carpet. Oh dear, I think that's enough for now, Mr. Lupin. Get up. Lupin dragged himself to his feet. Now where were we? Oh yes, your failure. He reached over and patted Bellatrix on the head. I offered to relieve dear Bella of her mission if you retrieved the diary for me. That, unfortunately, you were not able to manage. Until you can perform some service of equal or greater value to me, Bella will be free to prune her family tree. If I were your dear wife, I would watch my back. Voldemort smiled. Oh, that reminds me. I've got something here you might find very interesting. He withdrew a copy of the Daily Prophet from his robes, leafed a few pages in, and began reading. Dear Minister Thickness, he began. I am writing you to exhort you to maintain the anti-werewolf legislation passed under Minister Fudge and maintained by Minister Scrimgeour. Snevellis did something similar to Harry, not that long ago. I guess evil minds think alike. My family has been a victim of a werewolf, Voldemort continued. My daughter recently married a werewolf. Although my husband had his suspicions, I did not object. After all, he had good manners and a certain degree of class, even though his robes were a bit shabby. Lupin paled. He knew Andromeda was upset with him, but upset enough to go this far, particularly when her husband and daughter were fugitives. Perhaps she's trying to make the best of the situation and protect her kin. One of the few Slytherin virtues. Lupin became quite aware of his cheeks turning red, being shamed by the Dark Lord himself. I was not aware this was even possible. She became pregnant soon after their marriage, and his response to learning this was to run away. He did come back, fortunately for him, but my daughter was injured during the recent upsurge in Death Eater activity. She miscarried, and his response was to commit several murders and flee to join or possibly rejoin the terrorist Fenrir Greyback. If this is what we can expect from the good werewolves, I would hate to see the horrors unleashed if we relaxed the regulations on all of them. Sincerely, Andromeda Tonks. Voldemort gave one of his evil smiles. I'm told many married men have problems with their mother-in-law, the Dark Lord said. But it rarely makes the newspapers. Bellatrix cackled. Looks like dear Andy doesn't like her daughter's choice of a husband. Now does she said. A pity she didn't have better taste 25 years ago or so. It would have been so much happier for everybody. All right, enough is enough. Tell me, Lestrange, Lupin said. Is that regret I hear? Perhaps deep down you still love. Bellatrix paled, then narrowed her dark eyes in rage. My feelings are no concern of yours, dog, she hissed. My lord, may I punish him for this? Voldemort shook his head. Not yet, Bella. He turned to face Greyback. Fenrir, since Mr. Lupin has shown himself to be singularly incompetent in dealing with his former allies, I suggest easier work be found for him, Voldemort said. Everyone rises or sinks to their best level of incompetence, I imagine. What do you have in mind, my lord? Greyback asked. I think I've got an idea, Bellatrix interrupted. Every full moon dump him in a pit. Be sure he hasn't taken any wolfsbane. Then we feed him prisoners. Perhaps we'll catch that brat Potter and his mudblood whore and deal with them that way. Lupin's heart sank. That would be something exceedingly clever and evil for Voldemort to do. His eyes swept the room around him. There were easily a dozen Death Eaters in the room, not counting the Dark Lord himself, and there were most likely anti-disapparation jinxes laid. He'd be hard-pressed to escape the situation. Now, Bella, let's not be unnecessarily vindictive, Voldemort said lightly. There is a certain aesthetic value to the concept, but I have another idea. Voldemort turned to Greyback. I think the Snatchers need a more skilled recruit than usual, he said. Lupin saw Greyback tense. Many of the Snatchers were werewolves, finally allowed the opportunity to work for a living. Perhaps Lupin should do a spell with them. Greyback nodded. I think he would make an excellent Snatcher, my lord. Voldemort smiled. I'm glad you agree. He's already alienated his mother-in-law. Perhaps he'll help find his mudblood father-in-law? Explanations. Author's note. The idea of a pack of free werewolves in Germany comes from the story of Harm, Ice and Fire by Mercutio Rain. One of the better Lupin/Tonks stories, although the author hasn't updated in years with only 2 chapters to go. August 14th, 1997 AD 12:30 p.m. Let me get this straight, Nymphadora Tonks said, voice rising with anger and hair flaring red. After all the trouble we went to keep Grindelwald's diary away from the Death Eaters, something that cost our son his life, you went back and tried to give the bloody diary to the Dark Lord. Remus Lupin's natural urge would have been to hang his head in shame. But he knew where his wife had gotten the information and he felt the urge to protest. Dora, Lupin said. Dora, listen to me. Before Kingsley interrupted me, I was putting a spell on it. It would have dissolved into ashes and sand within 2 days. Tonks' eyes widened. I bet Kingsley didn't tell her about that. Although to be fair, I didn't tell him that's what I was doing. You were going to sabotage the diary? Keep the Death Eaters from getting much use out of it? Lupin nodded. Dora, did you think you really married a Death Eater? Tonks shook her head. No, Remus, no I didn't. That being said, I got a taste of the crap the world dishes out to werewolves all the time that day in the clinic, and I can understand how that might push someone over the edge. Lupin finished. Tonks nodded. Lupin sighed. Yes, it did. I didn't know what I was going to do next after I dealt with those healers. Only that enough was finally enough. He shook his head. For a moment there I was Greyback. I don't know him well, but I can understand what drives him. Most of the werewolves have it far worse than I do. They don't have normal friends willing to help them out with money. Don't have normal wives who don't care that they're monsters. Tonks rolled her eyes. Remus, stop that. You're not a monster. If you were a monster, you wouldn't feel remorse for harm those three. She snorted. Not like they didn't deserve it. Anyway. Lupin sighed. You haven't told her just what you're doing next. That'll set her off. Don't tell me I'm not a monster just yet, Dora. Tonks paled. What do you mean? Are they making you do some other horrible thing, since you weren't able to get him the diary? Dora, as Kingsley told you, I'm going to have to do a lot of horrible things if I want to be in a position to implement my plan, Lupin said. You might as well get used to it. Tonks narrowed her eyes. Remus, what are you getting at? Lupin said. After Vol. Don't say that, Tonks quickly interrupted. Why? Lupin asked. That's just giving in to. Tonks shook her head. Kingsley said they've cast a taboo. Every time someone says that name, the Death Eaters come calling. He had a narrow escape from a bunch of them when he said it. Oh my, this changes things. Most of the people brave enough to say his names are his enemies, Lupin observed. That's a good way to catch them. If controlling the ministry and its records isn't helpful enough. Tonks nodded. They've caught a couple of order members that way. Nobody we know, it was the new people, the ones who joined up after Dumbledore died. Most greenhorns don't live long enough to be veterans. Lupin noted morbidly. Now, what's going on now? Tonks asked. Damn it. Just when you thought she changed the subject. Who punished me with the Cruciatus curse for failing to bring him the diary. Then he ordered Greyback to make me a snatcher. Tonks paled. A snatcher? One of those thugs hunting for Muggleborns? Lupin nodded. Yes. Most of them are werewolves. They're glad they've got employment and they're the ones dishing out the prejudice for once. He shook his head. The Dark Lord had to get his digs in, though. He said the Snatchers needed a higher quality staff than they have now. Lupin smiled wryly. I suppose that's a compliment. Tonks' face fell. They're dragging you in deeper and deeper. Remus. First that Arse Armstrong, then the diary, and now you're hunting Muggleborns? How soon until they brand you with the dark mark? That struck Lupin across the face like a 2x4. Bit by bit, you're slowly getting sucked in. Sirius had told him how reluctant Snape had seemed to go back to the Death Eaters. Assuming his defection during the First War wasn't a sham, it was possible he'd fallen back into his old ways bit by bit, to the point he murdered the man who saved him from Azkaban. Dora, I'll never take the mark. If it comes to that, I'll abandon the whole scheme and flee to bloody France. Maybe even Germany. There's a pack of werewolves there who've told Greyback to pound sand and made it stick. I can apparate back here to help fight the Dark Lord when necessary. Tonks nodded. Lupin noticed undercurrents of red in her hair. Good. I'll hold you to that. Silence fell. How's your mum? Lupin asked. I saw her letter to the paper. Tonks rolled her eyes. Oh great. I was hoping you might have overlooked it. Lupin shook his head. I might have, but the Dark Lord didn't. He insisted on reading it out loud, in front of several werewolves and many of his lieutenants, including your dear aunt. Tonks' hair turned the color of fire at the mention of Bellatrix Lestrange. Between what happened and Dad going on the run, she's not happy these days. I can't really explain what you're up to, lest the Death Eaters kidnap her and find out. She's fiercer than most give her credit for, I can tell. Tonks smiled despite herself. But she's not an Auror like me or a grizzled old veteran like you. She'd be much more vulnerable. Plus, if she found out we were still meeting, she'd follow me out someday and harm you. Even though I harm the two people responsible for the loss of her grandson, she didn't mind that it's the fact you ran off twice and who you ran off to that bothered her. Lupin reddened again. Weakling, he reproached himself.
Votless, weak man.
Silence fell for a moment. So Lupin said, anything else going on in the Order of the Phoenix that I need to know about? Well, as you've probably figured out by now, Kingsley is right mad at you about the diary. I think I got him to hold off on trying to harm you again by suggesting he put vital locations, our caches of gold, our remaining safe houses, and the like under the Fidelius charm. I figure he'll be the secret keeper, perhaps along with some of the other surviving leaders. Lupin nodded. If it weren't for my reckless behavior, I'd still be counted among the surviving leaders. It makes sense. They'll want to limit the damage I can do to the Order by revealing information. He looked at her. If Kingsley knows we've been in contact, he's not going to be happy with you, he said. Tonks shrugged. Figures. But he and I are the last loyal Aurors. Dawlish has got his head up his arse as usual. Thinks Thickness is the legal minister and all. I don't think Kingsley's going to drop me off London Bridge stuffed in a sack.
I'm Glow.
Lupin looked at his watch. All right, he said. I'm scheduled for a snatcher patrol today in a couple of hours. I'll be sure to screw it up as much as I can without attracting undue attention. Tonks didn't respond with words. Instead, she threw herself at him and hugged him fiercely. As they embraced, he saw a flicker of pink in her brown hair again. The last time Lupin recalled seeing that color there was when they held each other for a while after Lupin returned from Greyback's colony. Even then, it was brief. Give her time. A miscarriage is a lot to take, especially if it comes on top of the death of your mentor, the fall of the government you've made a career serving, and your husband's own erratic behavior. After a long moment, they pulled apart. When will I be able to see you again? Tonks asked. I don't know. Weak and unreliable. How about we communicate via Patronus, weekly? He suggested. I'll be sure to be somewhere out of sight of the others to receive it. Couldn't be on the same day every day, though, lest people wonder where I disappear to. If law enforcement is still tracking them, we can use Owlpost. The color faded from Tonks' hair. She nodded. First one tomorrow, 11 o'clock in the morning. She said. Sounds good to me. August 14th, 1997 AD 12:50 p.m. Lupin materialized in front of the no trespassing sign and made his way down the path to the colony. As he passed beneath the great doors into the interior, quickening his step to pass by a pair of werewolves dragging about a distraught-looking young woman who was probably Muggle-born, he nearly collided with Connor Lycos. Good afternoon, Connor, Lupin said, surprised. You were visiting the pink-haired Auror, weren't you? Lycos asked quietly but bluntly. Oh dear. Lycos seemed to be the decent sort, but he was loyal to Greyback and high in the evil werewolf's esteem. Plus, rejected by his own parents, he might be envious of Lupin's relatively happy familial situation, and that could make him dangerous. I don't know what you're talking about, Lupin said quickly. Lycos slowly exhaled in what might have been a sigh. He pointed at Lupin's shoulder. Lupin looked down and saw a strand of pink hair. Oh bugger. I wouldn't be too obvious about the fact you and her are still together, Lycos said. Greyback's still not happy about what her mum wrote in the Prophet. I've managed to dissuade him not to attack her for that, for now. Lupin nodded. Thank you, Lupin said. Anything for a friend. Father-in-law, father-in-law. September 6, 1997 AD. 2:30 p.m. Remus Lupin raised his right hand. Behind him, the trio of snatchers under his command came to a halt. We're not alone, he said. In the 3 weeks or so since Voldemort had forced him to work as a snatcher, Lupin had joined the others werewolves, mostly, as well as non-Muggle-born wizarding criminals scouring Britain for Muggle-borns, members of the Order of the Phoenix and other harm traders. Although he'd done his best to allow as many of their targets to escape as possible, he knew Voldemort and Greyback had his eye on him and probably expected him to do just that. He still remembered the tears, the pleas for mercy as the Muggle-born fugitive he caught in Wizarding Bristol was dragged away by the henchmen of the Muggle-born Registration Commission. He remembered the unnatural coldness of the presence of the Dementors used to subdue another Muggle-born the Snatchers had found hiding among Muggles in Dorset. Greyback had slapped him on the back, praised him for doing a good job. Greyback got his cut as leader, of course, but much of the gold went to Lupin's own account at Gringotts. I hate myself. I hate myself. Still, the necessity of this to bring about his plan kept him going. The gold also came in handy for other purposes, buying medicine for a couple of sick werewolves in the colony, textbooks for those who sought to improve their magical skill, wagering in the games of chance common in the colony. Got to generate goodwill to set myself up as leader once I figure out a way to bring Greyback down. But all that gold had to come from somewhere, and that was why he was out in the middle of the Forest of Dean, pursuing a group of fugitives rumored to be hiding there. Not just Muggle-borns, but a couple of goblins too. They'd found a campsite about an hour before, with the ashes within the circle of stones still warm. The tracks had led out in the woods. The Ministry had helpfully laid several anti-disapparition jinxes that covered much of the forest, and the Snatchers had been following them. Do you think they're hiding, hoping we'll walk right past them? Peter Miller, one of the werewolves from the colony, asked. Lupin shook his head. I doubt that. We've got revealing charms, after all. He waved his wand. Nobody nearby, but the prey might have devised some kind of countercharm. They certainly have got incentive. Do you think they'll try to turn around and ambush us? Cedric James, a common criminal, growled. Were I them, I'd be right tired of running myself. Quiet, Lupin said. Listen. The crack of a twig was their only warning. Then a green light flashed. Lupin instinctively threw himself to the ground, and the harm curse flew over his head to slam into a nearby tree. The resulting explosion peppered all of them with splinters, drawing harm in multiple places. Another jet of green light flashed. This time the curse caught Flesh and Miller fell gone to the ground. The others hit the dirt as well, firing curses of their own back at the attackers. We got one, Ted Tonks shouted. 3 more, another male voice said. Bad odds. You're damn right, mudblood scum, James called out. Better run. Idiot, the third snatcher Lupin had not even bothered to learn his name said. If they fight, they might lose and we'll get the gold. Oh, you don't need to worry about us running, the second voice said. Ted here's got a grudge with one of you. Lupin's heart sank. Oh no. For a long moment, he hesitated, unwilling to go on the offensive against his father-in-law. However, if he wanted to become leader of the werewolf colony after Greyback, he could not afford the reputation of a military featherweight. Forward, Lupin said weakly. Stunners only. They're worth more alive. Hopefully that'll be the best of both worlds. James and the other snatcher unleashed a storm of stunners in the direction the harm curses had come. Lupin added his own curses to the mix, hoping not to hit anyone. The wave of red curses stripped the leaves from some trees and shattered others. Through the haze of flying debris, Lupin got a glimpse of Ted and a man he did not recognize. The month on the run had not been kind to Ted. His big belly had contracted noticeably and his hollow cheeks made his cheekbones look much sharper. Despite his physical decline, harm lit up his eyes when he caught sight of Lupin. I told you if you hurt her, I would hurt you, he half growled. I keep my promises. The wolf inside him growled at this overt challenge, but Lupin restrained it. He doesn't know about what's happened since then. Ted, Lupin began. Ted responded with another harm curse. Lupin dodged and hurled a stunner of his own, narrowly missing the older man's temple. Best avoid headshots. Even stunners can harm. Get him, the third snatcher roared. He charged into the gap between 2 smashed trees. Down, Lupin shouted. Get down. The snatcher did not listen. Seconds later, a stunner caught him in the gut and smashed him through one of the trees, destroying it completely. Oh yes, it'll go well if you ignore the advice of the man who's fought in 2 wars. The green light flashed again and Lupin wheeled. The harm curse passed through the hem of his robes, setting them on fire. Too close. He rolled, deflecting a pair of stunners. Looks like not everyone can use the harm curse. Tonks and the man Lupin did not recognize went on the offensive. James fell back before the second man, while Lupin was able to hold his own. While he parried Ted's attacks and made a few of his own to make sure none of his compatriots got suspicious, he wondered just how to extricate himself from the situation. However hostile he might have been before, I'm not going to harm Dora's father or feed him to the Dementors. Of course, resolving not to do those things to his father-in-law did not automatically mean he had a way to get out of the situation with both their lives and his plan intact. His ruminations distracted him to the point he was not able to shield himself from Ted's curse. A silver arrow slammed into his gut and sent him flying, in a doubled-over position to boot. He crashed into the ground and somewhere during his tumble, misplaced his wand. He scrambled backward as soon as he hit the ground, but was not fast enough. Ted loomed overhead, wand pointed straight at his son-in-law's head. "Goodbye, Remus," he said. Tonks fired the harm curse straight down at Lupin. Lupin threw his head to the side and the curse slammed into the ground next to his head. The resulting explosion sent both of them flying. Both of them slammed into the forest floor 15 feet apart. Both of them scrambled for their fallen wands. "He's got line of sight on his and I don't." Accio wand. Lupin's wand jumped into his hand and he pointed it at Ted's head. Tonks froze like an animal in the presence of a predator. The wolf within Lupin grinned. "Bad idea. If you'd moved quickly and hurled the curse, you'd have gotten me." However, though he'd drawn a bead on Ted, he did not hurl a curse, not even a stunner. The older man's eyes widened incrementally. "What are you waiting for?" James shouted from behind Lupin. "Take the shot. Take the shot," Lupin repeated, loud enough for Ted to hear. He locked eyes with his father-in-law, hopefully getting the point across. "Oh bloody hell. I'll do it myself," James said, shoving Lupin out the way. "Bad idea." Ted took the shot. James fell gone. The two of them faced each other. Lupin slowly rose to his feet, wand still on his father-in-law. Slowly he lowered his wand. Ted immediately pointed his wand at Lupin. "Lupin did nothing. You had your chance to curse me and you didn't. You let me harm one of your men. Why? He was the best defense against the dark arts teacher we have had," said Dean Thomas from somewhere out of Lupin's field of vision. "Not a Death Eater like Crouch, Snape, or Umbridge. He wasn't the type to go dark." "Dean? You're out here too?" "It would make sense. He'd have to be insane to go back to Hogwarts with Snape as the headmaster. But why is he fighting for the enemy?" A goblin Lupin did not recognize hissed. "Fighting for the killers of Muggleborns and rebellious goblins alike?" Ted looked at Lupin. "Dora said Dumbledore had him living among the werewolves, living as a spy," he said. "Perhaps this has something to do with it. Should I let him believe that? He's married to a Slytherin. The notion that I'd be participating in Muggleborn hunts as part of my cover is something he should recognize." Lupin decided to let his silence speak for him. Ted extended his hand. "I forgot to thank you for taking out the trash that let my grandson die," he said. Slowly, Lupin shook Ted's hand. The wolf bristled at so easily forgiving an opponent who nearly harmed him several times during the course of the fight. Lupin frowned inwardly. He was protecting his daughter as best he could, he told himself. "I'm not entirely innocent in the whole process anyway." "Thank you," he replied. "I rather wish I hadn't had to do it." "Me too." Silence fell, broken only by Thomas helping up the man Lupin did not recognize. Lupin decided to change the subject. "How long have you been out here?" he asked. "Couple of weeks. We've been getting fish out of the rivers, but any other food's hard to come by." He gestured to his reduced stomach. "As you can no doubt tell." Lupin smiled slightly. "Out of curiosity, how did you learn how to use the harm curse?" "They tell us the incantation in school, but understandably not how to use it." Ted shrugged. "Dramata taught me just before we left. It's been right helpful dealing with the snatchers who've been dogging us." "Very Slytherin of her." He frowned. "You're not the only snatcher patrol in the forest," he said. "We saw 2 separate groups last week." "The noose is tightening," Lupin said. "It might be prudent to evacuate the forest of Dean, head for somewhere else." Ted nodded. "Good idea." He gestured to the body of the gone goblin. "Greyback might be mollified a bit if you brought something back to him." The living goblin hissed. "You'd have him take Gornick's body away? Give it to wizards?" Ted sighed sadly. Dean looked sad as well. "Do we really need to do this?" he asked. "Gornick traveled with us." Ted turned to his younger companion. "If Remus stays alive, we can trust his snatchers at least not to harm us or drag us to that bitch Umbridge for some Dementor snogging." Giving him something to bring back to Greyback will make that more likely. Dean and the goblin both nodded. Lupin's gaze drifted over to his stunned compatriot. The curse might wear off. Best make sure he doesn't hear too much while he's coming out of it. Lupin leaned forward conspiratorially. All of you run, he said. I'll wake him up and make sure he sees me firing at you. Ted smiled. Good plan. The fugitives retreated. Lupin picked up one of the gone snatcher's wands and pointed it at the unconscious man on the ground while pointing his own in the general direction of the fugitives. Finite incantatem. As the man came awake, Lupin hurled harm curses in the direction of the fugitives, making sure to aim above their heads. Run! He shouted after them, trying to sound fierce and intimidating. Run! September 6, 1997 AD 3:30 p.m. Lupin and the third snatcher, whose name he learned was Samuel Sullivan, reported back to the werewolf colony with the goblin's corpse. There were 5 of them, Lupin said. We got one. At the cost of 2 snatchers? Greyback asked, voice low and gaze serious. One of them a brother werewolf? Oh, got to think of something. We have reason to believe we've forced them out of the forest of Dean, Lupin said. They were retreating towards the boundaries of the anti-disapparition zone. I thought it imprudent to go after them with just 2 of us against 4, particularly since Sullivan here was hurt. Greyback stared at Lupin for a long moment. Lupin raised his mental shields, expecting some kind of legilimens probing, but none came. Perhaps he's never learned legilimency. Good. He won't catch me in any lies. It would be prudent to deploy snatchers along the northern edge of the forest, to catch them before they get beyond the jinx. They might not have gotten far, especially if they return to their campsite. Hopefully they'll be gone by now. Greyback nodded. Then he turned to the other snatcher. Is this true, Sullivan? He asked. He was firing harm curses at them when he woke me up. The third snatcher replied. Greyback turned back to Lupin. Good. I'm claiming all the gold for this one, though. Got to make up for the losses taken on the other 2. Lupin nodded. As you wish, sir. Detecting dissidents. Detecting dissidents. September 10th, 1997 AD.
9:30 morgens.
Remus, I've got a new task for you, Fenrir Greyback said. Remus Lupin repressed the urge to show fear. It was not every day that a werewolf was escorted into Greyback's office by Philip Wolf, and when that happened, it was even rarer they emerged unscathed. Greyback's been rather violently lately. What sort of task, sir? He asked. Greyback smiled and Lupin felt somewhat sick. For a moment, he feared Greyback had learned how he had allowed Ted Tonks and his companions to escape and was only now taking revenge. Greyback could harm him, or deny him wolfsbane and unleash him as a terror weapon during the full moons. You've been serving as a snatcher for the last few weeks. You've caught a few mudbloods for us, but we both know your heart isn't in it. Oh dear. Surreptitiously, Lupin reached for his wand. Greyback snorted. Oh, don't bother. I'm not going to harm you or punish you in some worse fashion. Besides, there are hundreds of werewolves who worship me on the other side of that door, and I doubt you can overcome them too. Greyback licked his lips and leered. You do want to see your pretty pink-haired aura again, I assume? Lupin paled. Oh, Merlin. He knows. He knows. Greyback then started talking about something else entirely. Most werewolves never received a Hogwarts education, Greyback growled. A lot of which is your fault, infecting them and stealing them from their parents. You got one because your parents gave a damn and your affliction was kept secret. They wouldn't let me in at all, too many people knew what I was, and I'm not the only one. Consequently, we're inferior wizards to the Death Eaters, members of the Order of the Phoenix, and even some ordinary people. Lupin thought back to the fight with Kingsley Shacklebolt over the diary of Gellert Grindelwald. 3 other werewolves fought alongside him, but 4-on-1, they could not overcome the Aur. That's where you come in, Greyback said. I want you to train my werewolves for war. You were the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. That can't be too difficult for you. Lupin had mixed feelings about this assignment. He would no longer need to hunt Muggleborns, but instead, he'd be making other werewolves better Muggleborn hunters, better terrorists for the Dark Lord. Lupin did not answer immediately. Greyback smiled, revealing stained teeth. Come now, Remus, we just got finished saying how you want to see your pretty wife again. If you don't want to see her badly enough to do what's necessary, I can think of several dozen others who'd like to pay a visit to a pretty witch who likes sleeping with werewolves. I might be inclined to go see her myself, if you know what I mean." He accentuated his point by running his tongue over his teeth, a sick look in his eyes. Lupin recognized intellectually that his wife would probably be able to crush Greyback and any of his minions like grapes beneath a Muggle steamroller, but the thought of her screaming beneath Greyback and any number of his enforcers made him physically sick. The Longbottoms were mighty too, but the Death Eaters took them by surprise. "I would be honored, sir," Lupin said weakly. Greyback smiled. "Faster than I would have expected. We'll make a good werewolf out of you yet. There's a silver lining to this. I'd be in a position to influence dozens if not hundreds of werewolves. Your first class will be at noon," Greyback ordered. "Good luck." He smiled darkly. "Not that you'll need that, if your little woman means that much to you." September 10th, 1997 AD, 12 p.m. Lupin took his position in one of the empty fields around the colony. 20 werewolves formed a line in front of him. "All right," Lupin began mildly. "You're here because Fenrir Greyback thinks you have potential that, thanks to most of our kind being unable to attend Hogwarts, has not been fully realized. He has assigned me to train you in the ways of magical combat." As he walked up and down the long line of werewolves, Lupin made eye contact with each of them. "Legilimency is a useful skill to know, although it's not my strongest suit." He locked eyes with one of the werewolves, a short and somewhat stocky man. "I remember him arguing against the alliance with Voldemort," the man thought. "I hope he hasn't gone over to Greyback's ways completely. It'd be better if we could all get along, werewolf or not." Lupin repressed the urge to shake his head. Not a very good occlumens, that one. Rather than thinking about something else entirely, to block out what they were trying to hide, he instead thought about what he was trying to hide and tried to consciously hide that. Although he was not as good a legilimens as Snape, he was able to break through the rudimentary shielding. He held open the connection for a few seconds longer. "He's a legilimens. If Wolf finds out what I'm thinking, I'm gone." The image of a beating the man had witnessed accompanied that thought. Lupin repressed the urge to frown. What the man had witnessed confirmed some of his own observations in recent days. Greyback's dumped his no violence among werewolves policy, it seems. Lupin walked past and the man relaxed, apparently thinking himself safe from any wrath. Safe from Greyback's or Wolf's punishment, yes, but he's not safe from my plan, he thought. I could assassinate Greyback by myself, but seizing control afterward will require help. He continued down the line, locking eyes with each werewolf. He could not detect anything particularly interesting from several of them. Then he mentally probed a tall, dark-haired woman. "I was going to have a baby, but I woke up covered in harm after I changed. Our little girl was gone." Lupin remembered Tonks' tears and pain and nearly broke contact with the woman. He forced himself to maintain the connection. "He wants to make us better soldiers, but the more people will suffer like I have, never able to have children of their own." Lupin walked past the last werewolf in the line and returned to his position at the front of the group. He was hiding a small smile. 2 werewolves out of 20. If 10% of the colony doubts Greyback's plans, I could seize control or at least get a nice civil war going. "All right," Lupin began. "None of you have a Hogwarts education, but you have served in snatcher gangs or in combat in service of the Dark Lord. I assume all of us know the rudiments of dueling?" They nodded. "Good. I'm going to pair you off and see where your strengths and weaknesses are. No unforgivables, we can save those for later." The werewolves paired off. "Begin," Lupin said. The duels began with a series of shouts. Few of them seemed to know nonverbal magic. Most of the werewolves were able to hold their own against one another except for one small man. He had been paired with Andrew Parker, a werewolf who was one of Philip Wolf's enforcers, and was clearly out of his league. "Oh dear." Parker hammered away at the small man, driving him back. The small man managed to deflect his curses with a shield charm, but his few offensive spells seemed ineffective. The bigger werewolf growled and hurled a blasting curse that literally shattered the small man's shield. The man ended up on his back and Parker leaped forward, planting his booted foot on the small man's gut. He raised his foot again for another strike. "Enough," Lupin said. "You've beaten him." The man ignored him, continuing to attack his fallen foe. Lupin repressed the urge to sigh. Sometimes one must take steps. Stupefy. Lupin fired a curse over the man's head. The bloodthirsty werewolf recoiled from his enemy. The other dueling werewolves stopped and watched.
Oi.
What was that for? Enough is enough. The werewolf spat on the ground. The weak need to know their place. He eyed Lupin, his eyes wild. You don't seem very strong. Lupin repressed another sigh. Looks like I need to make an example. Without warning, Lupin stunned the man. He put a fair bit of power into the curse and put the other werewolf on his back. Hopefully some ribs are broken. That'll teach him a lesson. He could hear gasps from among the other werewolves. Lupin turned to the werewolf who Parker had beaten so badly. Get up, he said quietly. Hesitantly, the man rose to his feet. Lupin waved his wand across the man's midsection, vanishing the bruises away and calming the roiling contents of his stomach. This one reminds me very much of Neville. I think I can employ the same strategy. Your shield charm was impressive, although your offense needs work, Lupin said. Curse me, sir? The man asked weakly. Do you want to get better? Slowly, the man nodded. Curse me, Lupin repeated. Hesitantly, the man pointed his wand. Stupefy. The bolt of red light hurtled towards Lupin. He deflected it. Here's a trick I learned fighting in the First War, Lupin said. Add multis to any incantation, and you'll be able to fire multiple curses with one incantation, spoken or not. Is that too big a trick to give away? I was hoping to save that for those I could recruit to my plot, along with the talking Patronus. He shrugged inwardly. Too late now. Can you do that? Lupin asked. The small man nodded. Stupefy multis, he said. A stream of stunners surged from his wand. Lupin deflected all of them, although the effort left him slightly winded. Good job, he said. He turned towards the fallen Parker. Enervate. Parker woke up. What? He asked. You missed out on something very informative, Lupin said. This young man, Taylor White, Parker volunteered. Someone is trying to curry favor, Lupin noted. Mr. White has managed a very useful bit of dueling magic. I think you need to see it. He turned back to White and raised his shield. Again. Stupefy multis. White said, more confident this time. The stunners poured forward again. Lupin again deflected them, although the effort proved more trying this time. Best not overdo it. You see, Mr. Parker, Lupin said. I've received a full Hogwarts education, fought in 2 wars, and Mr. White, using that one spell, has managed to give me trouble. You see, size does not always mean strength. Parker nodded. Very well, Lupin said. New partners. Let us continue. As he watched the werewolves duel each other, he smiled. 3 potential allies in this batch alone, Lupin thought. For if I can impress Parker with power, if not with wisdom, this will be a productive assignment. An update. Author's note. Tonks as a Man is based on a similar concept from the Deathly Hallows Do-Over, which is on my favorites list if anyone wants to read it. By the way, we broke 10,000 hits. Thanks for your support. September 20th, 1997 AD, 11:30 a.m. Watcher, Remus, someone said from behind Remus Lupin, making him jump. He found a young man with a thin mustache smiling behind him. A young man whose looks quickly dissolved into the familiar visage of his wife, Nymphadora Tonks. Lupin exhaled. Dora, you scared me, he chided. Tonks' face fell. Lupin kicked himself. Some of her old humor is coming back. You should encourage that, not stamp it out. Not, Lupin said with a smile, that it did not have its comedic potential. If there wasn't a war on, that would have been much more fun. Tonks smiled wanly. Then, with her usual fierceness, she rushed forward and hugged him. They held each other for a long moment, resting their foreheads against each other. So, Lupin said when they had pulled apart. Any order of the Phoenix business I should be made aware of? Well, Tonks said. Kingsley's been keeping me out of the loop more and more. I find things out from the Weasleys, usually a few days out of date. Figures. Kingsley probably suspects we're still seeing each other. He still finds things for me to do, following Death Eaters in disguise. She smiled grimly and currents of red trickled through her hair. Only I don't report on their movements anymore. I harm them. Something about the way she said that disturbed him. He knew she'd harm Death Eaters, had seen it himself on multiple occasions. However, he didn't remember her being so happy about it. Hopefully this will pass. Oh, she said, brightening noticeably. You'll like this. Lupin raised an eyebrow. What? Harry, Ron, and Hermione have shown themselves. Thank Merlin. They're all right. They raided the Ministry for Magic. Rescued a bunch of Muggleborns being held there pending transport to Azkaban. She continued. They clocked that porker Dolores Umbridge too. Lupin smiled. Couldn't have happened to a more deserving person, he said. He narrowed his eyes. Do you think this has to do with whatever it was Dumbledore was training Harry to do? Saving Muggleborns from the Death Eaters is certainly a good thing, but any of us could have helped him with that irritated part of Lupin. The three of them were on some kind of secret mission against the darkest wizard in a century, and they had made no effort to get any sort of assistance. Even if Harry had learned about what he'd done, they could still consult Tonks or Kingsley. You're like your father, Harry. A bit too much so. Tonks shrugged. I don't know, she said. Not that we don't need all the help we can get right now. It's them who need our help. I wasn't able to protect James and Lily. I wasn't able to stop that bitch from harm Sirius. I'd do better this time if I knew where to find them. She looked at him. How goes your plan? Greyback's having me train the werewolves in dueling and curses like I did at Hogwarts. This means they'll be better soldiers if I can take over from Greyback. But in the meantime, more trouble for us, Tonks replied. Lupin nodded. Hopefully not for you, he said. Greyback knows we're still seeing each other. Tonks narrowed her eyes. When I showed reluctance to train his soldiers, he made some rather vulgar and threatening remarks about young witches who like to sleep with werewolves. I doubt he'll bother you or allow any of his minions to as long as I'm useful to him, but you'd best keep an eye out. I can handle any of them, she said. Probably, Lupin cautioned. However, the Longbottoms in their prime were the equals of the Lestranges, but Bellatrix and her kin caught them unawares. I don't want the same thing to happen to you. Tonks nodded. I'll be careful. Lupin smiled, hoping to change the subject. Good. He looked around the narrow alley. Shall we get something to eat?
I'm famished.
Me too. September 20th, 1997 AD, 1:30 p.m. After finishing lunch in a small cafe, Lupin and Tonks materialized in the isolated spot in the woods near the Tonks home. Tonks abandoned her male guise and put her hands on her stomach. URG, she said. Eating just before operating doesn't agree with me. She grabbed onto him for a moment to steady herself. As she touched him, Lupin became more conscious of her warmth, her smell. He slid his arms around her. How long has it been since we made love? The colony was off-limits to her and her parents' home was off-limits to him. They'd rendezvoused now and again, but never anywhere where they could enjoy more than each other's company. Plus, he'd been leery about the physical aftereffects of the Muggle technique they had used on her. He wasn't quite sure if it would have even been safe. It has been several weeks. Tell me, Dora, Lupin said. Is your mum home? Tonks shook her head. She's gone to visit Dad's family for a bit. Keep them informed as to what's going on. I don't think she'll be home until after dinner time. Lupin smiled. He figured it was time to play the marauder again. Lupin said. If she's not home. He finished the sentence with a pinch. Tonks sighed. I'm not really in the mood right now, Remus. I'm sorry. Are you sure? It might help you feel better, and now's the perfect chance. She shook her head. Maybe next time, Remus. Oh dear. She's worse off than I thought. September 20th, 1997 AD, 2 p.m. Lupin leaned back on his chair in his grotto in the colony when he heard someone outside. He set aside his copy of the Quibblers and Fidelius Lovegood, had put aside his creatures and conspiracy theories, and was reporting real war news and rose to his feet. Who is it? Smee, a small voice said. Jack. Hello, Jack, Lupin said. Do come in. Jack stepped into Lupin's grotto, looking a bit worse for wear. Lupin figured the boy would have experienced at least 2 transformations by now. At least he's still growing. That would make recovering from them slightly easier. Hello, Mr. Lupin, the boy said, looking down at his feet. Is something bothering you? Lupin asked. Jack slowly nodded. What is it? My new mummy and daddy, he said. They scare me. Figures. They're among Greyback's more fanatical followers. Greyback had nursed David back to health after finding him near death from starvation in an alley in Muggle Oxford, and had rescued Rita from relatives who were keeping her locked in their basement. They had repaid his kindness with loyalty, and he in turn rewarded their loyalty with a child. How so? They hate everybody who isn't a werewolf. Even my old mummy and daddy. The boy swallowed. They say when I'm grown, I'll help them harm people. They'll make sure I drink a special potion so I'll remember it and enjoy it. The boy sniffled. A tear crawled down his cheek. I don't want to harm people, the boy moaned. I like people. Something tensed inside Lupin. The infection may ruin his body, but it's Greyback and the Wilsons who will ruin his soul, if I don't put a stop to this. There, Lupin said. He reached into his rucksack and pulled out half of a Muggle chocolate bar. Have this. It'll help you feel better. The boy took the candy. Thank you, he said. Lupin looked towards the grotto entrance and wondered if anyone was listening in. It wouldn't do for them to catch me being a bad influence on a child of two of Greyback's loyalists. On the other hand, he wasn't going to let Jack get brainwashed without a fight. Lupin said. Not all normal people hate werewolves. Jack looked up at Lupin. They don't? He shook his head. Don't tell your new mummy and daddy I told you this. But a long time ago, I had 3 friends who didn't care what I was. Really? So Lupin began telling the boy the first of what he hoped would be many stories about the Marauders. The conspiracy begins. The conspiracy begins. Author's note. Happy Mother's Day to all of our readers who are mothers, grandmothers, stepmothers, etc. October 10th, 1997 AD 10:30 a.m. Remus Lupin sat in the battered Muggle-wheeled office chair that he'd appropriated for his grotto and read a book on dueling magic. Greyback is pleased with the progress of his army, but he wants more. If I want to keep the scheme going, I'm going to have to keep producing. Something slammed into the walls outside. A moment passed, then something else slammed into the wall. Lupin scowled. It's bloody hard to concentrate with all this racket. Lupin heard the unmistakable crack of a curse being thrown. His scowl deepened. I hope nobody is getting hurt out there. Given the criminal atmosphere that flourished in the werewolf colony, fights and trouble took place more often than he generally approved of. This was something else he'd have to fix, once he'd unseated Greyback. He set his book aside, rose to his feet, and straightened out his robes. Time to throw my weight around. Lupin stepped out to find a most unexpected sight. Connor Lycos and Philip Wolfe circled each other, a bloodied young man lying between them. All around them, many other werewolves watched, although none moved to interfere. Periodically, Lycos or Wolfe would lunge and attack with either their fists or a spell. The two were evenly matched, although Wolfe had a black eye and harm trickled from Lycos' nose. Neither party was able to inflict significant damage on the other. This isn't going to last, Lupin thought. Wolfe is stronger than Connor. He'll wear him down. Lupin was able to draw his wand to intervene when Fenrir Greyback erupted onto the scene. The crowds drew back, enabling the senior werewolf to quickly get between his feuding followers. What the bloody hell is going on here? Greyback roared, drawing his own wand. Lycos drew back, while Wolfe smiled evilly. This one, Wolfe said, gesturing to the werewolf on the ground, was talking treason. I decided to put a stop to that, but Connor decided to interfere. Greyback looked at Lycos, raising an eyebrow. Is this true, Connor? He asked. Oh, Lupin thought. This could get bad. Part of him wanted to throw himself forward to protect his only real friend in the colony. But he hung back. Don't jeopardize your position in the colony. Don't jeopardize your plan. Lycos swallowed. Andrews was only questioning the wisdom of our alliance with the Death Eaters, he said. He said the Dark Lord could not be. With a roar, Greyback leaped forward and backhanded Lycos. The junior werewolf slammed into the stone walls that stood on either side of the rusting tracks and bounced off, ending up on his back. He scrambled away, but Greyback slammed a booted foot onto his stomach, pinning him to the ground like a butterfly to a board. Wolfe is in charge of discipline here, not you, he growled. You're too soft for that kind of work. Greyback then raised his voice. And the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters are our allies until I say otherwise, he called out. Anyone who speaks against them is speaking against me, and will suffer the consequences. He turned and stabbed with his wand at Andrews. The beaten werewolf jerked and moaned, writhing beneath the senior werewolf's attack. He's using the Cruciatus curse, non-verbally. Lupin filed that bit of trivia away for future reference. He then turned his wrath towards Lycos. The junior werewolf writhed and screamed beneath Greyback's foot. The bigger werewolf stepped back abruptly. "That's enough," he said, keeping one eye on Wolf. "I hope both of you have learned your lesson." Lycos nodded weakly. The other injured werewolf moaned. Greyback turned and stormed away. Wolf sneered at Lycos and Andrews before disappearing himself. One by one, the denizens of the colony began drifting away. A woman pushed her way through the dissipating crowd to help Andrews up and away, leaving Lycos alone. Lycos groaned and tried to pull himself up. He got onto his knees before he collapsed onto the ground. "Oh dear." Lupin stepped over to Lycos. He reached down and extended his hand. "Come on," he said. Lycos nodded, reaching up and taking Lupin's hand. With Lupin's assistance, Lycos slowly rose to his feet with a groan. "Home," Lycos moaned. Lupin pulled Lycos' arm across his shoulder and helped his friend walk to the larger grotto where the older werewolf lived. He managed to get Lycos into his bed, then pulled a chair up beside him. Lupin frowned when he got a look at Lycos' injuries. He's a mess. His nose, bloodied in the fight with Wolf, looked to be broken now. Every breath seemed to cause him pain. Although Lupin didn't see harm when Lycos exhaled, he might have fractured ribs. Thank Merlin there weren't any punctures. Of course, given the knocking his head took, there might be the possibility of brain injury. Lupin decided to focus on that first, lest Lycos die while he focused on some less urgent problem. Lupin drew his wand and touched Lycos' temples and the top of his head. Resartio Panton Intus. He retraced gestures again. The 3 points glowed and Lycos moaned again. That's dealt with. Now to focus on other injuries. Episky. Lycos' nose knitted itself together, a process that was not a pretty sight. "Have you got any skill grow?" Lupin asked. Lycos nodded. "The transformations get worse every year," he said. "Sometimes I need a little help putting myself back together." He pointed weakly towards a cupboard in the corner. "Good. That should help with your ribs." Lupin retrieved the potion from the cupboard and handed it to Lycos. The older werewolf slowly drank it down, wincing with every gulp. "It must be taking effect." "Thank you, Remus," Lycos said. "You could get into trouble with Wolf if he saw what you did. And if he sees it, Greyback will know. Now's my chance." He gestured to the doorway of Lycos' home, putting a silencing jinx in place. Nobody would overhear them. He subtly shifted his body, turning away from the door and blocking Lycos' view. Nobody would be able to read their lips either. Connor, it wasn't all that long ago that Greyback insisted there be no violence among werewolves in the colony, Lupin began. Lycos nodded. I understand the need for discipline, since we're at war. But there are degrees. All Andrews did was talk. Lupin shook his head. Quite a shame, I think. I've heard that the Dark Lord uses the Cruciatus curse to punish Death Eaters who displease him. Perhaps Greyback has been hanging out with the Dark Lord for too long. Lupin paused for effect, falling more and more under his influence. Not that he would need any help to be evil. Lycos was silent for a long moment. That's possible. Now, Connor, if Greyback were no longer in charge of the colony, he would not be able to abuse his subordinates like this. Despite his weakness, Lycos locked eyes with Lupin. "What are you getting at, Remus?" he asked. "Oh dear." Lycos was one of Greyback's lieutenants, the recent hiccup notwithstanding. Lupin would have to be very careful. Wolf attacked Andrews because Andrews said the Dark Lord cannot be trusted. Correct? Lycos nodded. And you agree with him? You defended him against Wolf, after all. Lycos nodded. All he did was talk. And it's not like Greyback and the others don't have their suspicions anyway. Here's something else to think about, Lupin said. Things have been awfully quiet in Britain, haven't they? Since the Dark Lord took power? Lycos nodded. A bit strange that one would think your people would be all over the place. That's because nobody is really sure what's going on. The Death Eaters and werewolves increased their attacks just prior to Scrimgeour's retirement. But nobody has made the connection yet. Furthermore, nobody's made the connection between the sudden ascension of Pious Thickness and the fact that the Ministry is now hunting Muggleborns. using werewolves and common criminals to do it. Now to apply the screws. Tell me, Connor, what do werewolves and common criminals have in common? Unpopularity? Close, Lupin said. Expendability. To the average witch or wizard, Scrimgeour's replacement with thickness has been accompanied by a rise in criminal activity, particularly against Muggleborns. What do you think will happen when there are no more Muggleborns and harm traders? Lycos made the connection instantly. He'll come after us next, and the people will love him for it. He'll get rid of the ineffective thickness, wipe us out, and be hailed as the bloody savior of the wizarding world. You're not the only one to make this connection, Lycos said. Greyback's been having some of the most promising Muggleborns bitten, so he's in charge of them and not that fat bitch Umbridge. When the last Muggleborns are dealt with, we'll have an army of our own. An army big enough to face down law enforcement, the Death Eaters, and the Dark Lord himself. Lupin interrupted. A tall order, since most of us haven't gone to Hogwarts. The Muggleborns will even the odds some, but most of them aren't trained fighters, even if they have been to school. Lycos nodded. It is a long shot, and all this assumes the witch or wizard on the street isn't going to figure out what's going on beforehand. Remember, most people don't know we're being secretly ruled by the Dark Lord, or else the streets would be running with harm. What will happen to werewolves when the people revolt? Lycos paled, grasping the implications. You're saying if the Dark Lord stays in power long enough, we're gone. And if there's a popular revolt against him that succeeds, we're gone too? Lupin nodded. However, the Order of the Phoenix is still out there. My wife is still fighting, as is Kingsley Shacklebolt, the last loyal Ors. There are others too. If we stand together with them, we'll have a chance. If we help the Dark Lord destroy all his enemies, there will be nobody left when the time comes for him to destroy us. So what is your solution, then? You've tried to convince Greyback to ally with the Order of the Phoenix before, and he hasn't agreed with you then. Even if Greyback decided on this policy change, what makes you think the Order of the Phoenix will accept his help? That's why we need to harm him, Lupin said. He's got too much harm on his hands, especially now. I've got some myself, but I've also got friends in the Order who will vouch for me. Lycos regarded Lupin for a long moment. Oh dear. I hope I don't have to alter his memory or harm him. Slowly, Lycos nodded. If that's what it takes, he said. He swallowed. However, if you intend to topple Greyback, especially if you want to impose such a radical policy change, you'll need more than the two of us and some misgivings, however justified. Greyback built this colony. He brought us all together, when before we were friendless outcasts living on the margins. He made us strong. Lupin nodded. When the time comes, the others need not know it was us who did it, at least not immediately. Really? You said that Greyback knows the Death Eaters are using us. I assume this knowledge is widespread among the inner circle of his lieutenants? Lycos nodded. Except for Jason Willis and Tabitha Alexander, he said. They honestly believe the Dark Lord intends to establish a more just society for magical beings like us, the goblins and the centaurs. And they don't trust you at all. If you intend to bring us over to the side of the Order of the Phoenix, they'll need to be dealt with as well. Lupin nodded. I know how to deal with people. He smiled grimly. I think we have our scapegoats, Lupin said. Lycos did not react for a moment. Then he nodded. Good idea. I think I've got a co-conspirator. Just need a few more. But what about the Order? Lycos interrupted. They might be skeptical about fighting alongside werewolves, especially after you went over to us. Tonks can help us with that, as can Harry Potter and his friends. Even if the Order doesn't want our help, they're not in a position to refuse it. Something dark smiled inside Lupin. If necessary, they can be persuaded.